Welcome, PewterReport.com readers and listeners, to a first-round edition of the PewterReport.com NFL Draft Show, powered by Edmonson Electric, AC, and Security. I am Jon Ledyard. Along with me is Scott Reynolds. We are about an hour away from the beginning of the 2021 NFL Draft, and we could not be more excited to be here with you, breaking down every pick as we get closer and closer to what the Bucs are going to do in this first round and how they're going to add to this Super Bowl championship team. Pretty exciting time, Scott.
Yeah, it really is. It's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be a long night for Buccaneer fans because they're picking 32,
right? Unless
Jason Light decides to trade up. But a lot of intrigue already in the NFC. It's not even just about who the Falcons are going to select. It's not even about who the Panthers might select. Both of those teams are picking early. The Saints and the Bucs are picking later. It's about another team. Yeah, for now.
We'll see.
It's about another team. And you're right. We should talk about the fact that the Saints, they have made some inquiries about trying to get up, but into the top 10.
Yes, they've been trying to move
up.
But
not for a quarterback?
But not for a quarterback. Those are the reports today. That's the first bit of draft buzz that we really heard today, and that's just the beginning of what has been a crazy day already on the first day of the 2021 NFL Draft. The Saints trying to trade up into the top 10 from, where are they at, 28 right now?
Yes.
So they're trying to jump from 28 somewhere in the top 10. You would guess the landing spots would be Detroit at 7 or Carolina at 8. Does Carolina even want to trade within their division? Right. A wild move by the Saints. And then Jay Glazer saying it's not for a quarterback, Scott.
Yeah.
And Jane Slater saying it's not for a cornerback. So the Saints have their eye on some wide receiver in this class. Who could they even guarantee being there at 7 or 8? We're not even sure. Yeah. Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, perhaps. Seems likely that Jamar Chase and Kyle Pitts would be off the board at that point in time. So plenty of intrigue within even the division for the Bucs, but outside the division in the conference, there's a lot more going on too.
Yeah, there really is. Well, if you're just joining us, this is going to be a wall-to-wall coverage event of the NFL Draft. We do this every year on PewterReport.com. This year's no different, and of course, it's all brought to you by Edmonson Electric, AC, and Security. And Edmonson Electric, AC, and Security, they're the official smart home and security company of PewterReport.com. For the past 40 years, Edmonson Electric has proudly served Central Florida with electric services and is now proud to add state-of-the-art home technology and security systems to its roster. Whether it's surveillance cameras, home theaters, or smart lighting, Edmonson Electric and Security is automating your dream home. Be sure to click the website. That's EdmonsonElectric.com, or you can give them a call at 813-910-3403 for the all-pro defense. Make sure you get Edmonson Electric to install the state-of-the-art security system for your house to keep you and your loved ones safe. Tomorrow starts now. From home automation controls to structured wiring and surveillance systems, Edmonson Electric and Security has the team to keep your home current. Call 813-910-3403 or visit them on the web at EdmonsonElectric.com.
Yeah, great stuff, and great to have Edmonson sponsoring the show once again. It's fun and it's exciting, Scott, because we've been doing this show. You've been doing it for a long time.
Yes.
This is my second show with you. I was just joined last year where you did it. And there's a whole different feel, right? I mean, the Bucs are at 32. They have no holes in the roster. There's all this madness going around the NFL right now, which we're going to talk about in a minute, with Aaron Rodgers and Green Bay and the NFC in general. And then there's the Bucs with everybody back, with Giovanni Bernard added to the mix. Probably their biggest need, pass catching running back, protecting running back. No clear visible holes on the roster. We are going to get to what we think they need to add to be even more competitive. Sitting at 32 with the ability to let the board fall to you, trade back, which we don't think is going to happen. We'll talk about that in a minute. Or the intrigue with this show, if you're tuning in now and you're going to be jumping in and out, make sure you're jumping in more than you're jumping out, because the Bucs could be trading up in this first round, Scott.
Yeah, they really could. I think this is the year, and I talked about this with our good friends at WDA, Tom Krasnicki and Ronnie Night Train Lane this morning, the Ronnie and T-Crash show. And I said, I would not be surprised at all, John, if they come out of this draft with fewer than 8 draft picks. Right now they've got one pick in every round, and then the extra 7th round pick. So they've
Right.
got 8 picks right now. John, I don't know in this year's roster situation if they're going to be able to even have room for all those rookies,
Right.
with some of the expected depth behind all of the 22 veteran starters that have been signed or re-signed this offseason. So this might be the year where Jason Light trades up. Maybe not in the first round, but maybe he packages a 4th rounder and a 6th rounder, moves up in, say, the 3rd round or the 2nd round. And I think that the Bucs might come out of this draft with 5 or 6 players rather than 7 or 8. And I think this is the year, John, where you're looking for quality, not quantity. This is not a year, in my opinion, where the Bucs should trade back or even need to trade back. If you are going to trade back, Jason Light, make it for draft picks next year. Start working ahead to next year's draft, because this one, especially a lot of positions, we talked about on our Pewter Report podcast, we've talked about how it's just kind of bankrupt at defensive tackle. And that's kind of a position that they need.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you. I 7 or 8 spots on this, roster, it doesn't seem likely. Even if you'd say, okay, the 7th rounders are long shots to make it, well, then get rid of them. Move up in the 5th round and don't pick anybody in the 7th round, man. That hasn't been a great round for Jason Light anyway.
That's
not his fault. It's not a great round for anybody, really. So if you can get rid of the 7ths, I always say get rid of them. Bucs have 2 of them, obviously, near the end, so you're not getting very far with them. But be aggressive and get the guy that you want. I think that's going to be the Bucs mentality going into this. Speaking of being aggressive, Scott, and getting the guy that you want, that's what San Francisco was trying to do yesterday, when apparently they called the Green Bay Packers and said, hey, are you cool with maybe talking some trade with Aaron Rodgers?
Wow.
That was a little bit of a head scratcher to everybody when we first saw it today. Since then, reports have come out. Adam Schefter, Tom Pelissari, and Rappaport, Jay Glazer, all kind of contributing to this, probably others since the last time I looked. The Aaron Rodgers situation has gone crazy right now. Yeah. It really is. It's a mystery. There's basically what's been set up and that I've seen, and I may have missed some things filtering in and out, but Aaron Rodgers wanted a contract extension in Green Bay, undoubtedly after an MVP season and the fact that they drafted Jordan Love. He wants to feel security and valued in Green Bay. Totally get it. Packers have had qualms about doing that. The most recent report is that Rodgers thought he was going to be traded to San Francisco yesterday.
Wow.
What for the 3rd pick and probably something else, but that would have shaken things up completely. San Francisco trading to number 3, obviously for a quarterback, and could have come away with that instead with Aaron Rodgers. Now, if San Francisco picks Mac Jones, which we'll see, think about the dichotomy between ending up with Mac Jones or Aaron Rodgers. Wow. That would be a pretty big difference, I think, even if you're a big Mac Jones fan. I think you'd admit that's probably a pretty big difference for them right now. So, it is. It's a situation right now with Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay that is definitely evolving. Aaron Rodgers reportedly unhappy, not thrilled there. They've been working on a contract, but hasn't been going well. He's upset. The Packers are now saying that they weren't going to trade him. There's also reports they were trying to trade him. I'm not sure who's right here. There's definitely some half-truths involved with some of this. There's no way that all of these reports can be accurate, but generally, the idea that there is unrest between Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers is clearly 100% true. That part we know. How significant is the unrest? Will it lead to Aaron Rodgers' departure? Will it lead to Aaron Rodgers' departure tonight? That seems unlikely to me. Yeah. I think more we could be geared toward an Aaron Rodgers departure maybe in 2022, and it affects the 2022 draft. Right. But it could happen still sometime this offseason. We don't know. But he holds the cards really here. He's one of those players that if he says, I'm not playing anymore, it's hard to argue with him.
Well, but is the Jeopardy job still open, or has that been permanently filled?
Apparently, this is an Ian Rappaport report, Scott. He said that Jeopardy went so well with Aaron Rodgers, they're considering offering him the host job. I don't know what it all means.
Yeah, it's interesting because wherever he goes, I think it takes the Packers out of the mix for being the Bucs' top competition in the NFC. Right. And naturally, last year, John, those 2 teams were the best teams in the division, or I should say the conference, with the Packers hosting the Buccaneers. But if he were to say go to San Francisco, and he's a California guy, and on draft night he was pissed that he was not drafted by the 49ers. If he goes to the 49ers, John, all of a sudden San Francisco 49ers become the team that is looking the Buccaneers in the eye to eye for NFC supremacy.
Right. It is. It's the NFC. It's hard to see it and not be like, wow. The game is not won on paper.
Right.
And we'll never tell you that. But right now, it's the end of April, and that's all we can do is look at
right.
paper, Scott. Like, there's nobody even in the Bucs in the NFC. There's nobody, and that's before the draft has even started.
Yeah.
And we'll see what changes. Obviously, things can change over the next couple months, even over the next couple of days in the NFL draft. But this draft, the Bucs being able to add to the core that they already have, the way they played last season, what they have coming back, the addition of Giovanni Bernard, the increased experience, getting O.J. Howard back from injury, a full season of Vita Vea hopefully this year. It bodes very, very well for their chances of making noise again in the playoffs, getting back to the Super Bowl, maybe repeating as champions. That's all we can evaluate at this point in time. Obviously, a ton changes once the season starts. Everybody knows that. But if the Packers were to lose Aaron Rodgers, Scott, it's difficult to see a scenario, in my opinion, where the Bucs aren't this overwhelming favorite in the NFC right now. Because what other team you could talk about the Rams with Matt Stafford catching fire, but they lost a lot of pieces on defense. They lost Brandon Staley, that innovative defensive coordinator. Seattle has their own unrest with Russell Wilson going on right now. Dallas still does not have a defense. There's a lot of rebuilding teams.
I think Stafford's a really smart quarterback, but very much like Tom Brady, you're in one system, right? In Detroit for a while. I mean, he did have several coaches, but he's used to doing one thing, one way, but having that familiar cast around him. Now, he's just like Tom Brady was last year. He's a transplant into a new system, and Brady made it look seamless in terms of that. I mean, maybe not week one, but it's not. And you just have to wonder how quickly Stafford can really get up to speed. And also, too, the Rams don't have a first-round pick. They've got very few draft picks this year.
And some obvious holes on their team, an offensive line that can't hold a candle to where Tampa Bay's was last year.
They really can't. So it'd be interesting to see just where Rodgers goes, or if he stays put. If he stays put, is there a holdout situation? I mean, listen, he was disrespected last year when they drafted Jordan Love, right? And I understand the logic behind it, right? I mean, when you can have, John, a situation where you're passing the baton from Joe Montana to Steve Young, from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers, right? You talk about continuity for a franchise. It all starts at the quarterback position. And that's why the Packers have been good for so long. The 49ers were dominant under the Montana and Young years for so long because of that. But the thing is when Steve Young was added on to the 49ers, Joe Montana was not happy about it, right? And the same thing with Aaron Rodgers. And actually, Brett Favre wasn't really happy.
I was going to say, same thing with Brett Favre.
Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers were not best buddies.
Packers should have learned their lesson.
I know.
It's one thing if you're drafting like Justin Fields or Trevor Lawrence, but you're taking the fourth best in a bad just a decision for the ages for Green Bay. And if it ultimately results in alienating the MVP to the point where he can't be on your roster in a window where you're ready. I mean, the Packers are the competition. That's right. The NFC to win a Super Bowl.
And it's so different for Tampa Bay because Tom Brady, he's not looking for a contract extension. He just got one in, 2 years. I think that's probably it, right? I think the only situation, and I was talking to my wife, Ashley, about this the other night. I said the only way Tom Brady stays around for one more year is if for some reason they win the Super Bowl again, and then again, and he's at 9 rings. I mean, he's going to be begging Giselle, right? Giselle, come on, 10. I've got this one thumb that doesn't have a ring. I've got 4 in this hand, 5 on this hand. I need one more for the thumb on this hand. Just 10, Giselle. That's it.
The fact that we're even talking about this is just crazy. I mean, not only the Bucs angle of it. I mean, Bucs fans have to be like sitting right now, pinching them. Just looking at the league, looking at their team, being at this position in the draft. Remember last year in the draft, it was like, this is a big pick. Who can we add? They knew the roster was talented, but they knew those draft picks were going to be critical in terms of getting them to being a very good team, to being a great team. And they nailed those picks. And now it seems like this year, here's the thing with the Bucs draft this year, Scott. Even if they get a great player in the first round, and I hope that they do. I think every draft is important. I'm not going to say it's the most important draft for Jason Light or anything like that. I think that's obviously not true, but every draft is very important. If the Bucs land a stud at 32, or if they trade up or trade back or whatever they do, land a stud with their first couple picks, it's still going to be hard for that guy to see the field unless there's injuries. I mean, that's just the state of the roster right now.
And the thing is if they do come away with the quarterback in this year's draft, then I don't believe it'll be at number 32. It's not going to be Kellen Mond or Kyle Trask at 32. I know there's been some conjecture out there. If it is, I will be on the floor. I will literally be floored with that. I think both of those players, we've written about them at length, talked about them quite a bit. we have Trask as the Bucs' best bet.
Right.
But John, we're talking about round 3, which is almost the 4th round for the Bucs. That's kind of really where he is now. Do quarterbacks get overdrafted? Of course. We're going to see 5 quarterbacks probably in the top 10 this year.
Right.
And John, out of those 5 quarterbacks, how many of them are really one of the top 10 players, in your opinion? How many?
In this class, I have 2 of them in the top 10. I have Trevor Lawrence and I have Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields both in my top 10 right now overall prospects.
So that means 3 quarterbacks are going to be drafted in the top 10.
Right.
I think most teams, especially the teams that aren't drafting these guys, don't have them rated that highly. And so the quarterbacks get overdrafted. So you might see quarterbacks that carry a 3rd or 4th round grade get drafted in the 2nd round.
That's going to happen with Mac Jones tonight, at least based on my board. I think he'll probably end up being a top 10 pick, and it doesn't necessarily mean that he is, a top 10 value. Let us know, people in the chat. I'm scrolling back and looking at the chat. By the way, if you see us looking away from the camera or down at our phones, we're not just we're messing around. We're trying to get either figure out some news or check our text and see if anything's coming in on what picks could be. Watching the broadcast, seeing the picks, reading the comments as well. But we're going to try to keep you up to date on all of that. Right. So sometimes it requires us kind of deviating a little bit, just so you're aware. But let us know in the chat. What did Ben Albright tweet something and then delete it? Because he did this in the past, Scott, and I love Ben to death. He did this in the past where he tweeted "It's Darnold" before the draft a couple years ago, then deleted it and said it meant to be a DM. If he did it again, I need to know what he said. So let me know. He does have some good info leading up to the draft, though. So make sure you're following. What is he at Albright NFL? I think or something like that. 2 L's and Albright. On Twitter, because there's some good stuff. But let us know what you're seeing. We obviously can't have eyes everywhere, so if you're seeing some stuff about the Bucs pick or about some intrigue there or anything really going on, let us know. We definitely appreciate the super chat. Mediocrity Incarnate dropping the $32 super chat in honor of the Bucs having the 32nd pick. Appreciate that one. All this hand wringing over big trades and quarterbacks, just for the Bucs to still have the best roster in the league at the end. Great call. Not even a question. Mediocrity Incarnate just dropping the super chat to let everybody know, hey, the Bucs are still king. And Buckman says, oh, thank God, no scuffed internet from John today. That's true. Spectrum has the day off. They don't have to work overtime today to get my internet up to par. But let me know what Ben Albright said. This sounds silly, but he sent a zipped face emoji, then pinned his Lance tweet to 3 within the same minute. Ben Albright.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, I see it. He did pin his Lance tweet. This is actually huge, by the way, for me. If Trey Lance is the 3rd pick, because my mock draft would be is Lawrence.
Right.
And I didn't go Mac Jones. I went Trey Lance.
That's right. Yeah.
So, and Pitts goes 4, and Jamar Chase goes 5.
Right.
5 for 5 for the first and probably only time in your boy's career covering the NFL
there you
draft.
Go.
So I need it to happen.
Let's see if it happens.
I'm glad that there's this. He said this is his pinned tweet. It's weird, man. There's this media push for Mac Jones, but guys I talk to think Lance, which probably means we're all wrong and it ends up Fields. Hold on. Is he pinning it because it's Fields? That would make me happy. Even though my mock would be messed up.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing is when you look at the type of offense they run, right, in San Francisco, having a mobile quarterback makes sense, right?
It does. Yeah. It's helpful for sure. That's schematically to be able to get the guy out of the pocket.
Right.
Also, Kyle Shanahan's run scheme has evolved over the years to be, it's always been the most complex in the NFL and detailed. It's evolved from that point. He used to just run outside zone and then variations off it. Now he's like pulling people and folding and all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Stuff that I would need to sit down and honestly study to speak in super in depth. Add a running quarterback to that.
I know, right?
It just becomes very difficult. So again, let's just be honest. If it's Mac Jones, it's a pick that's hard even if as little as you may watch Mac Jones, you can just the ceiling of what you're getting with the Trey Lance or Justin Fields, just a lot greater. If you're a Bucs fan and you're evaluating it, I think you kind of root for the Mac Jones pick. Honestly, that to me puts the ceiling lower on what the 49ers can accomplish.
I agree.
Makes them easier to defend.
If it's Mac Jones, you're going to have to build an offense around him. You're going to have to, and listen, that's what every team wants to do. But I've been told that from a Buccaneer standpoint, Mac Jones, and we appreciate the super chat there, Ramona, and also you too, Animal. Riley Almond probably not going to be part of the broadcast this year. We're going to try to get Greg Almond, his dad, on day 3.
I mean, if Riley wants to come on, I'm fine with
yeah,
it.
absolutely.
We get to day 3, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you can come on, Animal, if you want to come on.
Exactly.
And seriously, there might be a way to get fans to do that. We're looking into that for the next couple of days.
But what we're talking about is when you look at the offensive line that Mac Jones had in front of him. I mean, nothing but early draft picks.
Right.
He's handing off to a first-round draft pick in Najee Harris. He's throwing to, he missed out on Jerry Jeudy, but Waddle, Devontae Smith.
John Mechie.
It's an embarrassment of riches, very much like what Brad Johnson had. And so whether it's Kyle Trask or whether it's Mac Jones, both of those guys have kind of been described as Brad Johnson type players, which you can win with if you have a good defense and you have a supporting cast around them. They just don't have the special arm talent or the special athleticism to do some things that a Patrick Mahomes or a Lamar Jackson, some of these elite quarterbacks can do.
And especially be able to create out of structure in the play. I mean, hardly any quarterbacks win like Tom Brady. People say he doesn't create out of structure. Well, Tom Brady, even in the Super Bowl, he got great protection. But that second touchdown of Gronkowski, that's like his last read in the progression. Right. It was an extension of that. He knew where everything was. Yeah. He saw Evans get held on that play, and he knew where he could bounce his eyes to. Most quarterbacks don't think like that on a consistent basis the way Brady does. They might have a play, but eventually a lot of these guys have to rely on their ability to create, get out of structure, and especially if you're going to a situation where protection isn't elite, it's not elite in San Francisco. I think that's a valuable something that's valuable to consider for sure.
I think so too. And when you look at quarterbacks, intelligence and patience and poise, those are some things that you're not going to be able to measure at the combine, and you really can't quantify those things. And I know that the stat geeks out there, that they kind of bristle at the terms like the it factor and grit and poise and stuff, but it's legit. And where that shows up is just what you talked about. Is Brady hanging in the pocket, waiting for that fourth read to progress? Because guess what? You might get away with that in college. You're throwing to your stud, right? Yeah. And your All-American, the receiver might be against an all Big Ten corner, but there's a drop-off, right? Mm-hmm. Yes. And then your all-conference secondary receiver is going up against a player that just got put on scholarship the year before. Right. Well, in the NFL, your Pro Bowl receiver is going up against a Pro Bowl corner. Right. Your other receiver is a starting caliber guy, is a starting caliber corner. And so sometimes you have to find and wait for that third and fourth read because that's where your mismatches are. Right. They're not on your first read like they are in college sometimes, or your second. Sometimes the mismatches are the Scotty Miller versus the Kevin King. Now, that was the first read, but that was the correct read by Tom Brady, right? In the NFC Championship game. But it's that type of gamesmanship and intelligence and football IQ that you need. And that's why maybe there were some concerns about Fields. I don't know if it's warranted or not, but it's very important to to be able to get to those progressions. It is. And hang in the pocket like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we'll continue to kind of keep you updated on everything that we see going on here. Obviously, there's continued buzz about the situation with Aaron Rodgers. Somebody said Ben Albright tweeted a bunch of eye emojis and then a cheese emoji and then deleted it and tweeted a zipper face. So he's probably just messing with us.
He's just having fun.
I mean, hey, if that goes down, Scott, there will be no. What could you think of? You've been covering longer than me. Yeah. Could you think of a first round that would compare to Aaron Rodgers being traded on draft day? I mean,
no. There's been some crazy things.
Ricky Williams to trade the whole draft for Ricky Williams.
Yeah, there's that. There's the Laramie Tunsil situation that happened, like the gas mask.
He could have been the first overall pick.
Yes, like that happened.
But the MVP of the league getting traded on the first round of the draft.
That's unprecedented. There's no doubt
I'm not sure that we would. Yeah, that would be absolutely nuts, and there'd be obviously a ton to break down from that. So we're going to keep that going.
We really appreciate these super chats coming in. So if you want to get listen, we have a ton of comments to get to tonight. We're going to try to get to a lot of them, but there's a lot to talk about, a lot of comments, and obviously we've got a lot of people watching us on our pewterreport.com draft show. If you want your comment to stand out, your question to stand out, the best way to do it is a super chat, folks, because it's color coded here on our chat. So Jonathan Stutzman, appreciate the super chat. Love you guys. Super chats for Buck fans. We enjoyed the great content you provide at Pewter Report. Fire the cannons. Absolutely. Thank you.
By the way, we said, if you give us these super chats, we said in the season, we're going to get nice cameras. We're going to get ring lights.
Yes.
We're going to do all that. Here you go. Somebody said at the beginning, like production quality better than any other year in the past. Yes, that's our goal. That's as we get those things, those type of contributions in, that is going right back into the podcast. It's going right back into the live draft show.
That's right.
It's going right back into the website. All those good things to enhance the experience for y'all. Your contributions, thank you, because you've allowed us to be able to do these. And Scott has been killing it in the graphics game. Got some cool graphics lined up for y'all for tonight too, and for the next couple of days. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We appreciate it. Two things. If you're watching us right now on YouTube, that's great. But if you could watch us on pewterreport.com on our website, we are actually right up there on the homepage of the website. And the chat function is right there, the super chat, all that right there on the homepage of the website. So go check that out. Watch us on pewterreport.com if you can. As picks come in and as the Bucs do anything, those will be right on the main page of the site. If you look at our site right now, if you go to our site, pewterreport.com, and look, you'll see there's space for all of the Bucs picks there. Those picks are going to have the analysis for those picks in them. Everything we've written about that pick before the Bucs draft them, and then everything we write about after the Bucs draft them. So everything you need is going to be in one location on the site. We'll continue to remind you of this. But if you can watch on pewterreport.com, it's going to be great for us. It's going to be a great experience for y'all, and you're going to get all the information you need on each pick as it comes in as well. The other thing that I wanted to mention for this show is that as these super chat donations come in, like Scott said, we will try to get to as many of them as we can. Trying to get
Joshua,
to as many of the
thank you so much for that super chat. And Ramona, you keep blessing us with super chats. Appreciate that. Miami Bucs in Super Bowl 2022. Yeah, why not, right? That sounds fun. Let's do it again. It was so much fun last year.
By the way, we haven't even gotten to this, and Valentine brings up a good point. Why are you guys not even mentioning Gator great MLB player, future Jaguars tight end Tim Tebow? This we didn't even get to. In the midst of all the craziness today, with the Saints trying to trade up, 18 spots or more, the Aaron Rodgers trying to get himself traded, or the Packers trying to trade him, we don't even know. The Steelers extended Mason Rudolph, or trying to extend Mason Rudolph for a year. I don't know if you even saw that.
No.
And then amidst all this craziness, Tim Tebow got to work out with the Jaguars. He's like 35 years old. Like what? At a position that he refused to play when he was in the league.
Wait, who's the coach in Jacksonville now?
Urban Meyer.
Oh, Urban Meyer. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, the Jaguars tight end situation is so bad, Scott. They're trying to trade for Zach Ertz. They've talked already. Urban Meyer very poorly hinted at wanting to trade up for Kyle Pitts from their second first-round pick. That's obviously not going to happen, but they are in desperate need of an upgraded tight end.
Wow.
They might be willing to turn to Tim Tebow to do it. So
that would be something.
Yeah, there is a lot going on.
Well, look, no Celsius, John. The thing is that our Pewter Report draft show is powered by Edmonson Electric, but at the same time, Celsius is a tremendous partner. On the Pewter Report podcast and a big part of what we do. So if from time to time we might do something like this. Okay, so that was fun, right? Celsius. And guess what? That's what's in this Pewter Report tumbler tonight. I broke protocol, John. I usually don't have a Celsius after 3 because it keeps me up. But tonight, I need to stay up.
We're probably going to be going until close to midnight on the show here tonight. So I don't blame me at all. I had one to myself earlier for sure. Jonathan Bailey, appreciate the $10 super chat. Pewter Report has helped me get through 2 deployments in a year in Korea. Thanks for all you guys do. No, I mean, thank you for what you do, honestly. Like, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's just off camera, but I've got my grandfather's flag up there, from his casket. Certainly appreciate everyone who's either served or serving. Mm-hmm. And certainly, John, down here in Tampa, MacDill Air Force Base, this is a big military town, Tampa, with the flyovers all the time. Mm-hmm. We just want to say thank you if you're watching from home or abroad in the service. Thank you for your service. It's just one thing that I've kind of raised my boys whenever we're out and we see somebody in uniform, or if there's a gentleman that's got a proudly served in Korea, Vietnam hat, Desert Storm, Desert Shield.
they always go up and shake their hand and say thank you for your service, and we certainly appreciate everybody out there that has served or is serving.
Absolutely. So we appreciate you, Jonathan, more than anything. Ramona, again, with $5 super chat, says Mac Jones sitting behind Brady will put the Bucs a winning regime for many years. Mac Jones, don't think he's going to be a Buccaneer. We'll have to see what happens. There are some mocks that say if he gets by San Francisco, the rest of the league likes him, Scott, but they're not enamored with him.
That's right.
And so you could be looking at a New England situation, a Bears trade up. Maybe the Giants have talked about moving back. I know Gettleman's never done that, but that's a situation that's on the table. Don't think it's going to be Tampa Bay. Sure hope it's not Pittsburgh, but we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the Bucs do address quarterback at some point in this draft for sure. We've got Joshua says $4.99 super chat for every pick John gets right on his final mock draft.
Come on, John!
I love it. Let's go. Hopefully, I'm
Joshua.
2 for 2 to start. The first two should be spoon fed to me. So after that is where it gets
we would be remiss if we didn't talk about Mark Cook's mock draft last year.
Oh, Mark, I don't know if people even realize this. We mentioned on the show last year, but we have a lot more viewers now than we did, I'm sure, even a year ago. But Mark was 11 of 14. The first 14 picks, he got dead on team and player matches. He just had the tackles to the wrong teams. Yeah. He had tackles to every team that took one. Right. But I forget what it was, but I think he had just the tackles were mixed up. Yeah. That was like the only thing in the top 14 he got wrong. The Bucs he had them taking Andrew Thomas maybe Tristan Wirfs going earlier to the Giants, but he had all the teams and the positions right. And every other pick he got right, other than the tackles going to different teams. Yeah, that was crazy. And Mark's not even like a big draft nick. It's not like he reads mocks constantly or anything. You know what I mean? Or he's gonna be so mad if he saw that. Yeah. But no, I mean, but it was like that's what made it still counts. It was if you throw the dart, John, it hits the bullseye. It counts. I'll never do that. I'll study these guys for the rest of my life, and I'll never get. I'll never get 11. We do pretty well with Bucs best bets. We didn't do well last year. We didn't get any. Last year though was an abomination trying to figure out what was going to happen with all of the COVID craziness. We'll see it if we get the case here. Mark Cook is watching. We got the what did he say? We got the angry face emoji. Hey, Mark, listen, man, you were right. We're giving you props. Yes, it was a legendary. I've told you it was like one of the most legendary moments in my. And let's see if you can do it again. You can check out the hook today on pewterreport.com. So you got 27 minutes before the draft starts. So check out pewterreport.com. Mark's column is up today. We've got he's got his 32. I should say the first round mock, and then his Bucs 7-round mock draft. So definitely check that out. Yeah, for sure. There's going to be lots of great content going up, but you can also, if you're interested, go over to pewterreport.com. You can check out my top 150 big board. Yep. And if it's helpful for you, you can kind of follow along with it. You can print it out, whatever, and you can follow along with it. Maybe the first round, it's easy, but you could check as there's going to be a couple picks in the first round that are outside of my top 50, maybe a couple that are outside of my top 75. There were last year for sure. And so you can kind of check along with that. If you think my analysis is terrible, you can be like, oh, this team probably got better if the player was low on my board. If you think it's great, I appreciate it. And you can follow along with that and kind of say like, oh, John likes this guy. And you might be able to find something I've written about that player too on pewterreport.com because I've written a lot of stuff. Speaking of pewterreport.com and writing so much, we've got so many stories that have come out this week and a huge traffic week for us here. Thank you all for visiting pewterreport.com, for tuning into the podcast, for following us on social media, for subscribing to our YouTube channel, and we just greatly appreciate all the support. We've had an absolute record year. Now, the Bucs might have had something to do with that, winning the Super Bowl, but March and April have been just absolutely astounding numbers that we've been able to do, thanks to you. Yeah. And so we're going to have our Pewter Report 7-round Bucs mock draft move back up to the front page because it's been buried with all of the stories that we've done. So if you haven't seen our mock draft yet, or if you want to have that handy, it should be on the very top of the front page here momentarily. We're having someone from our staff do that. Can we talk about a guy? There's a first-round pick that we have barely talked about. We have talked about him. Yeah. We haven't talked about him a ton of the Bucs in the first round. And his name is Houston edge defender Peyton Turner. Yeah. Earlier today, we've heard a little bit about maybe some Peyton Turner buzz. Tony Pauline said something on Pro Football Network's show that they were doing before the draft. Then after we heard those things, it was Adam Schefter, I believe, who tweeted a player who could be a surprise first-round pick, Peyton Turner. So that's going around right now. The buzz with Peyton Turner is going around. Could be agent speak, could be a reach to put him in the first round. We see this every year where there's a couple names mentioned.
Right.
But the Bucs, we know they met with him, right?
Yeah.
We know that there's intrigue there. I believe Joshua Allen from Bucs Report had up on their site that they met with him. I forget what kind of meeting it was with them, but want to give him credit for that because I know he was jumping in all of the Zooms that he could with these players trying to figure out who met with the Bucs. And Peyton Turner did. So there's definitely some intrigue there. Big guy, long guy, 6'5", 270, super long arm. What do you have, 35-inch arms? I loved him. He ended up being my third edge, by the way, Scott. I don't know if you saw my big board, but third edge. He's in my top 35 players, I want to say right now. I don't have my board pulled up right now. I want to say he's in my top 35 players or so. So I would love this pick if it happens, Scott. I think there's some Bucs fans that would be on board with this pick if it happens.
I believe we had him in one of our mock drafts, John, in the second round of our fourth mock draft. So this is a player that we've kind of been keen on. The interesting thing, John, is you were really buzzing about his tape. You and I were having a conversation about it, and you love the player. You didn't think it was necessarily a great Bucs fit,
right?
But I did,
right?
And so I said, let's put him in the mock, right? I mean, let's put him in. So we put him in our fourth mock draft. I believe we had Landon Dickerson, I think, in the first round of that one.
Landon Dickerson,
and then we had Peyton Turner in, and this is a player that when you look at the measurables, 6'5", 270, right? He's a big guy. He didn't run. I think he had an injury or a hamstring tweak or something like that at his pro day. But the arms, John, 35-inch arms. Those are some of the longest in the draft. 10.25-inch hands, an 84-inch wingspan. And so sometimes, John, if you can't beat the tackle, you can reach around the tackle and grab the quarterback if you push him far enough. And there's a lot to like about this guy. I mean, I would not be upset at all. Listen, we had Joe Tryon as the Bucs' best bet, and we also had Tryon as the top pick in the first round. And there's been some talk maybe Tryon is not even there at 32, that he goes higher than that. But there's a lot to like. You see the arm length there, and it's not just, it's not just the sacks and the tackles for loss. One thing that Jason Light really likes about long-armed pass rushers is if you can't get to the quarterback, if you can't pressure them, if you can't hit them, if you can't sack them and do the sack fumble, the other way that you can affect the quarterback is by knocking the ball down. And this is a guy that has 11 pass breakups at the line of scrimmage.
Right.
That's something that Jason Light takes a look at. There's some value there. And so, one interception, 11 pass breakups, 1 forced fumble. He had 10 sacks, and he had 25 tackles for loss. The interesting thing, John, 4 sacks in 12 games in 2019. He only played in 5 games last year. He missed 3 games due to a COVID, also a knee injury. But in 5 sacks, in 5 games, he had 5 sacks.
Yeah.
So I think the arrow's pointing up for this guy as a pass rusher.
There's never been great production from him. But, Scott, you've heard me talk about this before probably. If you don't get to 10 sacks in college, and Jason Away and Joe Tryon didn't get there. Joe Tryon didn't play this past season, obviously opt out. But still, there's been other guys who didn't play, but they got to 10 sacks. They didn't play a season, or they were in college for last years, whatever. They, redshirt sophomore, they only played 2 years. They got to 10 sacks. That level of production, for whatever reason, you can laugh at it if you want, but that benchmark has been super important for edge rushers.
Right.
The only guy in the last 20 years who's become a stud is Donnell Hunter that didn't get to 10 sacks in college. He had 1.5 sacks his last year in college.
Right.
They get like 4.5 overall in college. He became a stud now. But the interesting thing about Donnell Hunter is technically this stat is based on anybody who played predominantly on the edge in college. So Cam Wake, off-ball linebacker, doesn't count. Clay Matthews, played off-ball, some of USC, doesn't count. This is talking about guys who played on the edge. Donnell Hunter did play on the edge, but he played like a tight 4-eye.
Right.
And that he played a tight 4-eye for a decent number of snaps. Sometimes he was like a tight 5 on the outside.
Yep.
So even he is a little bit of an anomaly. If you played predominantly on the edge in college and didn't get to 10 sacks, there really is no success rate for you. It just doesn't exist. That's why guys like Jason Away especially, and Caleb and Chasen last year, who was we talked about for the Bucs a while, those guys are big risks. Now, even Joe Tryon, even with the opt-out, big risk. He only got to 9 sacks. Peyton Turner hit the 10 sacks. He got 10, and also Peyton Turner played inside. Remember?
That's right.
So he is kind of a guy that got to the benchmark, despite playing inside, I'm not raving about his production. I'm just saying the red flag automatically doesn't come up. You can say, oh, because of half a sack or one sack. Look, it's been a streak going on for 20 years.
Right.
Before that, I'm sure it existed too. We only have good numbers for the last 20 years for college. So.
The thing about Peyton Turner is he's 270 pounds.
Yeah.
And I think he could probably 280. I think you look at Will Golston playing that defense, man. Peyton Turner has played on the edge. He's also played inside in a 3-4. And I think that there's some position flexibility there. He can not just be an edge guy. He can also bump inside a little bit because he's really good against the run. He's a tough physical player.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. He's very physical. When you watch these guys, you want to see Scott. You want to see them go up against the best competition, in my opinion. That's like the biggest thing. That is what immediately intrigues me about him was that I went and I watched Peyton Turner against BYU. Best offensive line he faced all year.
Right.
I thought it was the best benchmark to be able to see what he does against top competition. Brady Christensen, he saw a good number of snaps against their left tackle, who should be a top 100 pick. The only thing
he got a sack against Zach Wilson.
And he tossed Brady Christensen on that sack. I mean, he just ragdolled him to the side. He's very physical. He's very strong. He's one of those guys that because he's so physical and good with his hands and strong, I don't think he has to play with great leverage to win, and that's pretty rare. Most of the time, you need that leverage to win. We'll see, obviously, at the NFL level, if it affects him more. He does not get bodied or pushed around, even playing a little bit high in college. So his pass rush game really developed. His first year really being able to play fully outside, I think, helped him a ton. The one thing that gave me pause, he didn't really dominate the Senior Bowl. He was fine. Right. Yeah. I thought he had some good reps. But you didn't watch him at the Senior Bowl and thought, oh, this is a dude. Like nobody's, he didn't stand out that much.
I agree.
And maybe I need to go back and look. But
the guys that kind of dominated were Cam Sample, Chauncey Golson had a really good week. There's some other guys that kind of performed better. Tom Bucs fan, $5 super chat. Thank you. Barmore going first round or not? Well, Warren Sapp wants to know, right? He said if Christian Barmore goes in the first round, he's not going to talk football on social media.
Instagram, Twitter.
Yeah, he said that on our Pewter Report podcast. Yeah. So it's interesting. It'd be interesting to see. I think the one team that could foil that is the team that Warren played for, his old buddy John Gruden. I think the Raiders might be in the market for Christian Barmore.
If the Raiders take Christian Barmore.
But isn't that a Raiders type pick, though?
Such a Raiders type pick. I mean, or to take some guy projected in the third round. I was talking to Sean Reed, who's a friend of mine who covers the Raiders for The Athletic. We were DMing the other day, and we were just talking about, I was like, watch Derek Carr get traded because he was saying what a crazy offseason it's been in a lot of ways. But then I was like, my sleeper pick for the Raiders is like Jackson Carman in the first round, like the Clemson tackle, who's probably going to be like a third or fourth round pick. I could see the Raiders, they love Clemson guys, and he's an upside guy. But anyway, back to Barmore. Yeah, I think it's a Raiders type pick, but if you're the Raiders at some point, you just don't take a high risk guy. Yeah. Just take a Tevin Jenkins, take a quote unquote safe guy. Just get something right, man. Right. For what? I think you and I are in agreement. There's not a defensive tackle really worth picking this year in the first round. My top defensive tackle is Christian Barmore, and he's he's like the 37th player on my board, I think. And he's my DT1 late second round grade for me. So I don't see that. And I prefer Levi Onwuzurike from Washington over Barmore. I think that he has got a little bit more flash with his first step, and I love his hands. Mm-hmm. And he was playing out of position at nose tackle. But I like Jimmy Lake's 3-4 hybrid scheme. It's very similar to Todd Bowles' scheme in Tampa. That's why we have Tryon as a Bucs best bet, and that's why we also like Levi Onwuzurike. Both of those guys, they may not be drafted by the Bucs. One of those guys might not be, but they're both fits, and that's what we're trying to do. Is we're trying to find fits for the Buccaneers. Ultimately, it's going to be up to two things. Number one, which players are left by the time the Bucs pick, because they're picking 32nd every single round. And number two, what's their preference, right? Which position do they want, and which player do they want? Ramona, you're just absolutely showering us. Wow, Ramona. with super chats, and we love it. Bucs, Fins win and beat Brady. Tua shines. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see how that works. Wow. Fins win, beat Brady. Tua shines. What a prediction if that comes true. By the way, Ben Albright, here he is, the latest, okay? Lots of rumors about Aaron Rodgers. Should be in for a fun night. Then he says, somebody asked him, somebody said Ben Albright has legit sources. He's making it seem like Aaron Rodgers is going to be traded to Denver. Ben Albright says, buddy, there's chatter out there. Just leave it at that. Somebody else said Mark Schlereth is reporting that it's nearly a done deal. And Albright responded with the zip emojis over the mouth. So I don't know what's going on. To Denver? It feels like Rodgers to Denver is picking up steam. Here it is. Mark Schlereth just reported on 104.3 The Fan that a deal for the Broncos to land Aaron Rodgers is as close to a done deal as it can get.
Wow.
If Mark Schlereth's wrong on this, he is not coming back from it.
But he's a former Bronco. He's got connections in the organization. You know,
right.
I'm just saying. Wow, that would be.
I mean, Mahomes and Rodgers in the same.
Oh, yeah. And that would certainly help the Buccaneers out because you get Aaron Rodgers out of the conference, and that certainly knocks the Packers down a peg. And all of a sudden, Jordan Love, it's your football team.
Right. I mean,
speaking of Love, Tony Montana.
Tony. What is that?
Is that rubles?
Is. I don't know.
Is that 200 rubles? Is that like $2?
Tony Montana giving 5, 6, 7 round picks really move you up into the first, second, or third. It would take a little bit more than that. Maybe in the third, if you're moving up a few spots. If you're looking for a trade value chart, research NFL trade value chart on Google, you'll find a trade value chart with a point system. It's not totally up to date. Things have changed a little bit. It depends where you are in the draft, but it gives you an idea, especially as you get into the third round, what it'll take to move up a little bit. Depends how far you're moving, what kind of players are on the board. It depends on a couple things, but you could get you can move up in the third for a fifth, and you could throw a couple picks in. But what I was saying, more like if you attach that seventh to your third, and you want to move up in the first round, you can move up from 32 to 25, 24, something like that. Probably for your late third and a seventh. And in a normal year, that might be, last year we were like, man, when they traded that fourth for Tristan Wirfs and the other one for Gronk, we were like, man, they might need those fourths. That's what we were thinking in our head. It's funny to think back on that now. Looking at this draft, we wouldn't care what happens with the Bucs fourth round pick if it means they got a really good player. So that could be the situation that you're looking at, by the way. Ramona says, who do you think the Bucs take? I say Najee Harris, pick 32.
I don't think he's going to be there.
I don't think he's going to be there either because the Steelers are enamored with him. Miami, the Jets ahead of them, they could be interested in him. There's a couple teams. The Cardinals definitely could be a possibility for Najee Harris. They like him as well. So, let's see what the latest is with Aaron. I'm trying to stay up to date with Aaron Rodgers.
John, we talked about the fourth round pick. That is the pick that Jason Light likes the least. You know why? Because in 7 years, he's only had 4 fourth-round picks. Mm-hmm. He's traded that pick for a Rob Gronkowski last year. He's used that pick to move up into the third or the second round. As a matter of fact, the second round, John, that's where Jason Light has the most draft picks, 11. And if you go back and look, he's got 7 first-round picks in 7 drafts. He's got 11 picks in the second round. He's got 7 picks in the third round, only 4 in the fourth, 8 fifth-round picks, and 6 sixth-round picks, and then 6 seventh-round picks. So Jason Light really doesn't value the day 3 picks a lot, except for the 5th round. There's been 8 of them. But every other round, the 4th, the 6th, and the 7th, he's had less draft picks than years that he's drafted. And so this is a GM that likes to move up, whether it's into the first round. We'll see. In this year's draft, because you can't go any lower than 32.
Right.
Or if it's into the second round by taking maybe a third and a fourth and moving up. So, or a third and a fifth, or whatever the magic equation is to move up. So,
Yeah, there are definitely, there's a lot going on too, in other situations.
Like our Pierre Cups.
Yes, exactly. I appreciate that.
I'm drinking the Celsius Wildberry tonight.
Oh yes, the Wild. I brought him the Celsius Wildberry. That's one of our favorites for sure. Rap Sheet just announced on NFL Network that the 49ers are coming off Mac Jones and coming around to Trey Lance. Literally 10 minutes before the draft, the 49ers. No, I'm just kidding. I just love the way these things are phrased. The 49ers, the latest report is they're coming. No, the 49ers have known at least since last weekend who they were drafting. They didn't decide in the last 10 minutes. But anyway, if that's true, looking good for your boy, looking good for $4.99 super chats for the first 3 picks at least.
Alan Decker, $26 super chat. We love it. Thank you so much for all the support tonight, Bucs fans. $1 for every year. I've been reading Pewter Report, Buccaneer Magazine. Keep it going, guys. Well, it's interesting, Alan, because this is my 26th year covering the team. So you subscribed when I started. And if you look over there over John's shoulder, you see one of the very first Buccaneer magazines I was a part of. That's Hardy Nickerson on the cover. And I had Hardy autograph it for me. Get Hardy Nickerson in the Bucs Ring of Honor. He needs to be the next one. He has to, right? We've lobbied now for Rondé Barber. We've lobbied for Monty Kiffin. Those people have gotten in. Kiffin was supposed to go in this past year, John, but due to COVID and the fact that Monty's 80, probably not a good idea to have him around the stadium. And let's
right.
give Monty his due when there's a full stadium, right?
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully Monty Kiffin will get inducted into the Ring of Honor at Raymond James Stadium this year. And that would be awesome to see. But Hardy Nickerson needs to be the next one. So I appreciate the support, Alan, very much.
Wow. Looks like Mason Rudolph's officially signed that 1-year extension with the Pittsburgh Steelers, per my wife who just texted it to me. So that's officially a done deal. I know there are a lot of people out
Tony
there.
Montana, are you giving us super chats and rubles? Is that what the RUB is?
I don't know. I don't know what the RUB stands for. If it's dollars, though, Tony, you're coming on the show.
Right.
You're going to be an official guest of the Pewter Report live draft show.
Okay, so one Russian ruble equals
0.0
it equals
0.013 of a dollar.
Is that a penny, right? It's a penny.
Yeah.
Okay, so we appreciate your
100 pennies.
Yeah, your $1 super chat. That's
awesome. Nothing, Tony. Appreciate you. Scott Federico asked Tryon or Verso Sai.
That's a great one. Appreciate you pulling that up.
Yeah, that to me, I actually I've come a little bit of a ways on Tryon. I'm not a big fan of him, but I did. He moved into my 3rd round grades after his athletic testing. Went back, watched a little bit more. There's very little nuance to his game. Yeah. It is very raw, but his energy, his work ethic. I've talked to actually a couple scouts who talked to him and know him and got a good feel for his work ethic. One of the reasons why I feel so strongly that if he's on the board, the Bucs would take him or consider him. At least he'd be one of the top guys for them, is because the medicals with him aren't super cloudy right now. Right. That's one thing that matters this time of year. And they value guys' character. They value guys who are going to work hard and have the athleticism, the effort, the physicality. He checks all those boxes. I mean, look at the dude. Like he checks the boxes. You know what I mean?
I don't think Joe Tryon was taking any days off.
That's right. I'm going to go on a limb and guess.
Right?
Joe Tryon didn't miss many lifts. So big credit for that. But there are definitely times on tape where he doesn't play to his athleticism or strength. He needs to get better technically. Here's the thing with the Joe Tryon pick. I don't think I think it's nothing but a help for this year. He's definitely an upgrade over Anthony Nelson. I think he's nothing but a help this year. Yeah. The question will come long term. Can Joe Tryon become a full-time player for the Bucs? Can he become a full-time difference maker for the Bucs? To me, that's the question with the pick. Even a Joseph Osai, who I think is very raw as well. Both players are really raw. Both Osai, what I like about him is very explosive. Yeah. Tryon, you didn't see it all the time. You did see it in flashes. You had to watch a lot to see it. Another weird thing, the Pac-12 is a mess for pass rushers. I mean, 3-man rushes constantly. The game against Washington State, where he had 2 sacks in, they were not particularly high skill sacks. I mean, it is just like 5 protectors, 3 blockers, and it's so hard to evaluate skill in that. Anyway, but I think that's the big thing with Tryon is, can he develop into the full-time player? Right now, next year, if he were on the team next year, definitely think he could help situationally. Just the ability to slide Jason Pierre-Paul inside as a pass rusher. Is really big, I think. And so, yeah, that would be that's kind of the key to me in adding any edge rushers, that you give yourself the ability to make maybe 2 spots better than you had a year ago, which matters. But ultimately, it's about whether Tryon becomes a great full-time player. That's where I think a lot of projection is needed to me, and a little bit more than I'm comfortable making in the first round. Yeah,
and again, it's all about the preference, right? It's sure. Do you want a smaller kind of Energizer Bunny guy that reminds me a little bit of a raw Shaq Barrett in Joseph Osai from Texas.
More athletic than Barrett, but yes.
Right. Where, I mean, listen, if you're looking at Jason Pierre-Paul and Shaq Barrett, right? One is 6'5", the other one's barely 6'2". I think Shaq's actually with cleats 6'2".
Yeah.
One's 250, one's 265. They're just 2 completely different players. And that's kind of, Joe Tryon is more similar to JPP, and then you look at Shaq Barrett, and Joseph Osai is built more like Shaq Barrett. So it just, what do you want? I will tell you what the Buccaneers do want from a defensive player. They want someone who's passionate about football. They want somebody who is fast and physical. Right. That's it. Those are the 3 ingredients, whether you're a cornerback, whether you're a safety, linebacker, outside linebacker, defensive tackle. Those are the 3 ingredients they're looking for. So what we've tried to do with our Bucs best bets and our mock drafts is find those players and put them on your radar. We'd love to be right. We'd love to get a pick or 2. It's always fun. But we always try to find the players that would be players that Tampa Bay would consider.
Exactly right.
And get them on your radar so you won't be surprised on draft night. Now, sometimes this team will surprise us.
Yep.
There were some surprises last year.
Yep.
Keyshawn Vaughn in the 3rd round surprised everybody.
The player, right? We knew running back, but
Yeah.
we thought as Antonio Gibson got closer, then once he was off the board, we were pretty stumped in terms of what they were going to do if they went running back, and because that was kind of the end. There was a big drop.
Right.
Turns out that drop was accurate. The Bucs just didn't get
Yes.
the memo. Well, so far, we'll see.
Yes.
Keyshawn Vaughn, you're going to have a chance as RB4 next year. We'll see what happens. Tony Pauline saying over at Pro Football Network, talking with people here in Cleveland, the feeling is there's no way the Bengals are taking Penei Sewell or the team is putting up a great smoke screen. That would be another one right for the mock draft for your boy if they take Jamar Chase instead. We'll see.
Yep.
Kyle Pitts could be there if the Falcons don't take Kyle Pitts. But we're about 4 minutes out from the start of the 2021 NFL draft.
Right.
Looking at the top 5, again, this is a draft show. We're going to talk Bucs all day. We'll answer all your questions, but we're going to talk about what happens at each pick too. That's what we do on the show. So you're going to be informed on the whole league because that's what we study, all these guys. So you're looking at the top 3. If they go 3 quarterbacks, Kyle Pitts, obviously division rival for the Bucs right now, Scott. There are a couple options on the table for them. I don't think trading back is one of them. It sounds like Atlanta has settled at number 4. They're going to stay put, it looks like, unless a crazy offer comes in.
Why wouldn't you stay at number 4?
Why
wouldn't you get Kyle Pitts?
Yes, so the choice is this for Atlanta, and I'll ask it to you because I know how I feel. You could get a quarterback. Let's say Trey Lance is the 3rd pick. Let's just pretend I'm right.
Right.
Just pretend.
Okay.
And Trey Lance is the 3rd pick, and obviously Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson go with the first 2.
Right.
Do you take your quarterback of the future long-term in a Justin Fields, or I know you haven't necessarily watched a ton of Justin Fields, but you've seen enough, or Mac Jones, or do you, and you remember, new head coach, new GM, you think you can compete now as Atlanta?
Here's the thing. Matt Ryan can still play.
I agree with that.
He can still play.
Yeah.
And again, I'm jaded. All right. I'm jaded. I've sat through 5 years of Josh Freeman. I sat through 5 years of Jameis Winston. Okay. And I've seen Josh Freeman get Raheem Morris fired. I saw Josh Freeman get Greg Schiano fired. I saw Jameis Winston get Lovie Smith fired. I saw Jameis Winston get Dirk Cutter fired.
Yeah.
Okay. If you are a first-round quarterback, you need to get your team to the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's why the team spends a first-round pick on you. And more often than not, first-round picks that are quarterbacks are coach killers. And I say that because if you're a team that doesn't have a quarterback, you're not making the playoffs. And, we've seen it here in Tampa. I mean, Raheem got 3 years. Greg Schiano got 2. Lovie Smith got 2. Cutter got 3.
So you don't want to start the clock if you're the Atlanta coaches.
No,
that's what you're saying.
Absolutely not.
Delay the start of the clock.
Yes.
Wait till just when it seems like we're about to get fired, and then let's draft the quarterback.
Squeeze every little bit you can out of Matt Ryan because veteran quarterbacks, they can still get the job done. I mean, Tampa Bay is 2 for 2, man. Brad Johnson and Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you look at the last 3 times the Bucs won the division. Keep in mind, they didn't win the division last year.
Right.
The last 3 times they did, the starting quarterback for each of those seasons, Brad Johnson, 2002. Brian Griese, 2005. Now, Griese got them off to a 5-1 start, then tore his knee up. Sims had to come in, but they lost their playoff game at home to the Washington Redskins. And then in 2007, Jeff Garcia. So for whatever reason, this franchise, veteran quarterbacks have been the way to go. And I've been one. It's exciting to see a quarterback get drafted in the first round. I walked in the door in 1995 with Warren Sapp and Derek Brooks. And, and then you had Trent Dilfer already on this team as a first-round pick. So, I've been there for a first-round pick 3 times.
Right.
I've been there for a second-round pick in Sean King, a third-round pick in Chris Sims. None of those guys signed contract extensions with Tampa Bay.
Right.
None.
Right.
And the only time they've had success is with a veteran quarterback, And that guy right there, John Gruden, okay? John Gruden inherited Brad Johnson, got the most out of him. Brought in Brian Griese, went 11-5 in 2005. Brought in Jeff Garcia, who went to the Pro Bowl in 2007. And the Bucs had a home playoff game. 9-7 wasn't the best year for the Bucs, but they won the division.
Here's a little bit about what's going on as we've reached the 8 o'clock hour. So the NFL draft, the 2021 NFL draft, is about to get underway here. And so we'll be bringing you everything as it happens. We're not
appreciate that, Corey. Thank you.
We're not going to tip any picks, because I don't think, unless we do it by accident. No, we're not planning to tip any picks. We're just planning to bring everything as it actually happens live. on the show. We're just watching the show, same as y'all right now.
Tony Montana with 1,000 ruble super chat.
I don't even know what is
I
that.
think that's $10.
Is that okay? There
Yeah,
you go. Good math by you. I was not hired for my math skills, obviously.
Tony Montana, thank you. I'll be
Yes.
coming from Moscow to one of the Bucs games this fall if the COVID situation permits.
That'd be awesome.
Appreciate it.
Great. That'd be awesome. An awesome trip.
Bring some vodka.
Yes, absolutely. Ian Rappaport says, an example of why this is a wild time. The Panthers are sitting at number 8 and have made calls about possibly trading back and up. Could they move up to number 4 or 6? They are exploring. Whoa, moving up to number 4 with Atlanta?
Wow.
In the same division? I don't think that's going to happen. I think
happen.
he's kind of speculating a little bit there, which is fine. 6, Miami's moved back once and then jumped back up to 6. But if they felt like they really wanted Pitts, or they could move down a couple spots and still get Jalen Waddle, who they might have as a target, then maybe that's what they'll do. Maybe they ought to trade down a little bit first. Certainly, I mean, that's going to be something we're going to have to continue to monitor and keep our eye on, because I don't know. But there's a lot of intrigue right now going on with what's happening in general in the first round, kind of with everybody in the NFC South. I mean, I think that's where there's some intrigue for sure right now.
Listen, if you're just joining us, we want to welcome you. Is that our battery?
Nope. We lost connection with the camera. We're going to do what we can to.
In the meantime, we'll have the audio version of the Pewter Report's draft show. NFL draft has just begun. The Buccaneers won't be picking for probably about 4 more hours. Just in case they trade up, we'll have all of that news for you. But the thing is when you've got all of these teams picking ahead of Tampa Bay, whether it is the Atlanta Falcons, whether it's the Carolina Panthers, whether it is the New Orleans Saints. The interesting thing is it gives you an opportunity to see who the NFC South opponents are picking, and then have the opportunity to maybe find a fit, find a player that can match up with that. Like if you're drafting Kyle Pitts and you're the Atlanta Falcons, maybe the Buccaneers, whether it's at 32 or whether it's later in the draft, they have a player in mind that can match up with that player. I think Mooring, the safety from TCU, is probably going to be gone by 32. But the interesting thing is when you look at his skill set, the thing that he does is he matches up really well in the slot against big wide receivers, against tight ends. And so to me, that's somebody that if you're Tampa Bay, he's a big safety that has experience doing that. And I'm just thinking that there you go. There we go. You fixed it, John. Not only are you a draft expert, you're also tech support.
There we go.
So
multitasker.
We are back.
Those camera batteries do not last that long.
That's right. We might be doing this again at some point throughout the show. The good news is we have one charging and we know how to fix it.
It would be nice if they gave you a little bit of a warning, a little bit of a heads up. Hey, your camera's about to collapse.
Yeah, that would be nice, because then we can switch out the battery seamlessly and all would be right with the world.
Right. Okay, so we've got the first pick. I guess the clock has probably started here. Draft does start at 8, right? That's still true.
That's true. Yeah,
it's still true. Last I checked. So Jaguars are going to be on the clock. Jay Glazer has said on Fox Sports Radio, Rodgers is not going to San Francisco. So that seems like it's a done deal. And I'm not sure that honestly that was, I don't know. It sounds like there was one report that at least that he thought he was going to be traded Wednesday night.
Right.
Packers trading Rodgers in the division to a team that's another top team. Or within the conference. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That would just surprise me a little bit.
Well, if you're just joining us, we appreciate you tuning in to the PewterReport.com draft show, powered by Edmonson Electric, AC, and Security. This is day one. That means the Jaguars are on the clock, and the Bucs will be picking several hours from now. But we're going to be here analyzing all the picks up until Tampa picks, and then some. If the Buccaneers move up in the draft and there's still some more picks, we're going to stay here till the end of round 1. And then we're going to be back. Guess what, John? We're doing this again tomorrow. Day two, Friday, April 30th at 6 p.m. The draft starts at 7. We're on an hour early, and we'll be bringing you all of the latest news that's happened. If there's any trades that will be preceding day 2, we'll have all of those broken down for you. Plus, we're going to be talking about who the Buccaneers might be selecting on day 2 in their second and third round picks if they end up keeping those selections. Then guess what, John? Saturday is day 3. That's Saturday, May 1st. Draft starts at noon. We're going to be on at 11 a.m. So have your breakfast and watch John and I as we break down day 3. Right now, the Bucs currently have picks in rounds 4, 5, 6, and 2 picks in the 7th, including Mr. Irrelevant this year, John.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it's going to be interesting to watch how many of those picks they keep as we move forward on the draft, obviously. But at the same time, Scott, there's definitely some value to having those picks because of the special teamers. I'm not saying there's a weakness on the Bucs team, but I'm just saying in general, like special teams is definitely an area where you could see them improving from last season. I mean, offense, defense is about consistency, but the talent was always there. But special teams, I think there's room for improvement. Certainly what they were able to do. The return games, something that you've talked about with the Bucs repeatedly. It's one of the reasons why we threw out receivers early, went before Antonio Brown re-signed. It's like, you could get a guy like a Kadarius Toney or Rondale Moore that also had return ability.
Right.
Now we think maybe more in the day 3 range. There could be some return options for the Bucs.
Well, we're talking about first round picks, and in the first round pick that you need to get for your home security is Edmonson Electric AC and Security. Feel secure with your top pick. PewterReport.com's 2021 draft show and our draft previews are sponsored and powered by Edmonson Electric and Security, the smart home and security company of PewterReport.com. For the past 40 years, Edmonson Electric has proudly served Central Florida with electric services, and they're now proud to add state-of-the-art smart home technology and security system to their roster. Whether it's surveillance cameras, home theaters, or smart lighting, Edmonson Electric and Security is automating your dream home. Click their website, edmonsonelectric.com, to find out how to monitor, control, and secure your home. Tomorrow starts now. From home automation controls to structured wiring and surveillance systems, Edmonson Electric and Security has the team to keep your home current. Call 813-910-3403 or visit them on the web, edmonsonelectric.com. John, you probably saw that fancy schmancy 75-inch TV screen I have
I saw it
in the living room, and Edmonson Electric installed that for me.
Wow.
Listen, because the last thing I want to do with a brand new 75-inch TV, as I'm going to install that thing, is drop it, smash it, crack it, whatever, right? Leave it to the pros. And Edmonson Electric came over and hooked up my TV, mounted it to the wall, and it looks great. And the service is top notch. I've used them for several in-home electrical needs, and certainly recommend them to everybody.
Yeah, we've got the draft live right now happening and getting underway. I don't know if they've officially just pulled up the stream on NFL Network. I don't know if they've officially put Jacksonville on the clock at this point in time, but I do think that's probably, Jay Glazer, by the way, Mediocrity Incarnate's on it, but I saw the tweet too. Jay Glazer says that the Packers front office did not even tell LaFleur that they were taking Jordan Love. The ineptitude continues. How do you take a quarterback, trade up for a quarterback in the first round, and don't even tell your head coach that that's happening? That seems.
I wonder if that, because remember there was some talk about Matt LaFleur and Aaron Rodgers maybe not being on the same page. I wonder if that kind of brought them a little closer together last year, right? You know what I'm saying? Because neither one of them knew it, obviously. Probably neither one of them was in favor of it.
Right.
If you're a new head coach, the last thing you want to do is draft a quarterback for the future when you already have an MVP caliber quarterback on your roster right now.
Yep. By the way, our boy Greg Allman got a 2011 tweet from Aaron Rodgers. Beautiful day in Denver, he tweeted, and Greg thought it was somebody got it circulating again. Greg must have thought it was new. He said, "Wow, that moved quickly." On Twitter, and then he deleted it. I think now he saw the.
Listen, we all got.
That's very true.
That's happened before.
It's pretty funny that 2011 tweet just said "Beautiful day in Denver."
Yeah,
people when they circulate that stuff cracks me
you
up.
hit that retweet button kind of fast, John.
Yeah,
Jason Pierre-Paul got you a little bit.
Oh yeah,
spring, right?
Jason Pierre-Paul got myself and Jenna this a couple weeks, or was it during free agency?
Yeah.
When he didn't do it he didn't share the memory. He brought it from his actual camera roll and tweeted out like it was, didn't tweet it, Snapchat it out like it was brand new. So fans start buzzing on social media. I checked it I talked to Jenna afterwards. She checked it. We see a new post from him saying that he's re-signed with the Bucs or whatever. Turned out he posted a new from his camera roll. Jenna reached out to him, contacted him. He actually deleted that Snapchat, I think, and reposted it as a memory, so as not to confuse people since he got everybody buzzing. But yeah, those are fun times for sure. It was Riley that got Greg. People were asking if Riley was going to be on the show. Riley got him. Riley must have said it to him. Riley liked the tweet. Greg says, sorry, folks, 2011 tweet. My own son got me.
That's great.
Oh, Riley coming up clutch. Love to see it. So Jaguars are going to make their selection. And Trevor Lawrence, I mean, and ultimately I'm sure that's who they're going to go with here. But there's been a lot of talk about Trevor Lawrence for years now, obviously, Scott.
Right.
I mean, I think Trevor Lawrence is a great player, great prospect, no question. What's interesting is that, to me, Trevor Lawrence still has some things to iron out. He's not like a perfect player.
Right.
At this point in time, there are accuracy concerns. At times, there's decision-making concerns too. I've seen him get flustered this past season. Didn't even see that early on, to be honest. Is
it a situation where he comes out his freshman year, leads them to the national championship game? That second year, right? Teams had film on him. You have the whole offseason to study for Trevor Lawrence. And listen, whether you're a rookie in the NFL or whether you are a freshman in college, that second year, you got to elevate your game because you're not going to sneak up on anybody. Defensive coordinators, they're going to know you're on the schedule. They're going to game plan for you. It's not going to be just, we have a week to plan for Trevor Lawrence. Right. They're going to spend weeks in the offseason game planning for him when he becomes the Jaguars quarterback by watching what he did in college. But after a year in the NFL, I mean, it's not going to get any easier. Like the game might slow down for him, but you always have to continue to progress and get better because the more film you have, that's the more film defensive coordinators have to study. Right, absolutely. It is definitely one of the things that I think we need to think about a little bit is that with Trevor Lawrence, how his game evolved. And honestly, I was troubled by his 2019 season, but the way he came back in 2020, Scott, I mean, he was great. Yeah. Even in the games they lost at the end of the season when they lost to Ohio State, he played well for the most part. There's certainly plays he liked to have back, but the situation around him really fell apart. I thought the coaching staff really let him down. And that really, to me, was less on him and more on them. I thought he played really, really well this past season, which is big because it showed he can bounce back after playing not that well, after playing poorly, honestly, for a lot of 2019. I know that he ended up playing well toward the end of his second season, but there were definitely points in which I had some doubts about him and even thought maybe Justin Fields is better. And I still think they're on the same level as prospects, to be honest. I don't think it's Trevor Lawrence as this Andrew Luck and then you just huge drop-off. I really don't see it that way, Scott. And the big difference, we talked about Mac Jones and all of the weapons that he has around him. Well, the same could be said for Trevor Lawrence. Sure. But just different skill set, different tools, right? The ability to run. I mean, you're not going to see Mac Jones break off a 60-yard run for a touchdown. And that's something Trevor Lawrence will do. Maybe not do that at the NFL level, but he can rip off a 20-yard run, right? And move the chains. And he's a great athlete. He is. I mean, he's a big guy. He's hard to bring down. Physical, man. That's the thing. When you watch Trevor Lawrence and Trey Lance run, the physicality that they run with for quarterbacks, and you can question, how they're going to hold up. And, Trevor Lawrence, especially, maybe not the same body armor that Trey Lance has, but oh my goodness, they run and they will hit people. They are fearless. That's one of the things I love, honestly, about the quarterbacks in this class. I don't think any of these guys have a character or competition question or work ethic question or physical tools question, really. I mean, Mac Jones, to a degree, certainly has that. He has the athleticism question, but the top four guys, in my opinion, athleticism, arm strength, physicality, competitiveness, work ethic, smarts. I mean, usually one of those things you're kind of guess on as an evaluator. Right. What gives this group a chance to really be special, in my opinion, is that none of these guys lack in those areas. Trey Lance has to improve his accuracy. Justin Fields has to improve sometimes his ability to come off. Zach Wilson definitely has to improve his mental processing and ability to come off things. We talked about Lawrence with accuracy. Everybody with protection, with protection pre-snap and post-snap,
that's every college quarterback. But those are all fixable things. Everything is fixable with this quarterback group. That's why I think I like it so much.
And the thing is the game is moving towards the Patrick Mahomes, towards the Lamar Jackson. You're going to have to be mobile now. Don't tell Bruce Arians that. He still likes a good pocket passer. You know what? If you get a really, really good offensive line like Jason Light has built with the first rounder in Tristan Wirfs, the second rounder in Ali Marpet and Donovan Smith, the third rounder at Alex Kappa, and then the top free agent center and Ryan Jensen, you build that quality of an offensive line. You have a quarterback that has the experience and the quick processing ability that Brady has. You can get away with it.
Oh, yeah.
But what we saw in the Super Bowl is these quarterbacks that can run and make plays on the run. It's pretty amazing. And the league is really moving towards that. I think that's part of the reason why you saw Jordan Love, who's a mobile quarterback, get drafted last year in the first round and waiting his turn. That turn might be sooner rather than later, though, John.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it might be, and we'll see.
We'll
continue to monitor what happens. As the last report was from Mark Schlereth on the Fan in Denver, I believe, where he said that the deal is kind of imminent with Denver and Aaron Rodgers. It's pretty close to a done deal is what he said. And so we'll see if things keep moving in that direction. We'll see if the number 9 pick is involved. That's obviously where the pick that Denver holds. We'll see about all that. And if 9 is involved, are the Packers going to double dip at quarterback? Are they going to go with Jordan Love and another quarterback that they'll take at 9?
Right.
Is it another player? Is it a defensive player? Is it a corner at that point in the draft? No one's even ran through a simulation where Green Bay drafts that high. So who do they take in that situation? That's where we've got to kind of get our heads there if it indeed happens. And we'll keep you covered with all of it. Again, if you're watching the Pewter Report draft show, head over to pewterreport.com and watch us there. We're right up on the main page there. It helps us out a ton if y'all watch it there. Definitely subscribe to Pewter Report TV and be dialed in for all things Bucs. Pewter Report podcast goes live 4 days a week, 4 p.m. Eastern. That's when we're going live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all off season long, all season long. We're live. We'll be bringing you everything that happens with the Bucs. We have tons of great content, interviews, guests lined up for you, especially in the month of May, but all throughout the summer. So make sure you subscribe to Pewter Report TV and the Pewter Report podcast, where you're going to get tons of these great updates for the Pewter Report draft show. Just go over to pewterreport.com and watch us. And as the Bucs make each pick that they make, we will have that right up there on the site for you. There's a graphic up there, and we'll have an expansion. You can actually select and see any articles that there are on that player as they're picked. So it's pretty cool stuff.
We've had some great guests so far this offseason, not just people that cover the draft from Pro Football Focus but we've actually had some Buccaneer personnel. We had Jason Light right after the Bucs Super Bowl win. We've had Cam Braid on. We've had Scotty Miller live at the Mill. We've had Warren Sapp on, Bucs Ring of Honor and a Hall of Famer. And we're going to have Bruce Arians right after the draft as well. So we're looking forward to having Bruce Arians on. And I'm not sure if it'll be next week or the week after. We'll see what the schedule is. But in the next 2 weeks, we'll have Bruce Arians on, where he'll be talking about all of his draft picks at length and what he thinks about not just what the Bucs have done, but we'll ask him about what the NFC South teams have done. And trust me, Tom Brady, as much as he loved winning the Super Bowl and being being the first quarterback to bring a team to the Super Bowl in the hometown and win it, he hasn't won an NFC South championship yet. There's another box to check, John, if you're Tom Brady. So I think that's what the Buccaneers are going to be gunning for is winning the NFC South and getting that home playoff game in 2021.
Certainly set up for them this year, Scott. We'll see what happens in this draft and how it might change things. We did hear and talked about at the top of the show is now, by the way, the Jaguars are on the clock. They're, for some reason, actually making us wait this entire duration. It was 8:15 before they were on the clock. So now they're going to make us wait the full 10 minutes, even though they've known since December who they were going to take if they got this pick. But that's neither here nor there. We will monitor what happens in the NFC South. We talked about at the top of the show, the Saints trying to trade up from 28 into maybe the top 10 of the NFL draft. That was the reports earlier today from a number of different places. It hasn't gone down yet. We'll see if it does end up going down. Not sure what's going to be possible for them. Is it 7 where Detroit is, Scott? Is it 8 where Carolina is? Would a division opponent trade with them in that situation? Help them get a quarterback maybe? I don't know. We'll see. Lots up in the air, obviously, with the Saints, but Green Bay obviously is going to be a part of that situation as well as Aaron Rodgers could be on the move. So a ton going on right now in the NFL. We'll keep you up to date on all of it as it happens. Jaguars, that clock is still ticking. Let's talk a little bit about options for the Bucs as we start out at the very beginning of the draft. We've laid out a couple on this show. Edge defender we focused a lot on. We've talked about Joseph Asai, Joe Tryon, Peyton Turner, two of the ones we think are probably more likely for the Bucs. Someone asked me, you didn't think Turner was a good fit, and you mentioned I didn't think Turner was a great fit initially. It really depends on what Jason Light wants to do with his edge defenders.
Right.
I thought Peyton Turner wasn't a great fit schematically for what he tried to do last year for two reasons. One, he hadn't had his athletic testing yet when you and I talked and had that conversation. He impressed there a lot, which was good. Now, Houston didn't drop him a bunch. In fact, they played him inside a bunch.
Right.
So it wasn't really even on my radar that he could do that kind of stuff. He looked good in his workout doing that kind of stuff. Maybe that's in the cards for him in the NFL, Scott. Maybe that can happen with Peyton Turner at the next level. Will be exciting to find out if he does go to a team like Tampa Bay. But this is a guy that we're talking. I mean, he played literally four-eye technique a lot of the time at Houston, and now we're talking about him just kind of gradually as his career's gone on, moving outside more and more to the point where he could be dropping into coverage with a team like Tampa Bay. Was a little bit of a surprise to me because of that. Jason Light dropped his edge defenders almost 100 snaps each last year.
Well, Todd Bowles did, not Jason.
Or
Light.
sorry, not Jason Light. Todd Bowles. So that's something I think you have to consider with Turner when you're talking about fit. Here's the other thing. That might not be what Todd Bowles does this season. It might have been a wrinkle he wanted to throw out there, and then he thinks teams are going to prepare for it. He'll do it a lot less this season. I don't know. So maybe it's a bad way to make a schematic decision. But Peyton Turner did play from a 2-point stance at Houston, and he played from a 3-point stance on the outside. That's helpful, but he just looked uncomfortable in a 2-point stance.
Yeah.
That can be fixed, Scott. That's not a death knell, but he's so much more explosive with his hand in the dirt that I wondered if that might affect the way the teams see him based on his college tape. He loses some explosiveness when he's standing up right now. If they can fix it, that explosiveness is a real asset for him. He is a quick trigger, twitchy guy.
He is. And the interesting thing about his body type, and you take a look at him and those long 35-inch arms. We talked about it a little bit earlier. He's got a long frame. He's 6'5", and it's interesting that when you look at what he can do with his body, I think he can put on 10 pounds and be 280. I think he can drop 10 pounds and be 260, right? And there's certain guys that can't do that. Like, I don't know how much more weight Joseph Asai can put on. I don't think he can put on 20 more pounds. Right. And Will Golston, I have to give Will Golston a lot of credit because this is a guy who's been everywhere from probably 310 down to 265. Yeah. And he's done whatever the coaching staff has asked him to do in his many years playing for many different coaches. And Will has the body, the frame to do that. And usually you got to be tall, you got to be long to be able to put on or take off the weight like that. And I think Peyton Turner is interesting because he has that style of body type that could allow some position flexibility where he's not just pigeonholed as an edge rusher. He can play inside. But you probably want him to stay around 270, 275 if that's the case, to have that versatility. If this team looks at him just as an edge guy, and I'll be honest, John, when they drafted Anthony Nelson from Iowa, I thought they would put more weight on him and move him inside as a Will Golston type. Right. And they didn't. They kept him outside. And I don't know that he has the quickness and the speed to actually be an edge. I wonder if at some point they say, Anthony Nelson, you know what, we're going to rock you up and put you inside. Right. But then even though he's got the long body and the long arms, I don't know that he has the muscle mass to do that. Where, again, a guy like Will Golston, I mean, he has literally gained and lost between 40 pounds from 310, 305, 310, all the way down to 265 throughout his years in Tampa. It's really just been interesting to see. Right. That body type. And by the way, the pick is in for Jacksonville, assuming obviously that it's Trevor Lawrence, but we get an actual 2021 NFL draft pick here very soon. Only took him about till 8:30 to do the first pick, which bodes great for us, Scott. That's right. Great for us going to pick number 32 here. No, we're going to keep it rocking. Energy is high here. We're going to evaluate each of these picks as they come in, how it works with the franchise, and obviously keep you monitor on everything going on with the Bucs too. I think about pick 15, we'll probably, maybe even earlier than that, maybe even pick 10, we'll probably start updating. Okay,
here's the Bucs' top considerations at each spot.
Yeah.
Here's where we're kind of at with each position group as it comes in, and we'll kind of keep you going from there and keep you updated on who might be atop the Bucs board. Pick is in and being about to be read for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And then we'll be on our way to the number 2 pick with the Jets. And hopefully at this point, we'll be moving toward that intrigue in San Francisco where they are not trading for Aaron Rodgers. We know that at this point. Well, that's been said. The way this day's gone, who knows what's going to come next in the NFL.
Jason Light's at it again.
What'd he say?
He said, "Who is Jacob Light?" On our Twitter, we had a typo. What type of pass rushers does Bucs GM Jacob Light like?
He texts you.
Yeah. He says, who's Jacob Light?
Jason Light, you know how chill your GM is during the draft when he's reading Peter Flynn.
Right, exactly.
Reading the Twitter.
Probably, Jason, if you're watching the draft show, and why wouldn't you be, right? You've got some time to kill.
Give us a retweet.
Yeah, exactly. Appreciate that. So we'll get that corrected in Twitter. It's certainly a typo.
I actually thought if he was watching the show, he was going to rag on me for giving him credit for the defensive pass rushers deployment instead of Todd Bowles. But just trying to give you more credit, Jason. That's all I'm trying to do. But Trevor Lawrence is the pick for Jacksonville, so that first pick is in. Again, no surprise there. What makes this pick fascinating to me, Scott, Jacksonville, as bad as they've been, they really don't have a ton of holes. I mean, this is a very talented football team. You can argue that, and when I say holes, I mean spots on the roster, spots in the starting lineup that are up for competition. You can argue that Jacksonville could get better at the tackle spots, better at some of the guard spots even. You could argue that the offensive line, but there are 5 entrenched starters there. You could argue they could upgrade, but they got 5 guys. They've got a couple receivers, DJ Shark, Laviska Shenault. Trevor Lawrence steps into a situation. James Robinson, we saw what he did as a rookie. Scott, you were very impressed with his season as a rookie. He steps in a great situation. He steps in a situation where he can win. I'm not going to say that. I mean, the Texans are down. Let's just be honest. The Titans don't. They have a ton of holes going into this draft. We'll see how things go coming out of this. The Colts are obviously the top dog in the AFC South right now, Scott, but it looks like a situation where Jacksonville could get competitive. I'm not going to say it's going to happen this year. Defensively, there are still a few questions here and there, safety being one of those. They've got another first-round pick. That could be where they end up going, is with safety, obviously. But, yeah, by the way, I got one pick right in my mock draft. So, Josh, I saw that. I appreciate you. Look at this man. Man of his word, staying on the show, $4.99 super chat. John, 1 for 1. Here we go. Zach Wilson's the second pick. Joshua is going to bless us with another $4.99. Super chat talk. Denver in talks with Green Bay for Aaron Rodgers. Can they get this done before the 9th overall pick, Scott? Wow. We could be live on the Pewter Report draft show, Scott. I know. When the MVP of the league is traded to a place like Denver, too. I mean, we'll have time to unpack that if it actually happens. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves too much.
Vin Tran, appreciate the $20 super chat. Why there is so much talk about trading up? It seems to me that we should be building for the future years, giving the ages of our defensive line. We should be looking at offensive line and linebacker with Levante David getting older. We agree with everything you've said so far. Right. We need to keep all of our draft picks. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that at all. If you're going to get rid of some of them, I mean, get rid of the 6th and 7th rounders. So again, quality rather than quantity.
Sure, but you're not going very high in the draft. If you're the first round pick, you're not going that high with the 6th or 7th rounder. So you have to give something to get something too. I hear where Vin's coming from for sure. I'm all in favor of staying where you are. If there's I don't want to trade up for a player not worth the pick. Right. That's my biggest thing. If there's a stud there, great. But the likelihood of there being a stud there at a position that they need, I just think it's a little bit low. Not that there couldn't be a good player there, but it's like, is it worth trading up for and losing another resource for? That's where I get it. But Vin makes a good point too, Scott, that you want to use all these guys and have a bunch of young players in your pick. The thing is, if they keep all 8 picks, some veterans are getting cut.
That's right.
I mean, look at even at defensive tackle where they've got a lot of guys. There are only so many spots on a roster, and the Bucs just don't have that many spots right now. 8 rookies can't make this team unless somebody else gets to step in.
Robert Jones, Jacob Light, perfect pick. Yeah. Here's the funny thing. I'm getting texts from not just from Jason Light. I'm also getting texts from Warren Sapp. He said, who's on the clock? What pick are we at? I had to
turn your TV on.
I had to break the news to Warren Sapp.
Tell him Barmore got picked.
That who?
Tell him Barmore got picked. Tell him Barmore was the 2nd overall pick. See what he says. See if he falls for it.
Christian Barmore to the Jets.
At number 2 overall. Wow, no social media for you.
Number 2 overall.
No social media for you for a year. Here we go. I hear you right here, Dante. Pewter Report got the pick right. Number 1 overall. Can't find a better group for deeper insider knowledge.
That's right.
Thank you, Dante. I appreciate you recognizing that. Not a lot of people out here recognizing the fact that Pewter Report's out here 1 for 1 in this NFL draft in the year of our Lord 2021. Right. We greatly appreciate that. Wow, Lawrence, shocker. Bunch of eyeball emojis. I love it. Let us know, by the way, if you see Aaron Rodgers getting traded. We've got a lot of screens going here.
So far, this show has started off with a bang. We've had a camera issue. We've nailed the number 1 pick.
Right.
We accidentally tweeted out Jacob Light rather than Jason Light, which the general manager for the Bucs just tweeted or texted me. And
we're 1 for 1 in the NFL draft.
Yeah, we're 1 for 1. And Warren Sapp wants me to update him personally. I'll be his personal draft ticker with all of the picks. So
like him to say that, by the way, and to point that out. But yeah, no, this is getting to the point now where, okay, the Jets are on the clock, and now we will move to San Francisco here after that. And that's where Bucs fans really, there's going to be some intrigue, I think, if you're a Bucs fan. I mean, you're tuned in to what San Francisco is doing, because even picking 3rd overall, you're talking about a team in San Francisco really that, I mean, they were talented as any team in the NFC last year, except for maybe Tampa Bay, and injuries destroyed them, really. Yeah. And obviously, if they're able to upgrade a quarterback, it makes them a competitor. Will it be quick enough to happen quick enough with a rookie for it to be this season? That's where, we're going to have to have that conversation. But that's a very good football team. Cal Shanahan might not be a great quarterback evaluator. We'll find out here in a little bit.
Yeah.
But I definitely think that he's a very good coach, and that matters a lot too. So lots to consider. Obviously, San Francisco is about to, with the Jets pick is in, they're about to be on the clock, or they are on the clock maybe now. But one of those things is going to be what's the ceiling for this group as we get closer.
Well, and Seth just texted me, here's where the fun begins, number 3. That's where his buddy John Lynch is. Matter of fact, John Lynch is right here. There's John.
We've already pointed out like half people on this wall.
Yeah, well, I got a bunch of old timers. I got John Gruden, I got Ronnie Barber,
Brad Culpepper,
Brad Culpepper, got Donnie Abraham, Iceman, like all start the A train, Hardy Nickerson over there. I got some fun people on the wall. Right. I'll tell you what, this is funny. There's a feature on ABC on Pewter Report today. I haven't seen it yet, but we had did a profile on myself and Pewter Report and longevity of our enterprise here, covering the Buccaneers for 26 years now for me. And so I brought down some of these covers that had been signed and whatnot. They're great collectibles and stuff. And I gave John Gruden this cover here, the Champs cover, to sign. And a lot of times, like, they'll say, "To Scott, thanks for the coverage. Just to Scott, all the best," or "Go Bucs," then the name. John Gruden did not have to say this, but I can't think of a better, more flattering comment to write. He wrote, "To Scott, you know your stuff, John Gruden." I mean, that's high praise. That's a compliment.
That's awesome. Second pick is in. Jets have selected Zach Wilson, quarterback from BYU. He heads to New York. Pressure is going to be on. Tell you what, Scott, Zach Wilson is as talented as any quarterback in this class, but he's not just raw talent either. We see guys with strong arms that can throw off platforms, make plays out of structure, good athletes. He is accurate. That's the thing that changes the game for me with Wilson, as opposed to other guys that are raw with tools that we've seen. He's accurate, and he doesn't make a ton of bad decisions in terms of putting the ball in harm's way. He can make some bad decisions in terms of holding the ball too long, for sure. That's where he needs to get better to me. Zach Wilson needs to be able to move through progressions more quickly in order to get the ball out. He gets stuck on things, and he could at that level of football with the protection he had at BYU. He could sit forever on reads and try and wait for them to come open, move to progression late, and still probably hit the throw with his arm strength. That window is going to close a lot quicker in the NFL. He's got to speed everything up from the pocket. He's got to make a few better decisions from the pocket and not play out of structure quite as much as he does. He has a good arm. Mm-hmm. He's not Patrick Mahomes, where he can backpedal and throw with velocity while backpedaling.
Sure.
So he's good, but there's a lot of room for growth.
Right.
If he doesn't grow in those areas, I think he could really struggle.
And the thing too, John, is when you're, when you're Zach Wilson and you can't find that third option, right? That's where things like this happen. We talked about Patrick Turner from Houston.
Peyton,
Peyton Turner from Houston sacking Zach Wilson here. And that's one of those instances where it's not just interceptions that you have to worry about when you have indecisiveness at the quarterback spot. It's also sacks.
Right.
It's instead of getting first downs, you're having a punt. You're turning the ball over, not with fumbles or interceptions, but lost opportunities, drives ending because you can't get through your progressions fast enough.
Right. That's where the negatives come in for sure. And with Zach Wilson, he is young, he is exciting. He will be, a quarterback that can make plays out of structure. Like I said, that elevates an offense. He's a good athlete. He can do some things with his legs. The most interesting part to me is what's that offense going to look like? I mean, Mike LaFleur, first time being a full offensive coordinator, obviously been in the Shanahan tree. So it's going to be a very different looking offense than what Adam Gase ran a year ago. And there are, frankly, a lot of fairly simple divine throws for Zach Wilson. So one of the most important things for quarterback is landing spot. I think it matters so much. I am optimistic about Trevor Lawrence with Urban Meyer and that landing spot. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like in the NFL.
Right.
I think that there's a lot of good offensive minds there. I know there are. There are a lot of good offensive minds there. Can it all come together and create something good? I think it can. We'll see if it happens. I'm optimistic. Like I said, I feel good watching San Francisco's offense the last few years and what even people like Jimmy Garoppolo, who's way more limited than Zach Wilson, did in it. I think the Jets can be onto something special if that's what they're on to. Now, Zach Wilson's got to develop. It might take time. That team has a ton of holes still. They're still building. They've got another first-round pick, so there's a long way to go still. But, definitely a place that for Zach Wilson, even if I would have taken Justin Fields, Zach Wilson is in the right place for Zach Wilson. That ultimately is going to matter more than whether you go 2 or 9 or 32, whatever it is. That's going to matter the most when it comes to how you succeed in the NFL or not.
Well, and I think the thing, too, is we appreciate the 5-pound super chat from our good friend Dara O'Brien, who's a regular in the Pewter Report podcast. Who is most likely the pick if the Bucs go quarterback at 32 or trade up? So I guess the thought is if they're going to take a quarterback, whether it's at 32 or trading up, who would it be? Would it be Mac Jones? Would they trade it for Mac Jones?
He would have to really fall. I mean, the only way a trade-up scenario is probably even plausible, I think, is have they even done their homework on the quarterbacks to that extent where they would want to do that? The window, you're talking about eating 2 years of that contract. Maybe they're fine with that. Right. But they'd have to have done their homework, been confident, and then been more confident, more aggressive, and have done more homework than 24, Steelers, 20, Chicago.
Patriots.
It 15, just seems very, very unlikely to me that that's the case. So, I mean, if you're trading up, it's whatever quarterback's falling. Either, that – to me, seems most likely to be Fields or Mac Jones could go here. Right. San Francisco has 3 minutes left on the clock for them, and of course they're taking that time up too. But I mean, this is the pick, Scott. We've waited for this pick. 2 for 2, another $4.99 super chat.
Speaking of super chats,
Matt Matera,
typo fine. Thanks a lot, autocorrect.
Jacob Light.
That's for the Jacob Light. Appreciate you, Matt, taking the fine for the team. That's awesome.
That's funny.
Warren Sapp just texted me. He said his gut feeling is Trey Lance, North Dakota State.
3.
Yeah.
At 3. That would be your boys.
And Warren Sapp, did play with John Lynch.
That's right.
I'm not saying he's got the direct pipeline.
That's right.
Not that he's got the hotline to the war room, but he does have John Lynch's cell phone. He could text him and maybe, from one Hall of Famer to another, John, there could be some communique.
Oh, yeah.
We could be getting that communique from our good friend Warren Sapp.
Warren Sapp could be breaking news via the Pewter Report. Yeah, I mean, unlikely. But Rappaport provides an update on the Packers. It's not really an update. Green Bay hasn't engaged at all, despite a few teams calling about trading for Aaron Rodgers. Packers have no plans to trade him, so nothing has changed. Mark Schlereth said a deal is almost done with the Packers and the Broncos.
One of them is right.
One of them is right, and only one of them. I think it's Rappaport.
Right.
But I'm still going to hang on to the intrigue of perhaps the Denver Broncos, making that pick, obviously, or making that move would be very fascinating, obviously. So we got the 49ers on the clock. I think that pick might be in now. Going to be fascinating to see what the 49ers do. Obviously, we've talked a lot about whether it's Trey Lance or Mac Jones. Just quickly, the differences, and that pick is in now for San Francisco. We're not going to tip it even if we see it. But the differences between those two, obviously – Mac Jones, I think, very quick processor, gets the ball out, but you can't hold a candle to Trey Lance in terms of athleticism, ability to create out of structure, arm strength, velocity. Trey Lance top notch in those areas for sure. So we'll see kind of who they end up picking. Obviously, I had Trey Lance in my mock draft. If it ends up being him, and that pick is in now.
That was also Warren Sapp's pick.
Warren Sapp, last second picked that as well. For me, if you're San Francisco, you traded up. Remember, you gave up 3 firsts to get up there, and I'm counting this year's first. That is a lot to give up if you're not getting a quarterback with more upside than Mac Jones. So I know the Mac Jones truthers have been out there. A lot of high-profile people have said they hear it's Mac Jones. I believe in Kyle Shanahan. I think he's very, very intelligent. I don't think he's always gotten the quarterback position right. I think Justin Fields should be the pick, but I definitely think Trey Lance represents significant upside, and I would totally understand the pick. I wouldn't be able to pass on Fields myself, but I would get it if it were Lance. I would not get it, to be honest, if it were Mac Jones. Lots to unpack here as that pick is in for San Francisco. I'm sure some of you have probably already.
It's going to be Trey Lance.
Yeah, I'm sorry, some of you have already seen the pick. I think people are already commenting.
Warren Sapp now 3 for 3. And you know what? Why wouldn't he be 3 for 3? He's the quarterback killer.
Oh, yeah.
QB killer.
Announced already. Wow. So San Francisco, Trey Lance. Yep. What I love about Trey Lance more than anything, and I don't know if he starts right away, and this to me is more indicative than anything that Jimmy Garoppolo probably stays, Scott, in San Francisco. Right. What I love about Trey Lance more than anything, the guy is just tough as nails. I mean, if you watched him at North Dakota State, and if you haven't, I know it's 49ers, whatever, just go to Twitter or go to YouTube and watch Trey Lance. He is a fullback that can legitimately throw the football. Yeah. He just destroys people. And obviously people will be like, oh, the NFL, that's not going to happen. I think it's going to happen. I think he's that athletic and he's that physical. He's got the body armor. He's a great runner, vision, feel, physicality. He's tough as nails. He's very intelligent. He wowed teams on the board. I think that there is just a lot of what could he be. And the craziest thing about Trey Lance, he's barely played. He played a little bit in 2018. Right. Then he started the 2019 season, and that's when he got on everyone's radar. And it was a good season. 28 touchdown passes, no interceptions. I mean, it's impressive. But then 2020, you play the one game, and it's not a very great game, and that's all you have. It's like an exhibition. I shouldn't have ever even played it. It was ridiculous. It's hard. And even go back to high school. I know. He's barely thrown any passes at quarterback. He needs to throw the ball more, literally.
And it's interesting because the North Dakota State program, and I'm actually well versed in the North Dakota State program because Chris Kleiman, who's Kansas State's head coach, was the coach at North Dakota State for several years. North Dakota State is like the Alabama of the FCS. I mean, they rule the roost there. They're the dominant team, and it's weird because their quarterbacks, they're not conventional types. But yet you've seen Carson Wentz be a first rounder. You've seen Trey Lance be a first rounder. And these are quarterbacks that can run and throw. And I've seen that offense at Kansas State. We actually beat Oklahoma in back-to-back years. We've had our ups and downs. We're not the Bill Snyder Wildcats just yet, but hopefully heading at that direction. But it's an offense that features the running backs and features the run game. And that's where Trey Lance operates best. Play action passes and working with the running game, not having it all on your shoulders as a quarterback who's going to drop back 30, 40 times. But you know what? That's Kyle Shanahan's type of offense is to run the ball, except for the Super Bowl when you have a healthy lead over the Patriots. Then you don't run the ball, and you should. But I think he's learned a lesson from that. And even getting the 49ers to the Super Bowl 2 years ago against the Chiefs, we saw that ground and pound attack where Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't asked to carry the team, but play his role, and that's what Trey Lance will be able to do. But he's got the mobility, I think, that Shanahan likes to be able to roll out, bootleg, and that's another thing too, bootlegs. I mean, just like his dad, Mike Shanahan, this is a bootleg type offense. You got to be able to throw on the run. And this guy has, I think, a much better skill set to do that than Mac Jones. So was the Mac Jones just smoke, John, or was there even a debate in the front office?
This is fascinating. We're obviously going to have to find that out. I know right now I am friends with a ton of 49ers, beat people, fans. They are happy it's not Mac Jones right now. And frankly, I'm happy for him because San Francisco has the ability, a chance. When you are a fan of football, and even if it's the Bucs and they're a competitor with the Bucs, you want to see things kind of, good fits. You want to see good football. And that's, to me, I just think the Mac Jones thing just never made sense to me with San Francisco. Now, I believe these people were down in. I mean, everybody in NFL Network and ESPN was saying Mac Jones up until tonight. And it was really a lot of the draft media that have on Twitter, on smaller sites and things like that. They were pushing back and saying it just don't make any sense. It can't be. It can't be Mac Jones. There's no way it's going to. So I think Trey Lance was their preference all along.
Yeah.
I think they really traded up fine with all three guys.
Sure.
I think they really did. Then they knew that, and then they wanted to say, okay, let's sit down with everybody. Let's go through everything with everybody. Let's get to know them personally. Who's the best fit for us? And the other thing with Trey Lance, Scott, the 49ers obviously haven't run the quarterback, and they are going to have to add that into their offense if you're going to. So one of the things that had to be evaluated with him was, are we going to schematically change some of the things that we do in order to take best advantage of Trey Lance's skill set, where that would not have happened with Mac Jones. The offense could have stayed the same generally with Mac Jones. So I get why the conversations had to happen in San Francisco. I do think Trey Lance was probably the favorite all along, just a guess. I don't think it was like John Lynch saying, no, Shanahan, this is who we're drafting. Dude, if you listen to one John Lynch press conference, that dude does not operate that way. I'm sorry. I mean, that's just not how it is. It's a team effort there. Yeah. They come to decisions together. No question in my mind about that. This was agreed upon with the two of them. I think that they was their favorite with the two of them. I do not think there was dissension on this pick. So now Atlanta is on the clock, about 3 minutes left on their pick. We'll come back to the Trey Lance thing. Let's turn back to it now, actually. It's fascinating because of the ripple effect for the Falcons. Scott, at 3 or 4, Atlanta may have taken a look at Trey Lance. That was all the buzz out there. If the 49ers took Mac Jones or Justin Fields, then they could take a look there. Now, what do? Well, I'm not saying it can't be a quarterback, but it feels like Kyle Pitts. Feels like we might be heading for 4 for 4. I'm just saying.
I agree.
Feels like.
And now, here's the thing: does Justin Fields go ahead of Mac Jones now with the 3 quarterbacks gone? Is it Fields and then Jones and then where does Jones?
Slide in, right? Interesting question. We've got a couple potential landing spots. I think we take Miami out of consideration, although I know some people aren't sold on Tua. The fact they did trade back up, so maybe maybe it's a shock. We'll see. It feels like Detroit is not interested in quarterback. They're interested in trading back, and that's probably what they're going to do. Atlanta's staying put. The pick is in for the Falcons. We'll find out who that is shortly. Could be a very talented offense coming your way soon in Atlanta. But yes, I think that, and then you have to look at 8, Carolina. It's been rumored they could trade up, trade back. If they're trading up, wouldn't it be for a quarterback?
I would think so.
But again, they just traded for Darnold. They haven't yet exercised that 5th-year option. They've said they're going to exercise the 5th-year option. We'll see. I mean, Atlanta could go quarterback here, shake everything up, and then Carolina could be scrambling. We could see 2 young quarterback changes coming in the NFC South. And so there's plenty of intrigue and to talk about with this situation. Obviously, Arthur Smith, Terry Fontenot, the GM now in Atlanta. I probably said his last name wrong. I apologize. Fontenot, there we go. So it's a new regime. You said, don't want to start the clock just yet on that new regime with a quarterback, but that could be what they're trying to do, or it could be adding to what they've already got in place. And it could be a tight end maybe in Kyle Pitts, or remember, there's potential here that Julio Jones could be on the move. That's been talked about too. Jamar Chase then could be maybe potentially an option. 3 for 3. Josh, we appreciate the $4.99 super chat, man. Very first non-obvious pick. All right, good sign moving forward. But man, I'm feeling like eventually something weird is going to happen. That's usually how this thing goes. So the question now is, where does Mac Jones go and where does Justin Fields go? Carolina's an option. Philadelphia trading up is an option. New England's an option. Denver is still an option, depending on who you believe. I don't know which of these is going to be end up being believable. Here's the Falcons selection.
And actually, you're actually beating Mark Cook right now. Mark Cook had Justin Fields going to the 49ers.
Kyle Pitts. Okay, so 4 for 4. 4 for 4 on the mock. Kyle Pitts goes to Atlanta. Now, Kyle Pitts is one of the few guys I've ever watched and I've had no questions about. I really don't have any questions. He came back to school. He didn't need to play this year, COVID, everything. He did not need to play. I would not have blamed him one bit. He was already going to be a top 10 pick. He came back. He got better at blocking. He got better at route running. They split him out wide more. He beat corners consistently. Beat J.C. Horn. Beat Kelvin Joseph on tape. Good corners he's lining up against and beating them as a tight end. Special player, special person from everybody that talks to him. Humble leader, took charge of the tight end room at Florida. Made sure they were doing the right things, study habits off the field, helped create a new culture around that offense in Florida. Difference maker type of player. I'm not going to lie. If you're a Bucs fan, this one gives you a little bit of chills. Maybe not right away. Maybe, you're still plenty of ways to handle the Falcons right now, but the Falcons defense is rough, but it's going to be some shootouts, man. Matt Ryan, Julio Jones for now anyway, Calvin Ridley, Russell Gage, Kyle Pitts, coming at you from Atlanta. I mean, that is a loaded group. They come back early second. I know you don't want Javonte Williams to go there. you're going to have some trepidation if Javonte Williams on the board when that pick comes around. But
yes, there's no doubt about it. Scott throwing up these random graphics up like all of us do in Zoom meetings when we need a little off-camera time, smooth move, good prep in advance. Of course, yeah,
That's what we do on the Pewter Report live
That's
draft
right.
show. No question about that. So now we've got Cincinnati on the clock, and I have Jamar Chase as that pick. We'll see if it ends up happening. Plenty of intrigue about whether it's going to be Jamar Chase, the wide receiver from LSU, or Penei Sewell, the offensive tackle. The only from Oregon. Atlas says the only thing Atlanta's defense can stop is Atlanta's offense. I mean, honestly, Atlanta's defense needs help. I thought a low-key sleeper move could have been for them to move back, collect more picks, and get one of the top corners in the draft. It sounds like none of the offers were on the table were good enough to keep them from taking the best position.
So right now, John, you're Todd Bowles, and Kyle Pitts starts in line, and then right before the snap flexes out into the slot.
Yeah.
Who do you have covering Kyle Pitts?
Yeah, interesting. This is a great article for pewterreport.com for whoever writes it. If Matt or Taylor or Mark are listening, this is a good angle to take.
I think they're going to defer to you, John.
Or maybe they will. Sean Murphy-Bunting is who you drafted to play this role. I mean, you drafted a big slot corner to play against these kind of guys. Sean Murphy-Bunting struggles against the smaller, quicker guys. No question. We saw that against the Raiders. We saw it against the Rams. We saw that against the Falcons, Calvin Ridley. But the bigger guys, that's where he's been able to hang tough. And that's honestly his forte. So he needs to be able to hang his hat on that and do that this year. He needs to be that guy. Or Antoine Winfield. And you play more Mike Edwards as this free safety, and Antoine Winfield steps up, and he's kind of in strong safety mode a little bit. To me, that's a possibility as well. I don't know for sure with Antoine Winfield whether that's a role they want to use him in next year. If they want him to play in the slot at all, we'll have to see how that progresses within the Bucs kind of defensive structure. But yeah, there's no question that this presents some challenges. If it wasn't Atlanta, I would say Carlton Davis. But Atlanta, as long as they have Julio Jones, that's where I want Carlton Davis. The question then becomes Calvin Ridley. 2 years ago, Jamel Dean did a great job against Calvin Ridley.
Yeah,
he really did.
Yeah.
And then this past year, we didn't see that match up.
No.
Carlton Davis, I believe, was out of that game, if I recall, or maybe both of them. Maybe he got knocked out of the first Falcons game. I can't remember now. But Sean Murphy-Bunting got roasted up by everybody the first Falcons game. He played better the second time around in the final week of the season for sure. But yeah, that is one of the big questions right now in Tampa Bay is who's going to be. And they've been thinking about it probably for a while, knowing this pick was likely. But yeah, who is?
Well, and you look at Pitts. He played in 8 games this year. 43 catches, 770 yards. Johnny averaged 17.9 yards per catch for a tight end who's really a wide receiver. But whether you're a wide receiver or a tight end, averaging 18 yards per catch, that's damn good. Right. Scored 12 touchdowns. I mean, you've got Julio Jones, who's already a really, really good red zone threat. And now you add Kyle Pitts to the mix. And it's just double trouble down there. And the Buccaneers, they certainly have had their guys that can work the middle. And Arthur Smith, he likes to run the ball. And you look at what he did at Tennessee. He came over from the Tennessee Titans. Yeah. So they use the tight end a lot. They run the ball a lot. I would suspect that if Javonte Williams is still there in the second round, then maybe the Buccaneers thwart the Falcons' plans, take him at 32. But you get a running back for this Falcons offense, a real legit running back. And they added Mike Davis, sorry, the Panthers running back, who's a pretty good running back. I think he's a great number 2. You're looking for a 1-2 punch. He's a fantastic number 2. And if they can get a number 1, boom, you've got a real 1-2 punch there. And that offense would be pretty formidable. Right. And then again, I think as Atlas pointed out, the only thing that can stop the Falcons offense will be their defense, just not getting the stops and not getting the ball back enough. But the Falcons got better. I mean, right away they got better. Exactly right. And it says to me that they're trying to win now, which to me means you hang on to Julio. I don't know why you'd move Julio if you were trying to win now. So if they're trying to win now, okay, then it's a challenger, and that offense will certainly be better. Remember, they've spent a bunch of picks on that offensive line. Right. They've drafted Chris Lindstrom in the first round. They've drafted Caleb McGarry in the first round. They have Jake Matthews over there. They drafted Matt Hennessy in the third round last year. I mean, they have guys. They've prioritized the offensive line. They need those guys to play better. I mean, Lindstrom, some signs, McGarry, some signs, still not impressive. Those are guys 2 years ago, the Bucs tore them apart. They were better this past year, but
it's still not an offensive line that impresses anybody. Arthur Smith needs that, man. He's a run-first guy.
Yeah.
You know that he is. I guarantee you that second-round pick for the Falcons is a running back. I mean,
yes.
What do they have who do they have as a running back right now? I don't even remember.
It's Davis. They got rid of
Mike Davis.
Gurley.
Yeah, and he's a career back.
Yeah.
So Todd Gurley's not there, and so to me, it's if that second round pick isn't a running back, and we'll see what happens with running backs, obviously toward the end of this first round. So the Bengals are. It's the Bengals on the clock right now, and that pick might actually be in. Let me check here.
I don't see it in yet.
No, coming up, Bengals pick live. Okay, coming up. So it might be tipped on Twitter. I don't know, but. Josh says, another 499 super chat. John, think your Bucs game pick luck from last year carrying over the draft. Could we see you go 18 for 20 again? We'll see. I don't think I'm going to go 18 if I go 18 for 20, Josh, life is going to change here. I'm going to be on some national. Yeah. It's not going to happen.
And not just that, Josh is going to be giving you a lot of super chat money, right? Didn't he say $4.99?
That's true. Yeah.
Every pick you
Pure Report will be much wealthier thanks to Josh for sure. Now I'll say this. This hasn't been the hardest draft to pick the first 5.
Yes.
There's the Trey Lance, Mac Jones swing at 3.
Yeah.
Either it was 50-50 for the most part, really.
Right. We talked about Mark Cook and how he's an expert dart thrower.
That's right.
And he was fantastic last year.
Mm-hmm.
This year, right now, Mark Cook is 3 of 4. I mean, he had a quarterback.
Mark, see?
He had a quarterback going. It was Josh Fields, which Justin Fields.
Right.
You can't argue that, right? I mean, just the right position, wrong player.
Right.
But not bad at all.
So I had Lance at 3, and then I had obviously Kyle Pitts at 4, which most people had, I think, at that point in time. It gets a little bit interesting here. Some people went Penei Sewell, some people went Jamar Chase. Again, kind of a 50-50 shot here. I think it's going to be Jamar Chase as well. It's felt like there was not much buzz with Sewell. Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow, I mean, the chance to reunite those two, I'm not sure how you pass that up. I know people are going to say, oh, Joe Burrow's going to get killed. That's not how this works, man. Offensive line's a unit. That's what it is. You don't need a star tackle. And frankly, Chase is a lot better player than Sewell. They're different positions, obviously, but one guy's just better at his position. I mean, at 19 years old, Jamar Chase was destroying people. I mean, in the SEC, he went up against Trevon Diggs, both the Georgia guys that will probably go in the first round tonight, late in the first round or early second round. Patrick Surtain and Trevon Diggs, who will both be first round. Well, no, Diggs wasn't a first round pick, but started as a rookie for Dallas. Who else? Cameron Dancer, who started for Minnesota. I mean, people remind me. I mean, it was AJ Terrell.
And by the way, Justin Jefferson was a hell of a first-round pick, right, for the Minnesota Vikings.
Yes.
But he's not as good as Jamar Chase.
Right.
He was the number 2 guy there.
Didn't outproduce Chase. He produced great. He didn't outproduce Chase. Chase was 19 years old, physically whooping people without even all the aspects of his game in place yet.
Right.
It's scary, but he could be in the NFL. Somebody said this, and it caused a bunch of buzz on Twitter. And he is the pick. Jamar Chase is officially the pick. So 5 for 5 on the mock. And Jamar Chase obviously going to Cincinnati gives them T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and Tyler Boyd as the wide receiver position. So that's a great wide receiver core, great group for Joe Burrow. The offensive line, they have Jonah Williams, who they like still left tackle. They don't want to move him. They were honest about that. They have Riley Reif coming in free agency. That interior offensive line needs to play better. There's no question about it. I think you will see some picks, that are going that way. But I hate that the Bengals are fun. I mean, as a Steelers guy, also because the Bengals have shown the ability to mess up everything nice that comes their way. Not to hate, just the reality with the Bengals. But Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase is kind of hard to mess up. I mean, look what these guys did. This was literally Jamar Chase's stat line. 14 games, 84 catches, 1,780 yards. He averaged over 21 yards per catch. Every team in the SEC put their corner on Jamar Chase to try and stop this man.
And they couldn't.
Every defense came to stop him. They couldn't do it, man. He caught 20 touchdowns. He was unstoppable all season long. I know he didn't play this past season, and recency bias is one of the strongest forces in the world, Scott, but he is.
There's no reason to think that there's any drop-off, though, just because you miss a year with COVID. That's certainly the case. John, we've had an awful lot of tremendous super chats already come in. Mm-hmm. We're only 2 hours into the show, but an hour into the draft. Just wanted to say thank you, Pewter Nation, for your support. We appreciate the super chats. As John mentioned, we've gotten new high-def cameras. We've got lighting. We've got a studio. We've got graphics. We're taking this thing to the next level.
Mm-hmm.
For our friends at Edmonson Electric, for our friends at Celsius, and it's because of generous donations. Yeah. From you fine folks. And it's not just on the super chats too. We do this a couple times a year, and we'll kind of throw it out there today. You can donate to pewterreport.com and you can help support your favorite Bucs website. We also accept donations, not just super chats, but donations on our website. And you can find that at pewterreport.com/donation. Well, when you go there, what can you do? Well, you can make a one-time donation for as little as $10. So if you're not equipped to do a super chat donation, but you want to donate maybe another time, maybe not right now, you can do it at any time. Go to pewterreport.com/donate. You can donate $10, $25, $100, however much you want. And then you can also do a monthly donation. We have literally hundreds of monthly donors, John, that help support the website. Some of these are former subscribers to the old Buccaneer magazine, the Pewter Report magazine, that is no longer even feasible, because the minute we put it out and we wait on the mail service to deliver it, guess what? It's not news, it's olds.
Yeah.
We're in the news business, John. So, but if you like the content, our draft content, our Bucs coverage year round, and you want to become a monthly donor, we have three options. The starter package is $3 a month. That's it, $3 a month. The All Pro is $5 a month. The Hall of Famer is $9 a month. So we've got different levels where you can become a monthly donor, or you can gift us with a one-time donation. All of the donation money goes right back into the company. It's not something that goes into our pockets necessarily. What it does is it supports pewterreport.com, helps us upgrade the website that you all enjoy. It helps us upgrade the Pewter Report podcast and these special events like our draft shows with the equipment that we use. So it's all for you and made possible by you. So we appreciate your support. Again, pewterreport.com/donation. So check that out as well.
Hey, and if you're watching the Pewter Report show and you know somebody else, if you're watching the Pewter Report draft show and you know somebody else that's a Bucs fan or that loves good draft content, and you're like, wow, this show's awesome. These guys are killing it when their camera battery's not dying in the middle of the show.
Yeah.
Text that person right now. Send them the link to pewterreport.com and say, hey, jump in here and let's see how many people we can get in here. There's already been a great turnout, but just text somebody right now. If you think of a couple people in your group chat or whatever, send them the link and see if anybody jumps in and watches the show. We're always trying to grow, and we appreciate you all spreading that word. Is the most effective way for us. It's one of the reasons why this podcast, this show has grown to the extent that it has. And it's one of the things we look forward to most every year. So
definitely
spread the good news if you like it.
And really the fun is, I think, is even more so tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Right?
So tomorrow's going to be a blast.
Because the second and third round, and really that's as good as Jason Light's first round draft picks have been. Vita Vea, Devin White, Tristan Wirfs, right? I mean, those are three huge building blocks back to back to back. And we want to include O.J. Howard there if he can stay healthy. Not his fault with the Achilles injury, but really, folks, I mean, you look at the draft, and it's been his success on day two, and that's going to be tomorrow night, starting at 6 p.m. When you look at the second round picks, it starts with Donovan Smith, with Ali Marpet in the second round. And more
Carlton Davis,
Antoine Winfield Jr., right? Second round pick from last year. So
Jamel Dean wasn't he a round 3 pick?
Round 3, Sean Murphy-Bunting, round 2. Yeah. So let's see what they do tonight. Chris Godwin, third round pick. Let's see what they do tonight. But boy, tomorrow night's going to be more fun.
It is. It's going to be blast, and we'll see what they do tonight. We'll see if they have both their picks still, and maybe they make a move tonight. That's one of the most intriguing things, and why we're saying, hey, spread the word and let people know, because we're going to have you covered if the Bucs make a move tonight, which is definitely on the table. We're not saying it's going to happen, but it's on the table.
You had quarterback and wide receiver from college, right? Joe Burrow and Jamar
Don't
Chase.
tell me.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Waddle from Alabama.
Would be 6 for 6 on the mock. Just saying.
Yeah, it would be Jalen Waddle. I think he gets the nod over Devontae Smith, just like you saw last year. Ruggs, right, get picked before Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. That's
speed kills.
There's the selection right now. Let's make sure it is Waddle. It is Waddle. So Jalen Waddle, Miami. Not a lot of mystery so far at the top of this draft. Every year we hear this. There's going to be so much mystery at the top of the top 10. There's going to be some things you don't expect. Usually it doesn't happen. Sometimes it happens.
A little bit of intrigue,
Oh, there's always intrigue. Yes. Not a lot of. We'll see. I'm not saying it's been chalk so far, because the Trey Lance thing definitely was. A lot of people had Mac Jones. More people had Mac Jones. In fact, I think there was a report earlier today. Who was it? Jonathan Jones, I believe, ESPN national reporter. He said the NFL is trying to keep the intrigue going, It was earlier today. It was a couple hours ago.
Right.
And he said the NFL's trying to keep the intrigue going, but everybody expects Lawrence, Wilson, Mac Jones in the top 3. Like it's all but done. And obviously he was wrong. So that's the intrigue, man. And I appreciate Josh following through with the super chats. $4.99 again, 6 for 6. I'm starting to feel a little bit bad if we keep this going. Who's at 7?
Happy
Detroit?
to contribute to amazing content.
Okay, this is where I had a trade happening, a big move happening. Okay. So
if you nail this trade,
if I nail this trade, it's forget it, man. But this is New England for me. It's New England coming up to 7 for Justin Fields here.
Yeah.
Detroit kicking back to 15. So obviously your chances of getting these right at this point becomes very difficult. But man, you have 2 quarterbacks sliding right now. And we'll come back to Jalen Waddle because I do want to touch on him. 2 quarterbacks sliding right now. It gets pretty interesting, Scott.
Right.
All of a sudden, the price tags for those 7th, 8th picks, which we've heard all along, Detroit and Carolina want to move back. Who wants to move up, though? If it's not Denver, then is Philly back in play to move up? Is that an option for them? No, we've definitely heard Chicago. We've heard Pittsburgh at 24. We know New England at 15 could be on the move. Somebody said earlier, I think it was Ian Rappaport, Jimmy Garoppolo moving up seems like a long shot, or moving on to New England seems like very much a long shot.
Well, and here's the thing. If you're Carolina, you're going to have a quarterback, whether it's Mac Jones or Justin Fields. You're going to have a quarterback fall to you at number 8. And if you don't want a quarterback, right?
And Detroit's pick is in. They wasted no time, hardly, Scott. One of the fastest picks you've seen.
Is it Micah Parsons, one of the fastest linebackers in this draft?
Would be a stunning pick, I think, not only because I don't think Parker Parsons is that type of player, that special of a player right now, the position that he plays, the quarterbacks that are on the board, the fact that they are totally depleted of weapons on offense. I know 3 weapons have already gone. I think there's a decent chance Devontae Smith could be, but the fact they made this pick so quickly to me, is a little bit surprising. And I see who they're taking now, and we'll see that pick in a minute.
Well, and that's why it's so quick, John, is because when you have a chance to get this player at this position, you're going to run up and do it just because.
You're making it sound like a quarterback. It's not a quarterback.
No, it's not a quarterback. No, I mean, they just traded for Jared Goff, right? So
that's true. Exactly.
But
you can debate
whether
whether
if you're Jared Goff, you need some help. Right. And so it's an offensive pick. And
it'll be offensive tackle Penei Sewell. I think that's already been out there on TV now at this point. So Oregon, so that's the first one I've gotten wrong, by the way.
Right.
But I had Penei Sewell falling a little bit further. Wait a minute. Oh no, I had him going to Carolina. I almost had him going to Detroit at 15, but I had him going to 13.
Okay, so let's look at this now. Not to gloss over Detroit's pick here, but Carolina and Denver now. 8 and 9. These are teams that are rumored to have quarterbacks. Of course, the Panthers traded for Sam Darnold, but he's only really a 1-year kind of a rental. Well, did they pick up his 5th-year option?
No, not yet. Not officially. Yet. Okay. It was reported that they will pick up his 5th-year option, but they haven't actually done it yet.
Okay,
so just left room for some intrigue.
Right. So and maybe Darnold hasn't played it down for you yet.
Yep.
And so maybe you draft a quarterback and let them duke it out, and then you've got a nice solid 1-2 punch there. But if you're Denver and you need a quarterback, you want a quarterback to come in and compete with Drew Lock, you can pick one because one of those guys, Mac Jones or Justin Fields, is going to be there.
Right. It's it opens the door quarterback for a new team, for a new quarterback for the Panthers in the NFC South, maybe.
Yes.
But also it opens that door for Denver, and we find out how real the Aaron Rodgers stuff is. What if Denver selects a quarterback after all that talk about Rodgers over the last few hours?
Right.
What if it's just like none? You know,
well, and you know what? What if they were trying to hedge their bet a little bit, or have a backup plan in case one of the quarterbacks didn't fall right to them,
right?
And they engaged in the talk with Rodgers as a fallback option, right? And maybe that's the case.
Well, let's just touch real quickly on Penei Sewell. I mean, good player for sure. Upside through the roof. He's very talented. I think technically there's room to grow, especially in pass protection. He can kind of go all out a little bit and get sloppy with his technique in the run game. Ability to hit blocks in space, ability to pull, ability to hit tough reach blocks. Athletically, he can handle anyone. But the form, the consistency, I think you're going to see a rough rookie year for Penei Sewell. Now, I also think the Lions are the worst team in the league right now. I think there's very little he can do to change that. The real question for me, Scott, is they have a stud left tackle in Taylor Decker. And Penei Sewell is a left tackle.
Did you call them the Hawaiians?
Did I?
The Hawaiians.
The Oregon?
Yeah.
Oregon? The Ducks.
Yeah. But he's Hawaiian, right?
Is he? I don't know. Maybe he is.
I think you were channeling some Pacific vibes there. Maybe
I didn't even pick up on that if I was. But no, I think that the question now becomes:
Did I
Taylor
hear
Decker,
that correct? Did he say the Hawaiians, or did he say the Lions?
I think I said the Lions.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But Taylor Decker,
Maybe I need more Celsius.
is Taylor Decker going to be on the move now because he's a quality left tackle who I believe they've paid now to be around there, and now we have to see. This was Josh gave me $2.99 super chat and said it was my Chicago game. Appreciate that, Josh.
That's great.
The Lions are fired up by the pick. That pick went in quickly. Makes you think Sewell was at the top of their board and they weren't really even thinking about quarterbacks.
Right. Yeah.
Wonder how much they were thinking about trading down, maybe at this point at least. But yeah, does Sewell play right tackle?
Right.
Does he then move to left tackle? Decker's there for a couple more years, I believe, at least. Does he on the move now? Does Sewell play guard to Laramie Tunsil's type of situation where Tunsil played guard at first in Miami first year? And so, yeah, those are all things that to think about. It's not a pick that right away you see the fit. Not that Sewell can't play anyway, but it's definitely a change to get to go to tackle, I think, at that point.
Okay, so right now you've got Carolina on the clock.
Yep.
And, Matt Rule, what do you do?
The line selection is actually being read now. I don't know. My stream may be behind, but if you're Matt Rule, to me, I still take a quarterback. I take Justin Fields here. I mean, you have to take best player available. It's a game-changing type of quarterback. You don't know that you're getting that with Sam Darnold. You just don't. You have not seen any indication of that. Take a flyer on him for a second. I wouldn't have done it. I get it. You got to do it at the quarterback, but you didn't know who was going to be there at 8 at that point. I give yourself options. But, man, this is not – I do not want to – not when you have a chance to get a guy like Justin Fields sitting right here for Carolina. I think it's a franchise-altering type of mistake if they pass on Justin Fields here, even if they trade back. And I think Denver, by the way, Ben Albright tweeted that they might be eyeing a trade back. We'll see what ends up happening with Denver. But if Carolina stays at 8 and makes this pick, to me, it has to be Justin Fields. I mean, you do your franchise a disservice, in my opinion, if you're not taking a quarterback here. There are other intriguing picks, certainly on the board. Corner is one of them. Corner definitely a need for Carolina. I don't think there's any question about that. But, man, compared to quarterback, I mean, you want to start a rebuild. You're a new GM and head coach, and you've got you want to go all in at this position. To me, that's David Tepper's MO, and that's what he's going to do.
We've talked about quarterbacks, rookie quarterbacks, being coach killers, but does having a Sam Darnold buy not only Justin Fields time, but also buy Matt Rule time a little bit? If Justin Fields comes in and just it isn't quite ready to play, and I'm not saying that he isn't. He could come in and be the day one starter for all I know. But when you have a guy like Darnold who's new to the program, but at the same time has a couple of years of experience, does that help both Justin Fields by taking some of the pressure off, and also help Matt Rule a little bit?
Definitely could. I mean, yeah, there's like I said, it's not like they don't have options for good players here. One thing you mentioned with Atlanta when we talked about quarterback with them is if you take that rookie quarterback here, it does start that clock a little bit. Right. Now, if you don't take one at all, you might not have a chance to last that long either. I think Tepper is going to be relatively patient with Rule in this situation.
Well, Rule got a long-term deal too.
Yes,
I mean,
right.
He's
right. Now, Tepper is an impatient dude, I think, a little bit, but I think he's going to give. I mean, Matt Rule would have to be pretty bad to not get at least 2 more years.
And you know what? I'm telling you, Matt Rule's a good coach. I think when it's all said and done, it's going to come down to the Buccaneers and the Panthers for the rest of this decade. If the Buccaneers can find continuity after Brady at the quarterback position, and that may come in free agency, that may come with a draft pick this year or next year, who knows? But I believe that Matt Rule, and he's won at Temple big time, and he's won at Baylor big time. I think that he is a good coach that can coach at any level and find success. And having said that, I'm not saying Arthur Smith can't. We know Sean Payton is a good coach, but there's something about the Panthers and Matt Rule. I don't think that this is going to be a cellar dweller for long.
It becomes interesting for sure because the Panthers played really hard last year. I mean, the Bucs whooped them the first time. They were whooping them and shot themselves in the foot in the second half and didn't finish the job as well as they could have, but still finished the job. Second time they whooped them, especially in the second half. I mean, it was probably one of the best Bucs best offensive performances of the season. Panthers were scrappy with a lot of other teams, man. I remember they played the Packers really tough in a night game, I believe it was. yeah, they're a tough team, no question. They played hard. They've got a lot of holes. They still need a lot of talent. Drafting for Scott Fitter is going to be really, really important as he begins his tenure there. As GM, obviously, but man, you're talking about a talented team in a lot of ways. They got some young pieces last year they need to see develop. That pick is in. We're about to have our second pick in the NFC South in this draft as the Carolina Panthers make their selection. Is it a quarterback? I don't think it's a wide receiver, but is it a cornerback? To me, that's probably the most likely outcomes here, a quarterback or cornerback. I had the Panthers trading back, by the way, and taking Sewell actually at 13 or 14, I forget now, but I had the offensive tackle sliding a little bit. Is it Rashawn Slater? The Panthers have needed a left tackle. Yeah. I mean, do they see him as a tackle? Some teams see him as a guard. Is it Slater that goes here? And then if that's the case, where are these quarterbacks going to slide to? Because now you've got New England starting to look if a quarterback doesn't go here and Denver trades out and maybe it's New England coming up, you've obviously got a big situation where Justin Fields and there's already reports Justin Fields the only quarterback that the Panthers have been interested in. So we'll see if they end up taking Justin Fields here, but man, would be a huge boost for them for sure.
Here's the thing. Matt Rule is a defensive guy. He's a defensive coach, right? And you've got all these weapons in Tampa Bay. And they had to lose James Bradbury to the Giants in free agency, and the Buccaneers put up some points on the Panthers now. Oh, yeah. So I'm just saying, with 45 points in that second game at Carolina, and that defense, I know as a defensive minded coach / writer / football fan. I mean, if they're not taking quarterback, it's going to be a corner here, I would assume. J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain, those are probably the two guys. I think, from South Carolina.
Yeah. Seems like it's.
I like Horn better than Surtain.
Me too, because he's a culture changer,
yeah,
character guy. I thought the Chargers could jump up for him, and he would be their Jalen Ramsey kind of replacement for Brandon Staley, who obviously comes from the Rams, where he used Ramsey very, very effectively. So Carolina, we'll see if they go defense here. This is definitely a pick that they can't really miss on. If it is one of the corners, I love both those guys. I like J.C. Horn more too. Culture changer type of guy, man. Right. Physical, aggressive, nasty.
What does that say about their confidence level in Sam Darnold? And what does it say about their evaluation process in passing over Justin Fields and Mac Jones? Are some of the warts that some have talked about with Jones's lack of athleticism and Justin Fields maybe not being the processor yet at the quarterback spot? Are those legitimate concerns now? Because you could easily make the case for Carolina drafting a quarterback.
Yeah.
And
they have taken J.C. Horn. Yeah, and J.C. Horn's the pick for Carolina, so they'll get better at cornerback. Man, we're about to see some fun J.C. Horn and Mike Evans matchups. So, I mean, those guys are going to be chirping. J.C. Horn did play in the slot a little bit, even for South Carolina. Big corner, very physical. As physical as any corner I've seen in college football since Ramsey. Not quite the athlete Ramsey is, tested amazing. Yes. Still a very good athlete for sure. Ball skills, physical, press man coverage. If that's what you're playing, he's down. Big
Jump
cry
off
from
the
the
stats
corners.
Real quick on
big cry from the corners that they have now, by the way. So
and really, and Dante Jackson's okay. He's not the number one cornerback that I think that they thought they were getting when they drafted him, and really the number one cornerback that they need. John, we talked about them losing James Bradbury. When it was Dante Jackson and James Bradbury, that was a good 1-2 punch. But without Bradbury, boy, the Panthers secondary really took a turn for the worst.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they didn't have an answer at corner really last year. It was painfully obvious all season long that secondary needed help. J.C. Horn's a great player. I mean, he's one of my top players in this class. I think he's 7 overall for me. Denver's here. Denver obviously is going to have a shot at quarterback. It's just going to always come back to Carolina. If Justin Fields is what I think he can be, there's just Sam Darnold's not getting there. He's not getting to where Justin Fields, I think, can get in the NFL. And I'm bullish on this. And I know it could look bad in a couple of years if Fields end up, but I just think he's a really, really good player. It was the same thing we saw happen to Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes. It befuddled me then. It befuddles me now why you see Justin Fields falling. I mean, same with Detroit. I mean, if Jared Goff's not the answer, and he's not going to be, then you just pass on a quarterback again.
Is Justin Fields going to fall to 32, John? Are the Bucs going to
Chris Sims going to be right?
Is Chris Sims going to be right?
Don't get me started on that.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, but honestly, even if Fields, we'll see how significant the slide is here, Scott. I'm not saying it's going to be significant enough, but I mean, you still got New England. You've got Philadelphia. I just don't think he's going to get past those types of teams. That is ultimately what we're looking at here. I know we're talking about him sliding past a couple teams that could have considered a quarterback.
Right. All right, so
maybe that was a possibility.
We talk about first rounders versus first rounders, right? And you look at J.C. Horn, and John talked about him being a culture changer, and that's exactly what this guy is. He's a culture changer. He's fast, he's physical, and you know what? He's also a guy that's going to get in your face. And you see him here in this graphic if you're watching us on pewterreport.com. Just right in the face of Jerry Jeudy, right? That's first rounder on first rounder right there. This guy just doesn't back down from any competition. And he's going to be like that with Mike Evans. He's not going to care that Mike Evans is a 7-time 1,000-yard receiver, a Super Bowl champion, and a 3-time Pro Bowler. Horn is going to be a guy that's going to match up and be physical. And I think, like John, you said, he's going to be like Jalen Ramsey in that respect. And he feeds off of his own confidence. He feeds off of his own ability to talk trash. And I think that fires him up and gets him going. And I like those players because there's a term for it. It's called alpha. This guy is an alpha. He's a culture changer. And that's, we talked about Matt Rule being a defensive-minded guy, being a tough-nosed, hard-nosed coach. This is his type of player, John.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now you've got a defense, obviously, in Carolina, Jeremy Chin. Who else? Derek Brown, Eutorgos Matos. Chin flashed, Brown flashed a little bit last year, still inconsistent, tons of talent. They need basically to continue to add to that. They've done that. They've definitely made their defense better. I'm a big J.C. Horn fan.
Right. I'm
excited to see the battles with he and Mike Evans. I think, and it's good for Tampa Bay. I think they Justin Fields should have been the pick, and not having Atlanta take a young quarterback, as much as Horn and Pitts are great players and some of the top players in this draft, it's different than having two teams take potential franchise quarterbacks in Fields. I mean, if Fields is what I think he can be, not having him in the division is going to be a big blessing.
Denver's just got to take him right.
Denver's at 244, and they haven't made the pick is not in yet. So I'm not saying trading down's out of the question for Denver here, but I think they were looking to trade down. We haven't seen a single trade yet, Scott.
Right.
Not a single one.
And if you're curious, the Tampa Bay Lightning, the playoff-bound Tampa Bay Lightning, just took a 3-0 lead. Our friend Jay Retcher at WDA just tweeted that out. Pointer! Braden Point.
Love it.
With an empty netter. And that's going to give the Bolts a 3-0 win over the Stars.
Yeah, that's they're continuing to move in the right direction, Scott. We continue to, as we sidebar to hockey here quickly, we continue to see potentially inching toward a little Penguins Lightning matchup at some point. Which
now this is interesting, right? Because when you look at, you're right. Yeah, we'll talk about that probably on day 3 when we need to kill some time. But you look at Vic Fangio, right? And we talked about Matt Rule being a defensive-minded coach taking a defensive alpha, right? Is Vic Fangio, is he going to take another quarterback? Well, I mean, he didn't draft Drew Lock, but Drew Lock's a very young quarterback in that Denver system.
They're taking all this time, man.
Is he going to straddle himself with 2 young quarterbacks and then do that seesaw bit that Chicago did with Trubisky and Nick Foles and Trubisky and Nick Foles? Doesn't work out well. Or is he going to just take a defensive player because he's a defensive-minded head coach?
Could. I mean, definitely could. I think it's silly that's the way that it goes. I mean, obviously they've got George Peyton in there now, and he's the GM, and so he'll be making his first pick. I don't know what hand Elway still has in this part of the process. We'll find out if they draft Mac Jones. We'll know Elway's still a big part of the process.
Yes.
But, I mean, they are taking all of this time. Look, as it goes down to 50 seconds, I don't think
if it's Justin Fields or Mac Jones, if it's quarterback, then we know Elway.
They didn't run to the podium with the pick, we know.
Yeah.
And maybe it's because they're trying to trade. Why would you be trying to trade if you're taking a quarterback? If you're taking a quarterback, I don't know. I mean, obviously, Rashawn Slater makes sense here, offensive tackle. They still could go corner. Patrick Surtain, good player. They need one. I mean,
it's
they've got a
interesting.
couple guys in free agency.
I'm gonna date myself here for a bit, John. But
Peg is in, by the way.
But Joe Horn, who I watched, play in the NFL, made $36.7 million in 9 NFL seasons, according to Spotrac. And his son, J.C. Horn, just guaranteed himself $21 million tonight. So
It's wild.
he's already made almost as much as Pop did his
Times
whole
are
career.
changing for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no question. And I think JC Horn could have as good a career as his dad. I really do.
Yeah.
Not hating on the pick. I just think when you have a chance to get yourself a franchise-changing quarterback, you can't blow that opportunity. And ultimately, that's what this will come down to. If Sam Darnold's not better than Justin Fields, I think they screwed up. It's that position of importance. If Denver takes a quarterback here, they do have the opportunity to potentially trade Drew Lock at that point because they've acquired Teddy Bridgewater.
Right.
So that's another intriguing part of it that could play into the decision. Again, they took the whole allotment of time basically to at least for the screen to tell us the pick was in. And we'll see what it ends up being. I think Rashawn Slater's on the board here potentially. It could be a choice for them at tackle.
This is interesting from Adam Schefter. The 49ers did not tell their coaches or scouts their pick. They didn't know the team was selecting Trey Lance until the pick was announced.
Interesting.
So they kept that just between.
I'm sure that doesn't apply to Kyle Shanahan, but
yeah, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch.
Right.
So it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it would be surprising me if that applied to Kyle Shanahan, but the rest of the coaches,
right?
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, I think as long as your big decision maker knows, I think that's the most important thing. But
wow,
yeah, pick is in.
Wow, Broncos.
Wow. Here it is as they read the selection. Most of you have probably already seen it at this point because I'm sure our online stream is behind a little bit. But Patrick Surtain.
Back-to-back cornerbacks.
Back-to-back cornerbacks. They go in the top 10. They go before the Dallas Cowboys.
Not back-to-back quarterbacks, John. Back-to-back cornerbacks.
Yes. And
so not –
the Justin Fields slide continues, man. It's inexplicable to me, but that's where we're at. Patrick Surtain, really good player, physical, tackles. Again, Denver got some corners. Let me look and remind myself a little bit about what that room looks like right now for Denver. But to me, I just think, again, you just tied yourself to Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater willingly. You're not trying to compete with Kansas City. You're not.
So
you're not.
What does this say about the Denver Aaron Rodgers situation? Mark Schlereth said that they're honing in on a trade,
and the Rappaport says nothing.
Right.
Nothing has been done. Nothing. The Packers haven't even talked to anybody.
Yeah,
I'm going with Rappaport on that report, obviously.
But
if they get Aaron Rodgers,
Schlereth played with John Elway.
True.
And is in the know as a former Bronco.
That's true.
So
that's true.
That's interesting.
That's true. I mean, you're definitely right about that. Denver, I don't get it, but they have to feel good about a Rodgers thing. I mean, that's the only way this makes sense. I mean, it really is, because other than that, it's just, I mean, I love Patrick Surtain. He's a good football player, but you cannot pass on a quarterback. I mean, if they don't land Aaron Rodgers now, I mean, what are you even going to say? You roll out Drew Lock and you roll out Teddy Bridgewater,
right?
And you say that that's good enough to your fan base?
Yeah.
You can't do it. Not with the Chiefs and Justin Herbert in the same division.
All right, so just reset this real quick for us about Aaron Rodgers, right? Like, what were to happen if he were to be on the move? What does it do for the NFC? What does it do for the AFC? And how much does that cause Denver to be? Are they right there with Kansas City?
Yeah.
They're obviously a lot closer, right?
Right. I mean, let's look at just Denver's situation, obviously, because I think everybody in Tampa Bay is kind of keen what's happening in the AFC as they eye another Super Bowl. It's like, what can this matchup look like potentially? I mean, if you're Denver, you added some defensive back help. You got Ronald Darby, you got Kyle Fuller. You've already got a couple guys in here. Obviously, Justin Simmons, Kareem Jackson's back. Now you add Patrick Surtain to it. You have the secondary to be able to hang with Kansas City and to be able to erase them in that way to a degree. You get Von Miller back in the fold. Bradley Chubb, obviously, continuing to develop. So you have a good team. There's no question. You have some good players on defense. Obviously, you have a good defensive-minded head coach. But offensively, you can say what you want about defense and the Chiefs. The Bucs game, that was an anomaly, and they still put up 31 points. Could have put up more if they hadn't been stopped at the goal line, but that was an offense that can move the ball in Tampa Bay. And right now, I don't think that's the case with Denver. And they don't have a quarterback. We've seen what the ceiling is with Teddy Bridgewater now in several places. He's not good enough, and Drew Lock's not good enough either. And maybe he develops, but it would be a big jump from what we've seen the last 2 years. So I don't have a lot of faith in their quarterback situation. I do have a lot of faith in their wide receiver room. I think KJ Hamler, get Cortland Sutton back, Jerry Jeudy. The offensive line is young. Do they take the next step? Dalton Reiser needs to take another step. Lloyd Cushenberry was a rookie last year. The center got absolutely whooped by the Bucs D-line in their matchup, by the Steelers D-line as well. So that's a group. They get Jawan James back. So they get a lot of pieces back, but I just don't know how. I mean, look at their roster. If they take the quarterback and they hit it, they're golden. They're definitely in. And I don't know how in the world you compete with Kansas City right now with their quarterback situation. I just don't think it happens. So to me, they're still kind of behind the 8 ball where they need to be in the AFC. The Chargers, obviously, very, very talented at quarterback and at some other key spots, but they have never been able to stay healthy, and I'll believe the curse is over for the Chargers when it actually is over. It feels like that group is kind of can't get right year to year. So now we've got the Cowboys on the clock, and we'll see kind of what we're falling off on the picks now here. I haven't gotten one right in a while. There's been some changes. Justin Fields does appear to be destined to falling Philadelphia's direction or New England's direction. Just amazing that this has happened, and the NFL really going to let this happen with New England. Seems like it would be just a stunning move in my opinion. So I appreciate the comments in here, and let's go to the Pewter boys nailing this draft. Yeah, it's been fun. I mean, I think that we've seen a trade here now, and oh my, is there a trade within the division? Is Philadelphia coming up from 12-10 in a trade with the Cowboys? Eagles traded up.
That rarely happens.
No, yes, very rarely happens, and they are hated rivals. I wonder if Eagles are coming for Rashawn Slater here, and the Cowboys didn't want him.
Wow.
Cowboys lost out on both the corners they wanted. It was no secret at all that the Cowboys wanted corners.
That's
Everybody and their grandmother knew the Cowboys wanted corners. So they didn't protect their draft board, which is not the first time there's been constant leaks from Dallas over the last few years of their board. And now Philadelphia will make a pick at number 10.
And the funny thing is
this Fields? Come up 2 spots, try and get ahead of what?
But you got Dak Prescott.
No, I mean, if you're Philly's trading up to 10.
Yeah. My bad. Yeah, I'm sorry.
So if Philly's trading up to 10, I mean, Fields and Hurts to compete.
Yeah, and you know what you like about that?
Not much of a competition.
But they're the same type of quarterback in that they're multidimensional, right?
Yeah,
they've got some scrambling ability. Obviously, we saw that with Hurts, not just in the NFL, but also at Oklahoma and Alabama. Mm-hmm. Fields the exact same way. They both have got pretty good arms. They're both very good leaders. They're both alphas in terms of their personality, their toughness. Yeah. Right. And so then when you have 2 guys that I think are good system fits, good scheme fits, then it's just the best man wins.
Yeah. Right. Oh, it absolutely could be. I mean, Fields is just such a superior player to Hurts. Yeah. It would render last year's pick a little bit. I mean, always helps to have depth at quarterback. I think Hurts is going to be a good backup in his NFL career. We'll see if he would become more than that. It would surprise me. But Eagles have traded for the pick and then are taking their full allotment of time to make the pick. So
the thing about Philly too is, do you get weapons for Hurts?
Okay, they gave up a 3rd rounder, by the way.
Okay, like Devontae Smith, right? The Eagles had a player, Todd Kingston. I was talking to Jason Light about Devontae Smith, and he's a good player. And you're not so much worried about the size because you've got the speed, the intangibles, the toughness, the wiry toughness.
Yes.
And I think Devontae Smith can be better than Todd Kingston, but he's that type of player, you know?
So why trade up? Do they know the Giants were interested in Devontae
I think
Smith?
so. I think maybe.
Giants, obviously, with Kenny Galladay, they just gave a big contract to. They like Darius Slayton, who was a late-round pick. 2 years, he's been good.
They've got to find out about Daniel Jones, right? The only way to do that is to give him the weapons and take the excuses away and say, well, it's not the weapons. You got the weapons. It's you. Or if the kid flourishes, then that's all he needed was just some weapons. Right. And that takes him to the next level.
I mean, trade up 2 spots and not take a quarterback. Give up a 3rd round.
Locked on Washington football says Cowboys and Eagles teaming up to screw the Giants.
I mean, that's basically what it would be if it's Smith.
I know. Yeah.
But if you're the Eagles, how do you choose? Again, we're going to have to find out after the draft what the situation is with Justin Fields and why that would be the case where another team that needs score, if it indeed happens, we'll see. There's 30 seconds. Their pick is still not even in. So, but wow. I mean, stunning to me that we would be in this situation, and we'll see now ultimately what New England does. They haven't moved up.
Right.
You'd think if they were anxious to make, they would be trying to ensure that. If you're Chicago, I mean, you better be bringing the Giants off the hook. If Devontae Smith was their guy, you better be going for it if you're Chicago. I mean, that's not a bad team if they were to get Fields there.
I agree. Earl Capes, thank you for the $5 super chat. We appreciate that. Do you think the draft is playing in the Bucs' hands so far? Well, it's a little early to kind of say that because from the Bucs standpoint,
not
like
so much.
Well, all of these players, the Bucs knew were going to be gone,
exactly.
right? So it's not helping them yet. it's just interesting because I think Horn can be an impact player as a rookie. I think he's got the makeup to be an impact player as a rookie in Carolina, and then you got Pitts. I mean, he's going to be an impact player in Atlanta. So is it playing into their hands? Well, they got their hands full now with those two players, I think, in the division.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely got the division got better, and you knew that was probably going to happen.
Sure.
I mean, the picks that high, it is hard to screw it up, at least on paper. Now we'll see. Can they stay healthy? All those things. Eagles pick is in at number 10. They did take the full lot of time once they moved up there. Rashawn Slater, wide receiver, and Devontae Smith. Again, they have some wide receivers, but certainly no game changers. It looks like they are going to take Devontae Smith.
Yep.
So we're going to be another position falling for Justin Fields as we get to 11 with the Giants. They're probably not going to take a quarterback.
He's falling at 32, John. Chris Sims is right.
Here we go. I mean, can you even imagine what this show would turn into? We would.
But here's the thing. Can you see Mac Jones in New England with Bill Belichick?
Sure, absolutely.
With that Nick Saban to Bill Belichick pipeline. I mean, for a while there was that Florida Gator pipeline.
Yeah.
And then it's kind of been Alabama, to a degree with Devontae Hightower and some of those players. And of course the immense respect amongst Belichick and Saban, the friendship that they have.
Right.
I mean, they're two alphas on the same level.
Right.
Belichick is the pro version of Saban, and Saban is the college version of Belichick.
Right. Yeah, it is. It's definitely a connection that's worth examining.
I think there is some Brady-esque-ness to Mac Jones.
Yeah.
To a degree.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I can't go that far. Just because you're a smart quarterback, I can't get there. But he delivers the ball on time,
and not that athletic, and throws a pretty good deep ball, a better deep ball than you would maybe expect.
But the biggest difference is Tom Brady's physical tools, and I know Brady never gets praised for that, but Tom Brady has a really good arm.
He does. And our fearless leader Hugh MacArthur, who's lived up in Boston for the last 20 so years, has watched Brady progress, and as much of a Buccaneer fan as Hugh is, he's also a Patriots fan. He had his NFC team and his AFC team, the good team and the bad team to watch for so many years.
Yeah.
And he said that's really the area where Brady has improved the most is the deep ball accuracy. And just because you have a strong arm doesn't mean you're accurate. We saw Jameis Winston really struggle with the deep ball, and Winston can sling it, man.
Oh, yeah.
Jameis Winston throws a great deep ball. It's just not always on target. It certainly was when he was in there for one pitch against the Bucs in the NFC divisional game, threw a touchdown against his former team. Wasn't enough, but that's an area that Jameis did get better with under Bruce Arians. So that's a trait that you can improve. But Mac Jones was really one of the most accurate deep ball throwers in college football, despite not having maybe the strongest arm, but he got the ball there and he got it with touch.
Yeah, he did. And I think placement's a big concern. His receivers went out. They made a lot of plays for him down the field. At the same time, he did throw the ball well. I mean, the accuracy's there for sure.
We have a trade. The Bears have traded up to number 11 with the Giants.
So now the Bears are going to pull the trigger, and we'll find out which quarterback the Bears like. And I just said the Bears better be ringing the Giants off the hook right now if that's for that pick, because this is it for Chicago. They have never had Jim McMahon is the last, and great quarterback. I mean, that's
Mitchell Trubisky over who? Over who?
Over Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes.
And Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
So it wasn't just like, it wasn't like Sam Bowie over Michael Jordan, right? It wasn't like one guy. No, it was two. You had a chance to get Deshaun Watson or Patrick Mahomes, and you traded up to get Mitch Trubisky.
Yep. And now the Giants will move back to 20. So the Giants finally trade down. First time Dave Gettleman's done it. It took the Eagles and Cowboys combining forces to screw over the Giants to get Gettleman down on the board.
This has got to be for a quarterback.
Smith.
Is this Justin Fields?
It's either Justin Fields or Mac Jones, and we'll find out if the Bears, in my opinion, can finally get a quarterback right. And Gettleman does trade down. He will have a field day with that at his next presser. At 20, I'm not sure who the Giants will target just yet. Well, there's still plenty of good offensive linemen on the board. Everybody except Penei Sewell is on the board. So that could be their target. They could also be looking at linebacker. They move back.
Right.
Could be Zaven Collins. Could be Micah Parsons if he falls there. I mean, there's plenty of options. Chicago has to get the quarterback here. Yep. This is the move that I cannot overemphasize this move. We didn't even know if we'd get here because we thought 5 quarterbacks could go in the top 10, Scott. this is the move right now.
Right, John. It's interesting because there was so much rumor and conjecture about Sean Payton and the Saints trying to move up into the number 10 spot, maybe to get a quarterback. But there were reports that were saying it wasn't for a quarterback.
Yeah, for sure. And for the Bears now, this is their opportunity to do what the Saints didn't get the opportunity to do, which we thought they were trying to get into the top 10. They didn't work out for them. Their own account actually tweeted out the eyeball emoji, so they made us think something was very imminent. We got a story ready, but nothing happened with the Saints yet. But the Bears, I mean, this franchise has waited for this move for a long time. I mean, I know for sure that Trubisky happened, and I think it was regrettable that it happened. Obviously, that wasn't the pick that they should have made. Sean Watson was my number one quarterback that year. They obviously screwed that up, and that set them back again in a window really where they could have competed for a Super Bowl had they nailed that pick. If they had taken Mahomes or Watson, I'm not saying it would have been quite what those guys became where they were, but that was still a good football team, and they just didn't have the quarterback play. And so in this trade, by the way, the Giants receive the 20th overall pick, a fifth-round pick, and then a 2022 first-round pick. So those valuable 2022 picks, the Giants got that for the Bears to go from 20 to 11. Honestly, a great job by the Giants. A great job by the Giants to get that first-round pick for next year. There's no way a player on the board is worth a second first-round pick. And you move down 9 spots, you could still get you could still get an offensive lineman, you get a linebacker, you could get what else were they looking at that high in the draft? They're plenty set at the secondary. This is a good football team right now, and if they need that other first next year to go get a quarterback, now they have 2 of them. Cannot applaud it enough, and I've been extremely critical of Dave Gettleman. Can't applaud the move enough. Think it was a terrific move for the Giants. Now we see what the Bears do. Will the next quarterback come off the board? And the Bears get ahead of New England, by the way. That's a sidebar here that New England may have thought.
Well, there it is.
The Bears just won the draft. Justin Fields. Smart move by both teams. Terrific moves by the Bears and the Giants. The Bears get, I think, is the top 3 player in this class in Justin Fields. And that all, honestly, I don't know if it's going to be this year, but I think the Bears become a real competitor in the NFC. That was the missing thing, was the quarterback position. And now you have Allen Robinson, you have Darnell Mooney. We'll see if Anthony Miller sticks around. You've got a young offensive line that has some pieces. They definitely need to keep getting better.
Is Allen Robinson going to be happy now?
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, he wants a long-term contract. There's no question there. But this just changed the whole picture in the NFC North, because I'm not saying that if Rodgers moves on, obviously. Rodgers stays, Packers are still going to win that division. But if Rodgers moves on, that thing's totally up for grabs. I mean, the Lions are one of the worst teams in the league. Vikings might be stuck. They might be in a position they can't get any better, and they might be getting worse. Yeah. If you're the Bears, you got that defense that they got. I mean, both the Giants and Bears to me are winners of the draft for this.
Well, and the thing too is when you look at Fields, sometimes we talk about rookie quarterbacks being coach killers. This actually might be a coach saver for Matt Nagy. Mm-hmm. Not that he's on the hot seat right now necessarily, but he needs the right quarterback.
Yep.
And it wasn't Trubisky, it wasn't Nick Foles, right? And I think that Justin Fields right now is better than both of those players.
Oh, they have to be ecstatic.
And both of those players have obviously more experience. But I believe in Justin Fields. I think that I think that for a team that passed on Mahomes and Deshaun Watson, I'm not ready to say that he's going to be one of those guys, but I wouldn't be surprised if he is another Deshaun Watson type.
He's extremely good. It's hard for me to even do the full comparison with him because he doesn't run as much as Cam Newton ran. Yeah. I know some people have made that comparison. It might be the number one in the size and the athleticism thing. I don't, that doesn't do it for me as much. I don't know that I see an easy comparison with him. To me, Trey Lance is much more Cam Newton. I think Justin Fields, to be honest, I don't really see necessarily a complete comparison for him. But what you get, this is rare that you get this combination. An elite arm with elite numbers down the field, best downfield passer in college football last season, especially among the draftable quarterbacks.
Right.
Elite accuracy to all levels of the field, very few turnovers, and elite athleticism. That is a rare package of traits. And elite competition at the highest level in playoff games.
I think the toughness too, right? I mean, he took a beating in the championship
game. Remember the shot?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And he stayed in there, right? And And that speaks volumes. And you talk about leadership. Sometimes it's having that rah alpha, verbal leader. Sometimes it's things like that. It's like taking the shot and getting right back up and going right back at him.
Yep.
That's nonverbal type of leadership that lifts the team, that makes people gravitate towards you. And I just very impressed with what Justin Fields has done. And I think it's a hell of a pick.
Well, and as a Justin Fields fan, I'm a huge fan of the fact that he didn't go to Detroit, because Detroit's a trainer of a situation right now. Maybe those coaches and that GM figure it out down the road. They're the worst team in the league probably right now.
Yep.
So I'm glad he didn't go there. But if you're Detroit and Justin Fields becomes a stud in your division, and Aaron Rodgers moves on, and you had the chance to get the next quarterback in the division and you didn't, buddy, that is going to sting for a long time. A lot of things sting in Detroit, but that's going to sting for a long time, Scott.
You're right. And Justin Fields, as a sophomore, remember, he started his career at Georgia. Jake Fromm was entrenched there. He transferred.
He was clearly better than Jake Fromm.
Right.
Transferred to start.
But Fields goes to Ohio State. Yep. As a sophomore, completes 67.2% of his passes, 3,273 yards. 41 touchdowns, John, only 3 interceptions.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Right. And then the next year comes back, and in 8 games, 22-6 in the race. Yeah. I mean, he's the real deal down the field. Now, what he has to get better at, he has to get better at continuing to make better, to see the pressure pre-snap. That's the biggest thing. Very common for college quarterbacks. One of the biggest reasons why I struggled with understanding the potential slide of Fields, and it was somewhat of a slide, obviously still goes at 11, but that was where Deshaun Watson went, by the way. I think, by the way, if there's one comp, it might be Watson. Now, if Fields has to run a little more. If there's anything with Fields, he needs to run more often. That's one of the things I'd say. If he sees pressure pre-snap more, he can put himself in better positions to run more often. Right. That's a part of his game that, if it develops, could be terrifying, because when he plays in the schedule right now, I mean, the accuracy down the field, the throws he made against Clemson were unbelievable. I mean, to do that to a Brent Venables defense, special, Scott. I mean, that does not, you don't see that happen. That was incredible.
And I don't think it was Brent Venables' best defense, but he certainly made that defense look average.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I mean, 6 touchdowns in that game. 6 touchdowns in a semifinal play.
And that does not happen usually against Clemson and Brent Venables. Dallas is on the clock. Is it Rashawn Slater, John?
That would be my guess, yeah. And they really, I mean, perfect move by Dallas. You trade back to, you still get one of the top offensive linemen if that's what they're doing. When the cornerbacks are off the board, some people would be tempted to say, just, we're taking the best player available. To me, I think Dallas did a great job trading even within their division. Yes, you give Philly a player, but I don't think you're that worried about Philly right now. That roster is a mess. And so you get 2 spots, you get something extra back. I think that's a great move for Dallas. Now we'll see what they do. I mean, they were one of the teams that for sure didn't need a quarterback. Right. So even as I praise the Giants, I don't think Daniel Jones is the guy, and they didn't look at it that way. They want to see obviously what he can give them. And I understand it to a degree, but I think we've seen enough. We'll see if I'm right or not this season. They want to give him another chance to develop, but they're another one that if Fields becomes really good, then I think that becomes a little bit of a scary proposition for them.
It's going to be interesting to see how quickly he takes over from Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton's a great guy to kind of start the season and probably be mentor. I think Andy Dalton is that kind of quality guy that will mentor him. That's not always the case. Sometimes when you go to teams that have veteran quarterback, we talked earlier about Brett Favre not really giving Aaron Rodgers too many hugs up in Green Bay, and sometimes you feel threatened. I don't think Jordan Love got too many hugs from Aaron Rodgers in return. But I think Dalton will be a good mentor. He's a smart, cerebral guy. He's an efficient quarterback, doesn't really win with the physical tools, kind of wins with decision-making, with his mind. And I think Fields has got the intelligence to feed off of that, and then the physical tools to just completely outshine Andy Dalton in every practice and every preseason game. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, there's not going to be – I mean, there shouldn't be. If it's – now, you can't rule out Bears coaches in this. I don't think Matt Nagy's been very impressive there. They could still screw things up, but there's a lot of talent there still. There is obviously a defense that – I mean, that's a good defense. There's no question about that. That can still be a really good
The interesting thing is, remember all of the talk or smoke about Russell Wilson, right? Going to Chicago.
Right.
And the Bears were desperate to get a quarterback. And now they stay put and land the second quarterback in the draft at almost the middle of the draft, at pick number 11.
Right. I mean, it's to me, it's the move of the draft so far. It's the pick of the draft. I think they got a lot better. I mean, obviously not going to say that they're, going to change the picture of the NFC right now, but now you've got Dallas on the clock.
When you look at Dallas, they need help on defense. You talked about how both of their top corners, J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain, were off the board, and I thought Rashawn Slater. There was a time not too long ago where Dallas had the best offensive line in football, and it quickly deteriorated. It quickly just went to hell with injuries.
Yeah, injuries.
And
Connor Williams hasn't panned out at left guard.
And then you look at Dak Prescott trying to keep him alive and above board, keeping him healthy with an improved offensive line. This is a pretty deep draft for offensive line. Interior players, tackles, and the thing is Dak had to throw for 400 yards in so many games because the defense was so awful.
Defense was terrible.
And so you can't blame Dallas.
You need a corner, but this would be a reach for Farley. It'd be a reach with his back. It'd be a reach for Newsome. Trade down again. I mean, Dallas made the most with the trade back. We'll see who they take here. I would definitely address the offensive line. It doesn't look like that's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
But, to me, this is a team that they need. Yeah, I mean,
Micah Parsons from Penn State, the linebacker. And the thing is Sean Lee.
He retires, but they drafted Leighton Vander Esch in the first round, and they have Jalen Smith. They just gave him a huge contract. You only played 2 linebackers. Maybe they're making him an edge. Maybe they're going to play him on the edge. Baffling to me. Parsons is a good player. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
The character stuff obviously contributed to his drop. But, you're talking about a team that's now invested in the last 5 years 3 high picks in linebackers.
Right.
Now, maybe Leighton Vander Esch's health is pushing him to retire. So I don't know. That's total speculation.
Ian Rappaport. Well, but Sean Lee is just he's always been injured, right? And so there's I think they're tired of injured linebackers, right? Of starting a season with a guy, expecting him to be the guy, and then injuries hit, and they're left trying to to fill the void. And so maybe that's the reasoning. Ian Rappaport says the Cowboys take the linebacker they targeted and were slated to take at number 10, almost no matter what. Linebacker Micah Parsons at number 12. Parsons told me last night he looked forward to tackling Zeke Elliott in practice. Fun times.
And he says that their pick all along was Parsons. Even if they stayed at 10, they thought they could get back and get him. I wouldn't have taken Parsons at 10 no matter what, but I mean, you have a situation now if you're Dallas where you're watching Rashawn Slater. Now the Vikings have just completely lucked out. I mean, 1 offensive lineman's off the board.
Yes.
This is a dream for the Vikings.
Oh, yeah.
Elijah Vera Tucker's there. Rashawn Slater's still there. I mean, they've got their choice of players here. And obviously, the Chargers on the clock. But the Chargers actually dream scenario for them too with the tackles. Right. The offensive line, they need to address that.
And they could go Slater, they could go Darisaw, they could go Elijah Vera Tucker. Those 3
This
guys
should be, to me, it should be Slater and Vera Tucker back to back here.
Yeah.
We'll see if it ends up happening that way. But I think that if you're Minnesota, this is how you dreamed kind of it happening. Now, what the Chargers do obviously matters here, and it would shock me to see the Chargers knock off offensive line. I'm happy for Robert Mays, by the way, of The Athletic. He is a long-suffering Bears fan and a great dude. And this is a cool moment for Bears fans, man. It really is. Like, when you don't have a quarterback year after year after year, and your team is almost right. I mean, it's
we'll see. I remember Jameis Winston. There's a lot of happy campers in Tampa.
Oh yeah,
especially the Florida State fans.
You want hope. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, you want hope. For sure, and that's what he gives them for sure. And I think he gives them great talent. I mean, Mitch Trubisky doesn't hold a candle to him, and frankly, neither does Jameis. But I think, but at the same time, that's only part of the battle. You get to the NFL, we've seen lots of talented guys, so you need to put their support group around them, and that's what I'm not sure Chicago has to the extent that they can. We'll see. This is a big test. I mean, everybody said, "Oh, Matt Nagy's a good coach." He just doesn't have a quarterback. Well, we're going to find out. Trubisky definitely didn't help. Nick Foles definitely didn't help. How good can he be? I don't think he's been particularly impressive, but I also don't think he's been given all that he could be given. So,
the interesting thing is when you look at Minnesota, and right now the Chargers are on the clock at number 13, followed by Minnesota at 14. Yeah. John, we've seen, one offensive lineman being taken, Penei Sewell from Oregon, at number 7 to the Lions.
And we're about to see a run. We're about to see a run, I
think. But the interesting thing is we're now 13 picks into this draft, and we have seen 2 cornerbacks taken, 1 linebacker taken, no edge rushers taken.
Yeah. No.
So right now, Jalen Phillips is still out there. It might be a little early for him. It might be right on time if you're number 14. Minnesota Vikings looking to rev up their pass rush.
Sure.
I think he could be
Chargers too. I mean, Melvin Ingram's not back.
Right.
Well, I don't think Melvin Ingram signed anywhere now that I think about it.
Yeah.
But maybe like some of the guys in your roster now, Chen and Nwosu. But I mean, this is an option for the Chargers, an option for the Vikings. I think if you're the Vikings, you should go offensive line. But at the same time, yeah, it's definitely an option for that. They could look at edge rusher. Corner is a huge need for the Vikings. They could trade back if they don't love the offensive lineman. I've heard that they like some of the offensive linemen. That could be Leaks. That could be who knows. But we are either way. What do we have? The Chargers, the Vikings.
Right.
Who's at 15? Patriots.
Yeah.
They probably that could be Mac Jones falling
right
Jones
to him. Right there. Yeah.
Arizona definitely a possibility for offensive line.
Right.
They also really like David
Seems
Collins,
like Vera Tucker, right
Najee
there.
Harris, Vera Tucker. Yes, it could be Raiders' huge need at right tackle for offensive line.
Right.
I mean, you just have really from this range from 13 to 24, you have a ton of offensive line needs. So we're going to see a run even if it doesn't start with the Chargers. All the talk was the Chargers wanted to trade up for an offensive lineman. They didn't trade up. Obviously, we don't know if they tried or not. We'll see if one's on the board. Let's just step back and look at things from the Bucs perspective, just in terms of who's on the board. No shockers. Nobody we thought would be there for the Bucs except for Chris Sims.
Right.
He's going to be disappointed to learn that Justin Fields was, in fact, not going to make it to 32. Other than that, it's pretty much what we've expected for the Bucs so far. What you prep for, you're excited that the offensive line run hasn't happened yet.
Right.
And the longer it's delayed, the better chance you have of getting Tevin Jenkins.
That's right.
That's my thought process, right? I don't think there's any chance it's Slater or Vera Tucker. But the longer that process is delayed, now it only takes a couple
of
picks.
They like Tevin Jenkins too, and I like Tevin Jenkins.
And they like it. Exactly right. We all, I mean.
And I've gone on record and on radio this morning on WDA saying that if there's a player they could trade up for, Tampa Bay could trade up for, it would be Tevin Jenkins, because you put him in the mix at right guard with Alex Kappa and Aaron Stinney, and then he starts there in 2022. Whether he wins the job as a rookie or not is irrelevant. He's your starter at right guard next to Tristan Wirfs. Boy, that's a 1-2 punch on the right side of the offensive line.
Oh my, would be deadly.
And then a couple years down the road, with Donovan Smith, let's say he moves on after his contract expires. Tristan Wirfs has played left tackle. I think he's more athletic than Tevin Jenkins. So you move Wirfs to left tackle and you slide Jenkins to right tackle, where he is starred for Oklahoma State.
Sure, it gives yourself tons of options.
Plan.
Yeah, and even this year, he's a backup at multiple spots for. He's played left tackle, played right tackle. I don't remember if he's played right guard, but I think he definitely has a skill set to play right guard. In fact, I think he'd be a better guard than tackle long term. So it's a great pick if it happens. We're getting way ahead of ourselves, obviously. Sure. We're just trying to keep you abreast of the options. The longer that happens, you still have Slater, Vera Tucker, Darisaw. We've heard Liam Eichenberg to the Colts, maybe. That would take a team off. So you just have that potential setting up for.
And I could see the Colts taking Jenkins, too.
I could have. I mean, him next to Quentin Nelson? Are you kidding?
Boy,
I mean,
that's 1-2 punch on the right side.
Yeah, that would be on the left side. That would be deadly. So we'll see what happens with Jenkins. But the offensive line, that's the only ripple effect I see so far. And the fact that no edge rushers have gone. I don't know if you see an edge rusher that you really want. I mean, obviously we'd like Phillips to fall, but if he falls there, what does that say about what teams have found character-wise? So it's hard
or maybe medical-wise with the
or medical-wise, But
well, here's one safe, smart pick if you're looking for home security. Edmonson Electric AC Security. Feel secure with your top pick. You've probably noticed if you've been on PewterReport.com that our 2021 draft previews and Bucs best bets, our mock drafts, and tonight's draft show, and tomorrow night's draft show, and Saturday morning's draft show are all powered by Edmonson Electric AC and Security. Why? They're the official smart home and security company of PewterReport.com. For the past 40 years, Edmonson Electric has proudly served Central Florida with electric services, and they're now proud to add the state-of-the-art smart home technology and security systems to the roster. So whether it's surveillance cameras, home theaters, or smart lighting, Edmonson Electric and Security is automating your dream home. Click to find out more about controlling, monitoring, and securing your home when you visit EdmonsonElectric.com. Tomorrow starts now. From home automation controls to structured wiring and surveillance systems, Edmonson Electric and Security has the team to keep your home current. give them a call at 813-910-3403. That's 813-910-3403, or visit them on the web at edmonsonelectric.com. Control, monitor, secure. And I'll say this too. It's not just about home security. It's also about making sure that you get your big screen TV hooked up right. I got a 75-inch TV for Christmas, and I had it installed by the pros at Edmonson. Why? Because they do more than just home security. They do electrical work. I've had them come out to my house, and when I've had some outlets that weren't working properly. So I was able to have them fix those electrical issues. They'll do some things like install ceiling fans if you need to have that done. Or if you have some electrical breaker box issues, they're the people to call. Edmonson Electric, you've probably seen their vans around town. They do a lot of installation and a lot of work in new communities. I see them all over my community here. We've got some new houses going up. Edmonson Electric does all of the wiring in my neighborhood. But folks, if you really need to have your big screen TV hooked up, they do home theater. They'll do surround sound systems in addition to the security systems. And I've yet to get a security system for the house, but I'm telling you what, when I do, I'm going to turn to Edmonson Electric and home security. And as we talked about, it's not just about Edmonson Electric, AC and security. It's about them sponsoring our draft shows. And tonight, obviously, we've embarked on day one. Tomorrow, we've got our draft show at 6:00 p.m. on April 30th. And then Saturday, May 1st at 11 a.m. So, John, let's get everybody caught up to the picks, shall we?
Yeah, well, the Chargers actually have taken that entire time, and still they're about to reading their selection right now. It is Rashawn Slater, so that run has now started on the offensive line. So, I mean, if you're the Chargers, dream scenario. Could not have worked out better for you. I think if you tried, you get a guy who's one of the top offensive linemen in the draft, steps in for you right away at left tackle. It's what you needed. He's a good, very good tackle. I think he can be a great guard. I think he'll play tackle for them, obviously, but Justin Herbert, and all of a sudden, the AFC West is the Chargers get more and more dangerous. We say this all the time on paper. It's always been there for the Chargers, but it just hasn't translated to finishing on the field like it should. And so, I think that's the best part of this right now for the Chargers, that they were able to sit where they are and they still got the player that they really wanted. It's hard to find, other than the fact that teams have passed on quarterbacks and Dallas taking Parsons. To me, it's hard to find anybody really screwing it up. Not who they picked hasn't been bad. Who they passed on, that could look bad. Time will tell that. Yeah, exactly. But we have seen mostly the top players in the draft go in the top of the draft. There hasn't been any real shockers to me in that. In fact, can I pull up who's been selected so far? And I'll just run through for me. Everybody taken here. Trey Lance, quarterback. I mean, I had an early second on Trey Lance, but that quarterback, I'd still take that in the top 10. Penei Sewell. I mean, all these guys are first-round picks for me. I'm a tough grader, and everybody that's been taken so far, first-round picks.
Micah Parsons to the Cowboys, is that the first one that – and you could make a case for it. It's not like it's a bad pick, like you said, but –
yeah. It's just shocking to me because linebacker's not that important of a position. I know I'm talking to Bucs fans. They're like, what are you talking about? But, I mean, they're the exception. Those guys play every single snap. That is not how most teams operate now.
And the thing, too, is like you said, they have to. Mm-hmm. I mean, they have to. Unless Van Der Esch is –
Now, Van Der Esch's health has been an issue for sure. But you still spent a first-round pick on him. He's going to play.
Right.
So – or are you going to move him? Or is he going to retire?
They just gave
I don't know.
Contract extension to Jalen Smith.
They did. They gave it, and he was horrible last year. And frankly, he didn't.
Right.
So I get it from that perspective. But you are paying him, and I'll check the contract and see exactly what the details are. But
Vikings are on the clock right now,
and I would think this is where I could get a pick right again, and they could go Elijah Vera Tucker. But also they could go with an edge defender too. They love. I mean, a guy like Jalen Phillips,
he would certainly be a fit.
Yeah, he definitely makes a lot of sense.
And when you look at Mike Zimmer, the head coach up there, he likes those big defensive ends. He said Carlos Dunlap.
Yep.
He said Michael Johnson. He said Danielle Hunter.
Right.
So he likes those big, tall, long-armed pass rushers. And and Jalen Phillips is the top edge rusher in this class. It's a good class, but not a great class. Where the Jets have just traded up to number 14. So we have a trade.
So the Vikings traded back.
Vikings traded back to 23.
Jets came up, so they're looking for something for, I don't know, the offensive line?
And maybe the offensive line.
Elijah Vera Tucker here is the left guard next to Mekhi Becton.
That would be a solid 1-2
trying
punch
to think
on the
what
left side.
else. Let's think defensively, pass rusher. Certainly, there's some teams that could maybe they're trying to get ahead.
Robert Saleh, he likes good defense, right?
Oh yes, absolutely, and he needs more pass.
Now the interesting thing too is how do you help your rookie quarterback? What's the number one thing to do? Turn and hand off the ball, right?
Protect him. Yeah.
So that I'm just saying it could be a thing too where Travis Etienne maybe.
Oh my goodness, if they just trade up for a running back, my goodness, not good. But Joe Douglas is too smart for that, right? Or are you seeing something here, Scott? What are you seeing? Vikings didn't care about Mac Jones, by the way. Oh, I see people speculating about running back.
That's speculation. I think it makes sense because he's a pass catching running back. He takes the pressure off of young Zach Wilson, right? They always say a tight end is the best friend.
Couldn't you stay at 23? What do you think they gave?
I don't know. Well,
23 to 14. We know what they gave up.
If they like Travis Etienne, he might not be there, right? Because the Dolphins might take him. They're ahead of the Steelers, the Cardinals. Yeah, right. So,
yes, I would just argue that that's okay.
But I think it's offensive line. If it's offensive line,
to go for a running back. Have we seen? I'm trying to think of running backs we've seen. Ezekiel Elliott go first. We've seen Sony Michel, Rashad Penny.
Yeah,
we haven't seen it. Guys go traded up for. I don't think at that position. That would be crazy. They need offensive line help.
Right.
I'd say I mentioned next to Mekhi Becton, Alex Lewis. I mean, if you're me, Elijah Vera Tucker's the sixth best player on my board.
I agree.
What a great pick that would be to go Zach Wilson.
I'm just saying, who could they be trading up for?
Oh, you're right.
I think Elijah Vera Tucker makes a ton of sense.
But, you're right.
But when you look at the fact that ATN with his 4.4 speed catches the ball really well,
and they have no running back.
Yeah, he has 102 catches, career catches, for 1,100 yards, 8 touchdowns, averaged 11 yards per catch.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, he had back-to-back 1,600-yard seasons at Clemson, and he put up 70 touchdowns. This guy, I think I saw a stat where he scored a touchdown in all but 4 of his college games.
Yeah.
And he was a 4-year starter.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy production.
Yeah, he has produced like crazy. I love Travis Etienne. He's my RB1.
But you know what? You got to protect the investment, right? Got to protect the investment.
I mean, to me, if the Jets select Elijah Vera Tucker, I think that they've killed the draft. I mean, I would have taken Fields, obviously, but I get it with Wilson. I'm not going to keep belaboring that point.
Right.
Not like Wilson isn't talented, too. Elijah Vera Tucker next to Mekhi Becton is game changer.
And that's the pick.
And that's the pick. Elijah, I mean,
there you go.
Nailed it. I think they nailed it. And that's the guy you move up. You move up for an offensive lineman who's top. And obviously the Vikings didn't like him. And so
that's right.
We talked about revisiting the quarterbacks. Let's revisit that one in a few years, Scott, and see where that falls. But clearly Minnesota was not looking for O-line help. They didn't care for it. You could question that as much as you did with watching their O-line and watching the Bucs sack Kirk Cousins, 7 times, 6 times? Pressured a bunch of others.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so
that was a game where Ndamukong Suh said he left 3 sacks out in the field.
Oh yeah,
right. He did.
Yeah. He did. I mean, it was a beatdown. So
great
move. I love it by the Jets. You can argue. Now I want to see what they gave up, but they traded number 23, number 66, number 86 for 14 and 143. So you gave up what? An early third and a late third. They must have 2 thirds. They still have a third comp. But I mean, in this class, man, you're talking about getting 2 of the best players in this class.
Right.
So they gave up something, but in this class, I'm not sweating it a whole lot.
So the Patriots are on the clock now, and while John is typing away, and the Patriots are mulling over who will be the 15th selection, I'm going to let you know that we do this a couple times a year, and this is one where we kind of have everyone's attention. We do a lot of work in draft prep. And boy, let me tell you, John and I and Mark and Matt and Taylor, it's been hard this year because, well, we saw February football for the first time in a long time, actually in forever, because the Bucs won the Super Bowl in 2002 in January. So we were busy. Instead of worrying about who we're going to put in the mock draft, we're thinking, well, they're going to beat the Packers. Then who are they going to play? Are they going to play the Chiefs? Well, they're going to beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Damn it, John. This team is actually going to win the Super Bowl at its own home turf at Raymond James Stadium. And by God, that's exactly what happened. But the thing is we've had to really dive in deep with this draft stuff, and there's not been an off season for us. It's great seeing these players, John. They're off vacationing, and well deserved, right? They had the opportunity to win the Super Bowl, but we've been putting in the work. And if you appreciate the work, we appreciate your help and your support and your donations. We appreciate the super chats we've gotten throughout the year on the Pewter Report podcast, and also tonight on our pewterreport.com draft show powered by Edmonson Electric, AC, and Security. And if you have the opportunity to donate, we appreciate it. And here's how you do it. You go to pewterreport.com/donation. When you go there, you'll have a chance to do one of two things. You can make a one-time donation for as little as $10. And if you break it down on an annual basis, John, it's less than $1 a month.
I mean, it really is.
And if you want to pay monthly, well, we have that option too. For $3 a month, you can be a starter. For $5 a month, you can be an all-pro donor. And you can also become a Hall of Fame donor for $9 a month. So help support your favorite Bucs website, pewterreport.com/donation. All of that money goes to upgrade the website for your enjoyment and our Pewter Report podcast and the draft show with fancy schmancy new high-def cameras, lighting, and everything to make your watching the Pewter Report podcast and the draft show even more enjoyable.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think obviously we've appreciated so much super chat donations, all of that. I think it's been awesome to see the support from Bucs fans over the last year. I mean, it's been tough for everybody, but we're not exception to that. And so we definitely really, really appreciate that. And sorry, we've gotten a little bit away from the comments here recently.
And speaking of that, Aunt Cam, $25, fire the cannons. Appreciate it. Thank you.
That is great from Aunt Cam. And Joshua's still giving me super chats for nothing. Right player, wrong team. I got, okay, so Elijah Bear Tucker with 14, but right. a different team.
That's right.
You don't have to give me – I appreciate that. But I didn't get that right either. But appreciate you sending the love anyway for that, obviously. Patriots.
Thank you,
Patriots on the clock now?
Patriots are on the clock, yes.
Mac Jones on the phone.
Oh, and by the way, we got to – listen, Edward Fernandez, you always say this, and it's so much appreciated. Smash that thumbs up button. Thank you so much. That's awesome. We appreciate
always
you.
Leading that charge.
Yeah.
Definitely appreciate it.
It's great to see a lot of our loyal Pewter Report podcast people from not just the off season, but during the season come aboard tonight. And, and we're having a great time. Hope you guys are too. This is fun. Usually we're busier by now, John. Usually covering the Buccaneers draft. We're writing stories right now. We're not waiting, but that's what happens when you win the Super Bowl.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a whole different process for us. I mean, obviously for you, because with the Bucs not being in the playoffs for as long as they've been in, you've been able to get into draft stuff so early on, and now it was like
sometimes too early, John.
Exactly right. It's like
we had people that I'd be getting emails and DMs in late October, when the season was over. Who are we going to draft? What position are we going to need?
I don't think those days are coming back for a while, Scott.
I don't think so. I don't.
This is an organization top to bottom. I think people are stunned nationally at how fast the Bucs have become a model organization.
Right.
Not just so they hit gold on Brady. Yeah. No, a model organization. I really think that. The way they treat their players, the way they handle contracts, the way they honor what they say they're going to do. Jason Light, the cap people they have in place. Bruce Arians, obviously, on the field.
Why wouldn't you want to come to Florida, John? You did. No state income tax.
Game changer.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
And Mac Jones is going to be New England Patriots, so Bucs fans can get that consideration out of there. Steelers fans can too. I breathe a sigh of relief. No, I think Mac Jones is a good player, honestly. I think New England is a good move for them. They get to develop him a little bit. He could. Greg says this, and he's right. Greg Allman, in theory, Mac Jones could be a third rookie quarterback facing the Bucs this year if he wins the starting job. Obviously, following Zach Wilson, Justin Fields. Those guys got to win the starting jobs.
How about Warren Sharp on Twitter? I can't pull it up here, but Bill Belichick has a type, and it shows Tom Brady, the shirtless Tom Brady on draft, actually at the combine, and then Mac Jones smoking the stogie shirtless. Same unimpressive build coming out of college. So, and John, I kind of said it before. You see a little bit of Tom Brady and Mac Jones in terms of
they're going to run with that call now, man.
In terms of the style of quarterback that they are, pocket passer, accurate player, smart. I mean, if you build the weapons around Mac Jones, that can be a situation where he can thrive. The problem is Bill Belichick, the head coach, has been amazing throughout the years, especially on the defensive side. The problem has been Bill Belichick, the GM, who has missed on a lot of draft picks. And part of the reason why Tom Brady elected to leave as a free agent was because Bill Belichick failed to get him the weapons. It was Julian Edelman, a banged-up Julian Edelman, and nobody else in his final year in New England. Rob Gronkowski had retired. They tried to trade for Mohamed Sanu. They tried to sign Antonio Brown and Josh Gordon. Those moves didn't pan out. They drafted N'Keal Harry. It just everything they tried to do to get, and they even missed out on getting Adam Humphries as a wide receiver.
Mac Jones looks pissed off. I mean, happy to be in New England, I'm sure, but
boy, he does look pissed off.
Look at him.
Yeah,
he is angry.
He's grabbing the hat. He's like, "I'm going to show these sons of bitches."
Yeah, he is. He's not happy at all. And again, people are going to draw that. We'll hear Brady and Mac Jones in the same sentence 100 times.
Sure.
I'm never comparing anybody to Brady, but I do understand what you're saying. Stylistically, the needs are the same. Mac Jones will need to continue to play ahead of schedule as a quarterback. He'll need to continue to be the smartest quarterback on the field. Yep. That can happen for him at the NFL level.
He needs weapons. There's not going to be a Jerry Jeudy. There's not going to be a Ruggs. There's not going to be.
But they spent all that money on Nelson Aguilar and Kendrick Bourne. You don't think those guys are going to – I agree with you completely. They
need more.
They need more. They need more for sure. They are not where they need to be. They have not developed talent at all well, but especially wide receiver. They have not done a lot of things they should be doing in New England. That's hard for people to believe, but that's where they're at. This is interesting, though, because Mac Jones is going to hear himself compared to Tom Brady for forever until he proves that he's not. People talked about Cam Newton stepping into Tom Brady's shoes.
Yeah. No.
But Cam Newton was at the end of his career. Everybody knew that.
Right.
He was making chump change, on the side.
It was a completely different offense with Cam Newton in there.
There's no way the level of expectation for Newton at that point in his career was Brady. But for Mac Jones, it will be.
But if you look at the offensive coordinator for New England, I'm drawing a blank. Josh McDaniels, right? You look at Josh McDaniels. He ran for Cam Newton what he ran in Denver for Tim Tebow. And that's the thing about Josh McDaniels. He's got the playbook is this big. It's huge. And he put in the plays like the Tim Tebow type plays for the Cam Newton that involved a lot of the QB run game and a lot of short, simple reads. Whereas when you look at Tom Brady, there were times where that offense was wide open, right? When he had the weaponry, that was a wide open offense. And I think that both of these quarterbacks can fit. Cam Newton will play one style, but when and if Mac Jones takes over later this year or next year or whatever, you're going to see the playbook completely flip to something different, which is a lot more like Tom Brady than it was last year with Cam Newton.
Oh, definitely. They changed their offense for sure. Mac Jones talking now. And I'm sure, if you're Mac Jones, it's about the landing spot, kid. Like, it really is. You got to understand that it's not necessarily about this other stuff. So, here we got some super chats. I want to make sure I get to the beginning.
Will Brinson, Mac is Cam backwards.
That's clever. Tobe Daddy says, Buck fan in Michigan. I love hearing Lions fans saying they're one player away year after year. This is my Christmas. By the way, Jared Goff is Scott Mitchell 2.0. Jared Goff, not the answer there, in my opinion. Charles Smither says, thanks for the hard work year round. Love the articles and the pods.
Thank you,
really
Charles. Appreciate
that.
Yeah,
$25 super chat.
Thank you, Tope Daddy.
Yeah, for sure. That's awesome. William Butler says, when are you guys going to speak on the free agents still out there that can be of value to the Bucs that are still available? The Bucs don't have much roster space.
Yeah. But after the draft, though, we got to see who they get first here. And it's interesting, John. We heard Mark talk about this on the podcast. You and I really have not had the opportunity to talk about it. We've talked about it a little bit on Twitter and I've written an article about how Antonio Brown affects things. But AB is back, John. Antonio Brown is back. So I wrote about that, but I think that when it comes to the wide receiver position, like all positions, whether it's running back, this team signing Giovanni Bernard, this team re-signing Leonard Fournette, still having Ronald Jones, their leading rusher, who was just about 22 yards away from a 1,000-yard season. It still doesn't take running back off the board. And I think it's the same thing with wide receiver. Even though you bring Antonio Brown back, the only wide receivers that you have on the depth chart that are signed for more than 2 years are Mike Evans, who signed a big-time contract extension, and Tyler Johnson, the 5th-round pick last year. Other than that, Scotty Miller is going to be coming up in 2 years. Justin Watson comes up after this year. And we've seen this team, John, carry 6 receivers, especially with Jaden Mickens being their punt return guy. So I wouldn't rule out, even if Antonio Brown comes back, because he signed a 1-year deal, he could be gone next year. I think he will be gone next year. Mm-hmm. There's a need for a running back. Does it necessarily have to be at 32? No, I think that Brown's signing diminishes the chances of the Bucs taking a wide receiver early, 1st or 2nd round. But I think in the 3rd or 4th rounds, there might be some options where they take a wide receiver to replace Justin Watson, who's a good special teamer, but just never really developed as a wide receiver. And that's how you get better. You build your roster from the bottom up. And, as Raheem Morris used to say, the back of the bus guys, they're the ones who actually drive the bus. It's not the guy sitting in the front seat behind the wheel. It's the guys in the back of the bus yelling at the guy saying, let's go, let's go, let's go, right? It's the competition from the bottom up. And as much as we like Scotty Miller and fantastic players so far, if you pay Chris Godwin big-time money in a contract extension, and you've got Mike Evans is one of the highest paid wide receivers, I don't know that there's room for Scotty Miller when he comes due for free agency, no matter how good he is at that point in time. Right. So, I think they've already picked their 2 top receivers. They're both Pro Bowl guys, and Godwin and Evans, and that's great. But you got to replace Antonio Brown next year. You're going to have to replace Scotty Miller in 2 years. You have to replace Justin Watson, even if he makes the team this year. Jaden Mickens is up. So I don't think this rules out a wide receiver being selected. What do you say?
Yeah, I think that you're right about that. It doesn't rule it out. I'd say it would be shocking to me if it happened in this round. I don't know what would be shocking. I'm not sure, man. The Bucs can pick anything. Let's just be honest. I wouldn't expect it though. I would be, it would be now at some point in the draft. Sure. I mean, they're looking at best player available. Really, I think they are. And now we're getting to that situation in Washington or Arizona just selected. By the way, they took Zaven Collins, which is hilarious. They just drafted Isaiah Simmons. They just went back-to-back linebackers. And I mean, I don't even think Zaven Collins' game. They don't have any corners. They don't. They need offensive line help. There's guys sitting right there on the board. Fascinating to me. But it's a Tevin Jenkins target, and he's still on the board. And we've got the Raiders on the clock, and this is another Tevin Jenkins target. There's a few more to get by, but
if there's a player that the Buccaneers are going to trade up for, I think it's going to be Tevin Jenkins.
Definitely could be for sure. So we'll see.
Not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying if they're going to trade up, I think that would be the guy.
Yeah, he could be the guy for sure. The Raiders are on the clock right now, about 3 minutes left until their pick. Cardinals continue to just fascinate me. I know everybody's kind of like, when are they going to be the team?
Who was the Temple kid, the first-round pick that they let go?
Hassan Reddick. That was fears.
Hassan Reddick, okay.
Linebacker, they took early. Didn't work out. Well, it's Isaiah Simmons last year.
Here's horrible the thing. They drafted Hassan Reddick, who was an undersized pass rusher for Matt Rule, right, at Temple back in the day. He was really an edge guy that was way too small to play edge. He was a pass rusher. So they put him at linebacker, and he's an okay guy. Then they blitzed the hell out of him last year, and that's what he does best. He rushes the passer.
Yeah.
And he had, 10 sacks, I think?
Mm-hmm.
Then they let him go. He's a young pass rusher, but he was kind of out of position. They let him go to sign J.J. Watt. So you have 32-year-old J.J. Watt, who's kind of broken down and not the guy he used to be, paired with Chandler Jones,
coming off
who's
serious injury.
Coming off serious injury. He's 33 years old. Okay. So
and you just keep piling up linebackers.
Right. And then you draft Isaiah Simmons, who is he a linebacker? Is he a safety? Right. And now Zaven Collins, is he a linebacker? Is he an edge rusher. I don't know.
He's linebacker, but they'll blitz too. They do blitz a lot.
Yeah.
That's one thing he will be useful. Vance Joseph loves to blitz, and he'll be useful for that for sure. I'm not saying he's a bad player. It's just at some point you just
and you know what?
The value.
The interesting thing is Steve Keim, right? The Cardinals obviously were doing something right?
Mm-hmm.
They made it to the NFC Championship game with Bruce Arians in 2015. They traded for Carson Palmer. Keim has made some good moves. But and they've had some good draft picks. Tyrann Mathieu, stands out.
Mm-hmm.
They've had some good draft picks. But you wonder how much of that was Jason Light and Bruce Arians' influence. Because, once Jason Light left and went to Tampa, their draft started to get a little shaky.
Mm-hmm.
Then once Bruce Arians left, it's like, holy smokes, the Cardinals are, what are they doing?
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing.
Oh, and meanwhile, when Bruce and Jason get together.
Oh, yeah. You see what happens, right? There's a common thread here.
Devin White.
Yes.
Tristan Wirfs, Antoine Winfield Jr.,
And the Raiders pick is in, and this is obviously a huge pick for the Raiders. I mean, they just got to get
please
something
let it
right.
be Christian Barmore.
I mean, if it's Barmore, we're going to howl.
Please let it be Christian Barmore.
Because
that would be the most Raiders pick.
I mean, they have to just get this pick right.
And Zaven Collins would have been a Raiders-esque pick too, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah, would have been, for sure. Now, and the Raiders have always reached. They've never done things quite traditional. They took Henry Ruggs as the first receiver.
Yeah.
Damon Arnett, Cleveland Farrell's the 4th overall pick. Shocked people. Damon Arnett, most people thought he'd be a 3rd-round pick.
Oh, my goodness.
What did they do this time? Alex Leatherwood. Wow. They can't get right. He's like number 80 on my board or something. I mean, it's unbelievable how different they think than every other team in the league. It's crazy. Year after year, pick after pick.
This is going to sound like an insult or a slur, but I'm going to call it like I see it. And listen, the man's credentials are what they are. But there was a time when Mike Mayock knew a lot about the draft.
The time. And then
that time is
that time passed.
Yeah. For real.
I wonder who took it.
Right.
Who took that time with them? It might have been Gruden, man.
It might have been Gruden.
I mean, Gruden is the final decision maker here. So
John Gruden in Tampa drafted one Pro Bowl player. One. That was Davin Joseph. Okay, so that tells you something. In all of Gruden's years in Tampa, he drafts one Pro Bowl player.
Yeah,
it's Davin Joseph.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm trying to remember how long he played, how many Pro Bowls.
He made 1 or 2 Pro Bowls.
And did he sustain that level of play?
He did until he got injured. He suffered a serious knee injury, and that really kind of ruined his career. But Davin Joseph was a hell of a pick. The problem is John Gruden, who's the all-time winningest coach in Bucs history. I'm not trying to. I love John. I got him right there on the wall. But I like John Gruden, the coach. John Gruden, the GM, we talked about Bill Belichick, right? It's kind of the same thing.
Yep.
Mark Dominic, who replaced Bruce Allen as the general manager, he drafted Gerald McCoy, who went to the Pro Bowls. He drafted Levante David, who went to Pro Bowls. He drafted Doug Martin, who went to Pro Bowls. So I'm just saying it's like, and Mark Dominic had a few years less running the franchise than Bruce Allen and John Gruden did.
Yep.
And did more with less time than Gruden did. So
it's a huge positive for the Bucs. I mean, Tevin Jenkins is on the board and an offensive tackle we didn't even think was going to go in the first round just went.
Right.
So now you still have some guys on the board, Christian Darrisaw being one of them, and Tevin Jenkins is still there. I don't want to get totally caught up in the Tevin Jenkins thing, but I think we have Bucs fans now that are kind of a little bit invested in seeing what happens with Tevin Jenkins. And I understand it too. I mean, he's probably one of the better picks that has a shot at being there for Tampa Bay, obviously. And so we'll keep tracking and keep trying to predict kind of where how that's going to sort itself out. But Leatherwood, by far the biggest surprise in the first round again. I think he was 39th on the consensus board, which is put together a ton of big boards around the media realm. And then for my board, I was one of the lowest on him, actually. Let me look here. He was in the 72 on my board. So 72nd player on my board. Now, and many better tackles ahead of him.
Right. And the thing is, when we do these Bucs best bets, it's challenging because we can't always sit there. We had Vita Vea as the number 1 defensive tackle, right? Yeah. That's kind of shooting fish in the barrel. We had Jameis Winston as the number 1 quarterback. I mean, sometimes it's easy. We had Devin White as the best inside linebacker because they're more likely to take those players, and they did. We wanted to put Tevin Jenkins in there for the Bucs best bet because we know that they like him.
Yes, but we didn't think he'd be there.
We didn't think he'd be there, and he might not be. I mean,
he's a long way to go. And the Dolphins are a team that could take him right here.
But
they need a
but if you look, we had Liam Eichenberg from Notre Dame as the Bucs best bet because he's probably more likely to be there at number 32. That's the reasoning behind it.
And he can move to guard with his shorter arms.
But when you look at the story, the lead picture is Tevin Jenkins for a reason. So we're trying to educate you guys and give you as much insight. And we're not always right by any means, but we got a pretty good record of being right. More often than not.
Right. And the Dolphins, I mean, they literally were in a spot where Tevin Jenkins could go anywhere. I mean, that's the thing. It's just so hard to see him getting there. And not only Jenkins, but Darisaw. I'm thinking other people are scared. I mean, Eichenberg, I mean, literally this pick, 19, Fit Washington needs offensive line. Who's at 20 now? The Giants could take offensive line easily. The Colts at where are they? 22 or 21, maybe the Colts. Well, 21, Titans need a right tackle. I mean, Vikings, obviously, Steelers. There's just no way Jenkins is going to get there.
Yeah, Dolphins pick is in.
This could be Jenkins here. Honestly, Dolphins need a right tackle, and Christian Darisaw could be a pick here. Dolphins could take a weapon. Pass rusher. No pass rusher still.
Mike Tuck, who's a sportscaster here in Florida, the Raiders continue to do their own thing. Gruden will outlast Mayock. That I know. That's true. Because what's going to happen is Gruden will blame Mayock for Gruden's picks, and Mayock will get fired.
That's right.
And
that's how it'll go down. Now, and this is Jalen Phillips. Jalen Phillips to Miami. So Miami guy stays in Miami. Now Miami guy stays in Miami. Don't mind that for him. The infrastructure in Miami seemed to be a good thing for him. So maybe they felt great about that. But they just got the best pass rusher in the draft. I mean, they needed a pass rusher. So they did.
And Brian Flores, defensive-minded coach, that makes a lot of sense, especially in this division because you got to have somebody chase around Josh Allen. Patriots no longer the tops of the division. It's the Buffalo Bills.
Right.
So you got to look and see that personnel and match it up, and you got to get somebody that can get to Josh Allen. And not just get to him, but get him on the ground, chase him, get him, have somebody that's fast and can get there. So are we caught up with our super chats, John?
I don't think we got those ones, no.
Okay. Tope Daddy again, $5 super chat. Buck fan in Michigan. Love hearing Lions fans saying they're number one, saying they're one player away year after year. This is my Christmas, by the way. Jared Goff is Scott Mitchell 2.0. Wow, Scott Mitchell, who was the quarterback in the Bucs' first playoff win in quite some time in 1997. I was there at Houlihan Stadium, otherwise known as the Big Sombrero. Mike Allstott had a big touchdown run there.
That's right.
Yeah. Another super chat, Charles Smithers. Appreciate that. $24.99.
Might have read that one. I don't remember.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I don't remember which ones you read. Which ones you haven't.
But we do appreciate all of the super chats. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, maybe we hadn't read that one. I don't know. But yeah, this is it with Gruden. I mean, it gets to this point with Gruden where, I mean, every time that this happens, every time they disappoint for another season, they fall off over the second half of the year. Bucs fans just got to be so grateful that he didn't come back.
And you know what, John? I think there were some Buccaneer fans that wanted.
Sure, I can understand
Phillips,
that. Oh, that wanted Phillips. Sorry, I just thought you were going to say Gruden.
But the thing is it was never going to happen. He wasn't going to last 32.
Everything you heard as we got closer sounded like teams were more and more comfortable with his character and the injury history in the past. There were never any, these are big red flags comments from teams. I'm sure that teams had him. It didn't feel like it was overwhelming enough to push him down the board far enough to get to 32. And if it did, the talent he has, that would have been a big red flag in and of itself.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it.
So I never really thought it was going to happen for Tampa Bay. Once we got into the process last couple of months, I don't think we had him mocked there at all. Or we started to not mention it after February, really.
It wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, it was just not going to be a possibility. Now, Washington's on the clock.
Alex Leatherwood, John.
I mean, the Senior Bowl. You saw, even if you didn't watch tape, Alex Leatherwood got whooped up at the Senior Bowl. And that was not a great group.
Well, and so did Deontay Brown, the other Alabama player that was there.
Leatherwood's biggest issue, by the way, just not to just but his biggest issue is pass protection. He's a good run blocker. There's no question. Every pass that looks different. He cannot find consistency in his set points. He gives up the edge constantly. He tries to just push guys up the arc. That's not going to work in the NFL. Azeez Ojulari beat him around the edge a couple times. He consistently had issues down the stretch. I mean, again, they get the ball out quick there. A lot of designed reads first reads. They get the ball out quick. That helps save him and make him look better. Does he have good athleticism? Yes. Does he have physical tools? Yes. He's very long arm, big dude. He's just not good, that good. I think he should play guard. I think he should play guard. Maybe we'll.
So it's almost like the Raiders, passing on Devin White, who was the better defensive player, to get Colin Farrell or Cleveland Farrell. Right.
It's a lot like that. Obviously not to that extent, but that's what you have again. You have, let's take this. And Farrell wasn't even a high ceiling player.
Right.
The Raiders have kind of said, we're going to take this type of dude. And then last year they took Arnett, who was people talked about his character.
Right.
I don't know what it was true and what wasn't, but now there's talk that they are really frustrated with Arnett and they could, I don't know if they move on, but I wouldn't say that he's a lock to make the roster or whatever. I mean, they just could get frustrated with him. And so I just think that they got away from that mantra.
Right.
And Leatherwood, I don't think that's the issue necessarily, but it's hard for me to see where this one makes sense for the Raiders for sure. But again, 2 picks go there, and it's a better spot for the Bucs than it was. Now Washington's up. They could pick, obviously, right tackle, except for them. Jenkins has played right and left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Right tackle, they have Morgan Moses, but left tackle could be a problem spot for them. Cornelius Lucas actually played well. Darisaw is the one that makes more sense to me. I would think this is Darisaw.
He's a local kid, Virginia Tech.
With Zaven Collins off the board, too. Washington loved him, and with him off the board, Darisaw makes a lot of sense.
Are there any other defenders that Ron Rivera could want or need?
Well, they are pretty stacked on the D-line, I would say. That would surprise me. They're pretty good there.
Safety, how about
they really love their
TCU.
guys. They get Landon Collins back, and Cameron Curl was one of the better rookies last year. So I think they're set, but we'll see. I think it'll probably be an offensive lineman. They also could be Elijah Moore, wide receiver. I know that they're not going to be able to get him if they wait because there's other teams that want him in the 20s.
Right.
So.
Well, I'm just saying Trevon Moore from TCU would be an interesting guy, I think, for Washington.
I mean, is that – are you seeing that?
But it's not going to be him. It's going to be Jamin Davis.
Okay, so they just went right to another linebacker, which their defense is really good. I like Jamin Davis. This is high to me for him, but again, it's good for the Bucs because I don't think Jamin Davis. That was who Mark was.
That's who Mark picked at 32. Yeah,
I don't think he was going to be a pick for the Bucs, but I get where Mark was coming from there. Developmentally, he was going to be a nice type of player for them. Yeah. But I think that it keeps pushing offensive line down the board.
I think the thing too is even though you're drafting for depth, even though you're drafting a future starter because all 22 are back for Tampa Bay, you still want your first round pick to see the field, and not just on special teams covering kicks or punts, right? Mm-hmm. So, are you going to take Levante David off the field for your 32nd overall pick? Are you going to take Devin White off the field for that guy? No, you're not. Does this team play any 3 down or 3 linebacker sets? Rarely, Rarely do they play that, they're a 3-4 team. So their linebackers are going to be the edge rushers and then the 2 inside guys, David and Devin. But see, a running back, you can work that back in and get carries. An offensive lineman, even if your 5 starters are set, you can bring on that offensive lineman, whether it's Eichenberg, whether it's Jenkins, whoever, and get them on the field as that Joe Haig extra blocker, right? And play them a dozen snaps a game to get their feet wet, right? If it's an edge rusher, that's a situational pass rusher that you come in, you kick JPP inside, you put that edge rusher right out there opposite Shaq Barrett, and you go to town, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
So those are positions that we've talked about: offensive line, edge rusher, running back. That you can see some people that were drafted in the first round, whether it's any of those positions, and I mean, there's a reason why. We have this little graphic here. I'll pop it up and show everybody. It's not so much that it's these players.
All 3 of those players still on the board, Scott.
True, but it's a running back. It's a lineman. It's an edge rusher. Those are the 3 positions at number 32 that those players can see the field as a rookie.
Yep.
Not start, but contribute. And linebacker, that just wasn't going to happen.
Right. And that's true. And I mean, obviously with Dickerson, if he were to be the pick, they would need, it would need to be an injury that would probably get him on the field. But at the same time, he could be the first guy.
He could be that Joe Haig,
Oh yeah, that's true too. Yeah. I didn't even think about that. That's a good point. He could be that extra blocker for sure. So, I mean, remember he's people, oh, the center kicking out to that extra tackle spot. No, he's 6'6", 330. He can do whatever he wants.
That's right.
And so,
we're not talking AQ Shipley.
Right.
We're
talking about a dude.
Big boy.
Like, he has tackle size, honestly, if he wanted to play tackle. I mean, but he doesn't have the feet for that. But, he is, it would be a place where he could contribute. Javonte would contribute. Tryon. You're right. Those are the three guys. I mean, and, with Jermaine Davis, Washington gets a good player. I don't, Washington's going to be good this year. They might win that division, but how good? The ceiling is Tampa Bay. That's the ceiling, folks. And I know that's exciting to Bucs fans, but that's it. Teams are going to have to get to Tampa Bay's level. I don't think Washington's there, and this pick doesn't really move the needle to me, although I like what he can develop into still.
Right.
Think he'll need a couple of years.
And I think the thing is he's a modern-day linebacker in the fact that he drops into coverage. He picks off passes. He's athletic. You want him to cover the tight end, right? And he can blitz. He can support the stuff the run, but he can cover. Yep. And I think that's something that when you look at inside the division, going up against the Dak Prescotts, the Daniel Joneses, you can spy a player like Daniel Jones, right? Spy him with a fast linebacker like Jermaine Davis. Yep. So you keep Jones in the pocket, and he's not going to be able to rip off a big run and trip over his own feet before he gets to the end zone.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, that's it's a dream right there.
Yeah.
I'm putting my big board in the chat, by the way, for people who want to access the link. I think it'll let me do that. We'll see if that link's accepted. Let me know if that link is clickable. If not, copy paste it or whatever into your URL. But that way I saw some people saying they couldn't see the board. It's on the site, but you have to scroll down a little bit right now because of all the content we've got up. So Giants are on the clock, right? This could be offensive line for sure. What else do the Giants need? Really nothing more than they need offensive line. That would be my guess here. Link works. Okay, good. You guys can check out my who's left. I only have 2 first-round picks left, by the way, I think. 2 first-round grades. I'm sorry, I'm 3 first-round grades. Elijah Moore, Kevin Jenkins, and Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Those are my 3.
Yep.
The only guy who's really been picked that's down the board for me, I would say, to a degree, Zaven Collins, 30 for me. Jermaine Davis, 27 for me. And then Leatherwood at 72.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm the one who's wrong, obviously. But I feel like I did the work, so I'm not going to say it now. But yeah, I think that could be. I could be wrong. I was the consensus board had him 42.
Yeah.
So that was the average of everybody. So I'm lower on him than the average for sure. But the average still says that was a huge reach. And they have plenty of tackles over him on the consensus board, which is over 50 boards, something like 60 boards. It's compiled by Arif Hassan of The Athletic. Definitely check it out. You probably can search it on Twitter right now and find the link for that. But that consensus board will give you an idea of, again, typically picks that are way outside the consensus have not. It's a great historical reference. They have typically done very poorly.
Right.
The Raiders are the leader in the clubhouse. I'm not even like making that up as a joke. That's they are the team every year. In fact, we just discussed as a group the other day who the Raiders out over the top pick was going to be. I believe Leatherwood was even mentioned at that point. So we knew that is their MO. They are totally outside consensus, not only of our board, but of the league too. The consensus board tends to go fairly closely with the league.
Right.
Obviously, as people would expect, I'm sure the average of that many boards. The Raiders are consistently outside of it. Farrell was a big example of that.
Farrell
was a big example of that. And then so was, who am I thinking of last year? Damon Arnett was a big example of that.
Here's the thing. Max Crosby is a better pass rusher than Cleveland Farrell.
Yeah. Yeah. And Farrell's he's not a bad player. He's a good run defender, but the 4th pick.
Yeah.
That's great. That's where it gets crazy.
You need a Pro Bowler there. That's what you're drafting. You're drafting a Pro Bowl caliber player. You're drafting a franchise type 10-year player. And that's the goal.
And Carolina got extremely lucky that year because Brian Burns was the top, I think, 5 player in that class for me, 6 player in that class for me, and he fell all the way down. And he's better than Farrell or Josh Allen right now. So they got a huge, what was it, pick 17 or something like that. They got a steal. Now the Giants pick is in. This could be Tevin Jenkins, could be Darius. You guys have probably already seen who it is, but we'll see who they end up taking. The Giants. Tony? Somebody said Tony to the Giants. Is that Kadarius Toney? The Giants?
Well, if they wanted,
I'm trying to
Devontae Smith or
Tony over Elijah Moore is, I think, a pick that people will regret.
Yeah.
But Tony's a good player, exciting player
when he's healthy.
Yeah.
When he's
is
healthy.
that the pick or is that a guess? I don't know. That might be. Yeah, I haven't even looked at Twitter, but that's probably the pick. But we knew they wanted wide receiver was a part. Now they have Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton, and Kenny Golladay. So I mean, they have a lot of guys.
They do.
But Sterling Shepard could be moved on from. They aren't wowed by Slayton. It was a good start last year. Wasn't the big step in the right direction. I think Daniel Jones had a lot to do with that. But Tony's a guy. You get the ball in his hands, he can make people miss, make magic happen.
Right.
This is the part of the draft where things start getting pretty interesting. But again, no offensive line there. It bodes well. Now you got Colts, Titans, Vikings, Steelers. Those are four. That's a murderer's row for O-line right there. Yep. Those four. So you got to get past some of that. So Kadarius Toney is the pick for the Giants. Toney went from not even playing wide receiver to being the 20th overall pick, Scott. Right. That's pretty crazy. Definitely got a lot better. Mostly a slot. He is not a dynamic route runner, despite what NFL Network is telling you right now. He does have great separation quickness, but he is learning routes basically right now, and that's his part. Now, one thing that encourages me, he attacks the football for a smaller receiver who hasn't played much wide receiver. So that's a good thing. That's a good sign that he is kind of a natural catcher of the ball, does not drop a lot of passes. He did drop some of the Senior Bowl, I think. That's out of character for him, I believe. So he's got a lot of growing to do. He might be a slot only. He's still at his best, even though he's fast. He's still at his best when you get him the ball underneath. They didn't honestly throw to him vertically a ton. He had a couple highlight plays down the field, but it was not really his big usage at Florida. So he's a guy, horizontal offense. You get him the ball, you let him run after the catch. You work the screen game with him, those kinds of things. To me, that's his best usage. And it says to me that Sterling Shepard's probably a guy that they're going to try to move on from that contract. I mean, they can sign him extension. They can get out of his contract. Dan Golladay just came in. You want to get Toney on the field. Slayton's going to be other outside receiver. To me, that screams that Sterling Shepard could be on his way out. We'll see.
Right.
The Colts are up now. Christian Darrisaw, Tevin Jenkins.
Yep. Got to think they're going to go offensive line.
Yeah, this fell perfectly for the Colts.
Yeah.
Yeah, board fell really well for Indy.
Yeah.
I think that
Carson Wentz, he needs to stay healthy.
Yeah, you got to protect him. The last ones, I mean, I'm glad they weren't offensive line, and this one would shock me.
Who's the head coach in Indy?
Frank Reich.
What position did he play?
Quarterback.
Oh, okay.
Think he understands?
Yeah, he might understand the need to protect the quarterback, right?
And people have talked about wide receiver for the Colts. There's other things they need for sure. I think it's going to be an offensive line. So we'll see. Board fell really well for Indy. This could be a spot, and then the next couple spots, honestly, could be offensive linemen.
Yeah.
I don't know if that pick is in yet or not. It's not for us yet, but corner's definitely a need for them too. So now let's look real quickly. Bucs board right now. Tevin Jenkins. I don't think Darrisaw for them. Liam Eichenberg, maybe. Dickerson,
maybe.
Creed Humphrey. Those are the offensive linemen, in my opinion. Edge defender. Everybody but Phillips is still left. So Peyton Turner, Joe Tryon, Kwity Paye. We haven't really even talked about him in Tampa Bay. I don't think anybody expects him to get there. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Well, we didn't expect Tristan Wirfs being there either.
That's true. Good point.
That's what's so unpredictable about the draft is you don't know who's going to be there. That's the thing. And technically Tristan Wirfs wasn't there. Jason and I had to trade up a spot for him, but thankfully, he did. And it certainly was worthwhile and needed because apparently there was another team that was ready to make that move and get up.
Yeah. And did the Colts just they might have taken a pass rusher. Are you seeing Kwity Paye there? Yes. Kwity Paye, I believe, to the Colts.
Wow.
That's great news for the Bucs. Great news for the Bucs because it means that another offensive lineman has moved down the board a little bit. Now we start to get our hopes up a little bit, and we're in the range, Scott,
right,
where trading up becomes legitimate. I mean, it becomes realistic, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, this would obviously be hilarious if this happened, but I would say the Steelers are a team that could trade back. Now it depends. They need no running backs have been taken, and the Steelers want Najee Harris. Everybody and their grandmother knows it, and unless that's smoke, you're getting to the point now where Najee Harris looks like he could be a possibility for the Steelers. But if he's yet to come off the board, I think the Steelers could move back. Bucs could move up. That could be a possibility.
That could be.
Well, Jacksonville also at 25. They've obviously, it depends what they want, but let's say they target Trevon Moehrig, or they don't have any safeties. Jacksonville doesn't have many holes. I know that's shocking to people because of how bad they were, but they have their starting lineup pretty much set. They can move back.
If you look at Urban Meyer, as much as he's well regarded for his offenses, he values a strong defense. I mean, he whether it's a Florida or Ohio State, he had a stud defense. He's a defensive-minded, offensive-minded head coach.
Yeah,
he believes in doesn't really have a leaning. I mean, he's more offensive than he is defensive, but boy, he values having a good defense. And Joe Cullen, former Bucs defensive line coach, is now the DC in Jacksonville. He was the defensive line coach up in Baltimore for several years. So we'll have to see if Joe Cullen gets a piece to play with in Jacksonville.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm surprised Indy didn't take that protection. Frank Reich.
Yes, me too.
Didn't come through. Ballard loves Kwity Paye, and also very different type of player for Chris Ballard to take. He's taken the Ben Banagos. He's taken the Rutgers dude. What's his name? Kamoko Toure, the long, bendy, that type of rusher. Now he goes with a squatty, powerful, guy in Kwity Paye. Very different build than he's targeted in the past. So maybe a step in his evolution process as a GM. I love tracking that kind of stuff because I'm a complete nerd. But I think it's really fascinating when a guy changes totally his prototype at a position. And that's really what we just saw from Ballard. So very, very interesting that he makes that pick. Board fell well for them. I thought that they would go somewhere else. Paye has upside. I'm not sad that he doesn't end up in Tampa Bay.
Right. I wasn't a fan.
It's a long way to go. He should be. This is what
he should be better than he is.
Exactly.
That's well said. That's exactly.
Scouts said it all. When you looked at articles, and Michigan didn't use him right, and that affected things. Indianapolis will use him better for sure, but he's just got a long way to go now. He's raw, and so. We'll see if he can get there. Certainly talented, very bendy, explosive, but his hands, his pass rush moves, it all needs some work. So best football could be ahead of him. I wouldn't have been crazy about taking that risk with him. So
I agree.
Colts, Chris Ballard gets a lot of praise. I'm not saying this pick's bad. It's a lot of praise, and he had the one good draft.
But we've talked about it. It's a deep draft when it comes to offensive line, whether it's interior, whether it's tackles. It's not that it's overflowing with immensely talented players. It's just there's some good players, and there's a lot of good players in this draft. Edge rushers, not so much.
Right.
And I think, John, by the time we see the end of the second round, I think a lot of the quality edge rushers are going to be off the board.
Yeah, for sure.
Where you can get offensive linemen, I think, in the second, third, fourth round that can develop into quality starters.
Absolutely. One of the things about the draft is always looking at which positions tend to go a little bit later, but still produce really good players. And one of those, I think, is definitely interior offensive line. We've seen some really good ones go late and become really good players in the second round or late first round. And that just happens to match up with something that the Bucs need. So again, I think right now for your Tampa Bay, the way that everything has gone so far it looks pretty good for what they need. Now, they still haven't even announced the Colts pick on NFL Network. Is ESPN ahead of NFL Network? Let us know. I'll switch because I'm watching on mute anyway. I won't watch ESPN unless. But yeah,
you don't like Mel Kiper and Todd McShay?
I'm not going to knock. I mean, they probably work hard, but Greg Newsom's still available. Caleb Farley's still available. Obviously, Christian Barmore, that's a concern for us.
Super chat from Demetrius. Appreciate that, Demetrius.
Yeah.
We way off chalk now, looking at the flow and likely runs. What's your best guess for Bucs at this point? Do you see Javonte going first? I think he's in play.
The Bucs or just before?
I think he's in play for the Bucs.
Well, we have a scenario now, Scott, where all three running backs are on the board. Honestly,
that's right.
Has anything gone other than Phillips? Maybe. I mean, nothing's really gone against the Bucs. Now we're still, don't get too excited yet.
Yes, we're still
11 picks out.
Yes.
So we've got a ways to go here.
Yeah. And you could see, two of the three running backs go, and the next three good offensive linemen go. And
if we get to 25, I will start to feel good if Jenkins is there. I would start to feel good about that.
Yeah.
There's going to be corners going in 25 to 31. Maybe a linebacker. You definitely can't rule out O-line. Dylan Raduns is a guy who's been expected to go in the first round.
Yeah.
He could go. Yeah, there's a
Appreciate
lot.
that, Alan. Thank you. We're way better
Thank
than
you.
ESPN. Yeah.
More super chats. Yes, we need a seventh running back. I know.
Yeah.
I know where people are coming from with the running backs.
Right.
Don't get me wrong. I definitely think that the Bucs have a surplus. But again, these guys, their deals expire. Giovanni Bernard, Ronald Jones, Leonard Fournette, are all free agents after this year. It's not a position you have to plan ahead for.
And John, it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility too if they draft a running back, whether it's a Najee Harris, a Travis Etienne, a Javonte Williams, if they do that at 32.
Yeah.
That one of those running backs is on the move, and not Giovanni Bernard.
Yeah. Oh, definitely, it's a possibility. So is ESPN ahead of? Yeah. Are we? Somebody said NFL Network's way behind. I don't know if that means they're ahead of ESPN or not. I don't know if people are seeing the picks or don't want us to tip the picks, or if we're tipping the picks, or I don't know where we are time wise with. But we're going to say what we see basically as we see it now at this point.
Right. So either Greg Newsom, Christian Darsaw, Jeremiah, JOK still on the board. Yes. Right.
JOK is a fan favorite for Bucs fan. They all want. I mean, I don't get it. I don't blame him at all. I mean, he's. I don't know exactly what he did.
Tyson Campbell still available?
Tyson Campbell still available, yes. And like I said, we are going to see some corners, I think. I really do. I mean, Saints are still sitting there, haven't moved. I also think we're going to see some movement. I mean, what have we had? How many trades have we had?
Just a couple, really.
Bears came up. Yeah. Did anybody? But Eagles came up. That was it.
Jets came up for Veritas.
Oh, Jets came up. Okay, so we've had 4. We've had 3 or 4. Okay. Mm-hmm. None in the top 10. They're not in the top 10.
Yeah, Tennessee Titans are on the clock. This is interesting. John Robinson, former Buccaneer.
That's right.
Director of player personnel.
If the Bucs were going to move up, this would be, I mean, I don't think it's going to happen. I'm just saying.
Right.
The relationship's there.
Right. The relationship is there. Yeah.
The Titans have needs. Elijah Moore is one of them.
Yeah.
I don't say wide receiver. I say Elijah Moore is one of them because he's a stud. Still 3 first-round players left on my board. Tevin Jenkins, Elijah Moore, wide receiver from Ole Miss, and obviously Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, the safety / linebacker / slot corner / Avenger from Notre Dame, who's one of my favorite players.
Okay, so why do you call him an Avenger? Let's for those out there who
I called Isaiah Simmons an Avenger last year because I really didn't know where he was going to play. Like he probably was not going to play.
You're talking like superhero, right? You're talking like Marvel's.
Yes, right, exactly. Right? Yeah. Now Isaiah Simmons looked like an Avenger. We have yet to see him play like that in the NFL. Yeah. Positionally, I didn't know what he would do. There's a little bit of that with Owusu-Koramoah, but at the same time, he's just such a more explosive physical player than Simmons. Yeah. And he played a role. The only question is whether he'll play that role in the NFL. Right. Simmons was just all over the place. He just every snap was different. There was nothing consistent. He was just a complete projection. So that's what made him difficult. Whereas Owusu-Koramoah, he can cover. He covered wide receivers in college.
Sure. Demetrius, I read the question wrong. Sorry. He says, my bad. I meant, do you think Javonte can become the first back picked overall? Maybe. I mean, it's beauty's in the eye of the beholder,
especially that position.
Yeah,
scheme matters. Yes, whether they want a pass catcher or do they want to run the ball?
Right.
Exactly. The Bucs are looking for a totally different thing than Atlanta. I'll guarantee you that.
There's some pretty smart football folks out there that have said that when it's all said and done, Javonte Williams might be the best running back in his class, but doesn't mean he's going to be the number 1 pick. At the position. Right. So there's potential there, but I think maybe Najee Harris is coming with more production. Travis Etienne certainly had more production, 70 touchdowns at Clemson. So it's hard to argue picking Javonte Williams over those guys, but you never know. You never know.
And there's a lot to consider too with these things. I mean, I think one of the things is what positions are going to last maybe for you a little bit in the draft. I'm not saying pass on a player, but especially if you're thinking about trading up, like you want to know if you're trading up, that's the last guard you'd want. You know what I mean? That's him, and you got to get him. Otherwise, you're going to be fresh out of a position you want. So
exactly,
there's some of that. Again, it's such a unique year for the Bucs. It becomes hard to say things demonstratively. We have seen so few surprises in the top 20 that I thought maybe if we saw a few more surprises, we would feel one way or the other about it. But we haven't seen that yet. Titans are taking their full allotment of time. Well, I'm sure the pick has actually happened, but
is it Azeez Ojulari trying to get an edge rusher maybe?
Could be. I mean, they definitely need some pass rushers again. They need to tackle too, so they would continue to slide down the board a little bit if that happens. To me, Ojulari had the health concern. That was one thing that kept coming up with him.
And the thing is, the speed to power. That's there's a bit of an issue there.
Oh, and it's Caleb Farley who's heading to Tennessee, according to Albert Breer and Drew Rosenhaus. So I'm guessing that's pretty accurate.
Wow. Okay.
So Caleb Farley, back injury, the corner off the board. I'm not sure I would have wanted to take the risk, even if he fell to Tampa Bay. I really would not have. I mean, that's a medical that if he got there, I would be like, well, every team red flagged him, or he was supposed to go top 15, top 10, and then fell way down the board because of the medical. So it's back surgery twice. Some teams were really concerned. Some teams weren't. I think it's probably a little higher than people thought he'd go.
Right.
I don't love the pick for Tennessee, but they have no corners at all. So,
that's right.
I mean, their corner room is brutal, Scott. They got rid of Adoree Jackson out of nowhere, Malcolm Butler, which I get that one to a degree, but you got to have somebody step in. Now it's Christian Fulton, who they took in the second round last year. Who did they say? They did pick up, they picked up a veteran. I don't remember.
Yeah, the interesting thing is I think the Bucs were either going to pick O.J. Howard or Adoree Jackson in 2017 in the first
Adoree,
round. Yes.
Small as he was.
Yes. Yeah,
wow.
This is before. Remember, this is during the Mike Smith defense.
Oh, it's okay.
So
before the whole thing.
Yeah, and so they basically let the Titans pick, who they were going to choose,
okay. And they just went with.
Yeah,
interesting.
And it was interesting because I think there was some thought that Marcus Mariota could use the tight ends, O.J. Howard, and it wasn't Howard; it was Adoree Jackson, and then all of a sudden the Buccaneers drafted O.J. Howard.
Interesting. So Caleb Farley, good for him that didn't knock him down. He sat out obviously the whole season. So not all that didn't end up playing a huge role for him after all. He still goes pretty high. Would not have been my pick. I would have taken Elijah Moore or Tevin Jenkins in a heartbeat if I were the Titans. John Robinson and he's actually the GM that's probably drafted the closest to me until last year. That's when we really deviated. When he took Isaiah Wilson in the first round, I could not understand.
John Robinson's a great guy. I lost my mom last year. She passed away on Tuesday, October 20th, just literally 2 days after the Bucs beat the Packers. So mom got to see one hell of a fantastic game before she passed. And I got a text from John Robinson.
That's awesome.
Jason Light also texted me, but very cool for him to see that on Twitter, because I did post about it, and very cool for him to reach out. Just a great guy. I mean, John, I'm not a huge Titans fan, but I'm a John Robinson fan. I mean, he's a quality human being. I think he's a pretty damn good GM. And the Titans are just one team you just can't count out. I mean, they got some talent.
They do, and they
haven't
are
put it all together yet.
Yeah,
but they got some talent.
They are stuck in the we can't get past Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, trio. They can't quite get. Now they did. We get past Lamar, get past Lamar the 1 year, but again, consistently they just feel like they're just not quite as good as the best in the AFC. And so, kind of the Steelers were kind of in a similar spot last couple of years. I think they obviously had the injuries too and missed the playoffs a couple of years, but I think that for Tennessee right now, they're maybe doing a little bit of soul searching, or maybe they should be and they're not.
Who's their offensive coordinator with Arthur Smith moving on to Atlanta?
They promoted somebody. I don't remember his name right now. What's his name? I forget his name, but anyway, they promoted it internally, I think.
Google's your friend, John.
Yeah, Google is my friend. I just don't want to use it. But they are a team, I mean, their philosophy is a little bit, I mean, they don't put everything on Ryan Tannehill, and then that eventually usually comes back to bite you a little bit. So, and defensively, they really were just not good enough last year. And they know that, and Farley's a big step in the right direction if he's healthy, which he should be by the time the season rolls around. Yeah, they promoted Todd Downing, the tight ends coach. So he's the guy now there. But they didn't have a defense coordinator really last year, if I recall correctly, and so that affected things, and things were just not as clean as they should have been there. And so,
but Vrabel's a good coach, though. I think when you look at the leadership situation in Tennessee with John Robinson and Mike Vrabel, they're going to figure it out. I do too. I agree. I mean, I don't think they're a bad tandem. I think they're a good tandem. Sometimes you need a special player at quarterback. Yeah, that's right.
And I don't think it's Tannehill's fault. I'm just saying there's always going to be a ceiling. That's just reality, I think, with that position. Somebody said, John, how do you feel about having Harris as your running back in Pittsburgh? Wait till it happens, dude. Chill. I don't even necessarily. I don't want them to take a running back at all, to be honest. But
really? See, I think they need one.
Well, they do, but they need offensive line. Running back, it becomes useless without the offensive line. And Tevin Jenkins Minnesota's picking right now, I think they wanted Tevin Jenkins in the teens, and they thought they could move back and get him. I thought that was a bold strategy. They might pull it off here. They might get Tevin Jenkins after all. So we'll see. Also, edge rusher. I mean, there's a couple guys that have gone now, but remember, Jeff Gladney has the off-the-field thing going on right now, and so corners need again for them, even though they've drafted so many in recent years.
Isn't it funny how teams like Dallas drafting linebackers and then them drafting corners? It's just it's just certain teams just seem to whiff at certain positions, and they have to keep going at it. And
for a while, it felt like the Vikings were hitting them. Mac Alexander was good there, Trey Wayne, Xavier Rhodes, and then Mike Hughes and Gladney. We'll see about Dantzler.
Right.
It's been a little bit of a mess since then, but. Okay, here's the report on Denver. Now can be told. After acquiring Teddy Bridgewater yesterday, Peyton cooled on quarterbacks for the number 9 pick. Didn't give up on Drew Lock's potential. Bridgewater's a leader, mentor. Should be true quarterback competition. Garbage.
Yeah, does that mean we couldn't get Aaron Rodgers?
Garbage.
Yeah.
I mean.
But it really didn't make sense, though, after trading for Bridgewater to also trade for Rodgers.
Oh, I think they should trade for Rodgers for sure. I just meant garbage reasoning as to not select a quarterback at 9.
Yeah.
But, you can reset your whole financial market at quarterback and get something for Drew Lock, even if it's a day 3 pick. I mean, I won't get over it. But anyway, Vikings are on the clock, I believe. I don't think they made the pick. And then the Steelers will be up after that. So this pick has a lot. I told you, if we get to 25, we're close. And the Vikings didn't trade back. They made the pick. It's happened. Rick Spielman restrained himself from trading back. If people who don't know, Rick Spielman's traded back more than any other GM in the NFL in the draft. And so
Trader Rick.
Yep. He's always trading back. He'll trade up too. Right now he's 4 thirds and 4 fourths. So he's going to trade up into the second.
Who do you not want to see the Buccaneers draft at 32?
Greg Rousseau. Don't want to see it at all. Christian Barmore. Don't want to see it at all.
I don't want to see Christian Barmore. You know who else doesn't want to see Christian Barmore? Warren Sapp, because he's so close to being right.
He is. He might be right.
Yeah.
He's getting there anyway.
In case you missed it, Warren Sapp was on our Pewter Report podcast and kind of broke some big news.
Yep.
He really threw Christian Barmore under the bus.
Wrecked him.
Because he personally worked him out at the Yo Murphy Performance Compound here in Tampa. And Warren actually has a history of working out with some of the top pass rushers. He worked out with Gerald McCoy. Mm-hmm. And those two guys became friends, obviously, with Gerald becoming a Buccaneer. That helped out. But Warren went to go work out Barmore and was, I guess to politely put it, was underwhelmed with Barmore's ability to tell his left hand from his right hand.
That's literal, not a translation.
Yeah. You can go back and watch the podcast.
Yeah.
Like, throw your right hand.
You know what?
No, your other right hand. I mean,
it was not a sterling review from Warren.
Yes. And as a matter of fact, Warren actually threw his glasses, which he has some really nice shades, threw his glasses in this little floppy hat and picked them up and walked out of the workout.
Right.
And then also was the first to tell me that Barmore had off-season back surgery, which there's a little bit of a concern there too. I don't know that was like a medically red flag event that was certainly didn't keep him out of his pro day. He took part in the pro day.
Right.
And ran pretty well.
He did run well. Yeah. He didn't do a lot of the other drills.
Right.
A lot of questions about his stiffness. He did get by guys with quickness, but he's very upright. He plays with very little bend at the point of attack. That's a concern for me. Guys without bend typically don't last that long unless you're ultra powerful, ultra technical, and a Forrest Buckner type, a Calais Campbell type. So I'm concerned about Barmore. So he would be one. Russo would be one. I would not be crazy about Jason Away.
Right.
Just, again, the risk. If you get him in the 64, sure.
Yeah.
I'm just not trying to take a risk on a guy with that, with that type of
just kind of screams Mike Mamula a little bit to me.
I need to know that Away was crazy about football.
Yeah.
And we have not heard one person say
that's right
going up to the draft. Not knocking Away.
Right.
But I just would need to know he was all all out for football. That's what I need to know. So.
And sometimes it's workout warriors, and that's kind of how it was with
Steelers just ran their pickup. Vikings took Christian Darrisaw, by the way.
Okay.
I don't know if we mentioned that or not. I can't even think now. Christian Darrisaw was projected, I think, 14th on the consensus board. I was lower on him than consensus. This pick will get praised a ton.
Right.
If you get good Christian Darrisaw, I get it. If you don't, there's a reason. Darrisaw does not always play at his potential. Watch the Duke game, watch the Liberty game. Most people probably didn't even watch those games because the level of competition, they were like,
right.
Those aren't great opponents. Well, he didn't play, like they were, much. I mean, he got whooped. Let's just put it that way. Like he's just lethargic. He just has to move at a different pace. I think there's a lot of people that will say this is a steal. They traded back to get him, which is great.
Yeah,
they got to get the most out of him.
Yeah, that's some value there when you look at trading back, getting the player that you want, and then getting a little bit of a bounty.
Right. And the Steelers turned in their pick in an instant.
Who's it going to
be? So I think it's Najee Harris.
Yeah,
but Tevin Jenkins is also a possibility. Those were the two players for them. They both were there. A running back to me, again, we're a team that needs other positions. Would be silly when you can fill that need later in a draft, and it's been proven time and time again.
Right.
But I rarely agree with Steelers first round pick. So we'll see what they end up selecting here. But sounds like it's going to be Najee Harris, and so I got one right at least. Everybody got that one right.
Yeah.
On the mock draft.
And listen, there are a lot of Buccaneer fans out there that are sad that Najee is not coming to Tampa. I'm one of them because I was a fan of his game. I tweeted out a lot whenever he was running over or through or around defenders playing college football, but I didn't have any illusions he was going to be there. And listen, in our first mock draft, we had Javonte Williams as the running back for the Bucs. Why? Because we didn't think Travis Etienne, who's still on the board, and Najee Harris would be there. And right now, one of those guys is off the board. I got to think Travis Etienne probably to Buffalo, right?
There's definitely a possibility, sense. Definitely a possibility. And if the Bucs move up, I don't think it'll be for a running back. I don't
think so.
Yeah, no. Maybe if one fell there, he was their best player available. Yeah. But I don't think they jump for a running back. So Buffalo makes a lot of sense for him. I'm trying to think who else do we have here? Browns, no, not a running back there. Ravens are set at running back. Saints,
Alvin Kamara.
Packers set. They brought Aaron Jones back.
Yep.
Buffalo Bills and Ravens again. Yeah, the only team standing between them, Etienne, and the Bucs is the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
So take that for what you will.
Right.
But unless somebody jumps up into the first round for Etienne, he's probably going to be there for Tampa Bay.
Yeah. Doesn't mean he's going to be the pick, but he could be there.
Right. Najee.
And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to see Etienne or Javonte Williams in Atlanta.
Oh, yeah.
At the top of the – how about the Jacksonville Jaguars?
I wouldn't either.
Where do they stand with running back right now?
James Robinson, they love him. Remember last year he had a really good rookie season.
That's true, yeah.
Would be a shocker, I think.
He's the Illinois State kid, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
That's right.
Just tweeting it. The only team standing between the Bucs and Travis Etienne, and if they want him. We don't even know if they want him. Is Buffalo. Now, somebody could always move up. Somebody could shock us.
Exactly.
The Ravens could take another running back. The Packers could take another running back. Just, I mean, Steelers turning their pick in 10 seconds. If Najee Harris was there, I didn't care about anything else.
I told you they're going to take Najee Harris.
I mean, it was my mock. So, just that offensive line, brutal. But I mean, Najee Harris is great, and Josh threw me a super chat again. Appreciate that, Josh. Najee Harris, I love the way he plays. I really do. There's no question. I enjoy the way he plays a ton. Catches the ball well. I think he's a willing protector. Got to get a little bit better technically. I love his personality. Pittsburgh loves players with personality. Some people call it immaturity. I don't think that's the case. I think they're just different. They're unique. They have that's what they got. Tomlin loves those types.
The guy wasn't even going to participate in the pro day, and he drove all the way there.
Right. It was like 11 hours or something. It was crazy. He is. I love the guy. I love him. Just ridiculous to take a running back, in my opinion. I mean, you're talking about offensive linemen that were on the board at that point in time, talking about getting better positions like that. Corners, should have taken Greg Newsome, could have taken even Tyson Campbell. That would be a little bit of a reach, but I mean, hey, like trying to take positions of value here, man. Meaty got that one right for sure. Travis Etienne could be heading in the Bucs' direction without being stopped unless the Bills go there. We'll see. Lot of smoke about it. Or that would be a surprise. But they don't have a lot of holes, like I said. So, and remember Trevor Lawrence.
That's right.
Travis Etienne.
I know.
We've got a ton of those going on right now, by the way. Jalen Waddle, and Tua, Jamar Chase, and Joe Burrow.
Yep.
We almost had. I think we would have had if he fell a little bit further. Sewell and the Chargers.
That's right.
I don't think they expected the Lions to take him.
Yep.
Sewell and Herbert could have been reunited. So we've had some of those connections going on. They're pretty funny. But now we've got Jacksonville's on the clock, right? Jacksonville 25.
Jacksonville is on the clock. Yeah.
Okay.
And John, guess what?
This could be a safety.
It could be Trevon Moehrig for Jacksonville. I could see that.
Yeah. Trevon Moehrig has been a popular. I mocked him here just because I'm not really sure what the heck they're doing.
John, you're back in the game with that Najee Harris.
Back in the game with the Najee. What, at 6 or 7,
Joshua.
right? Not a lot. Not a lot. Tailed off. Gets tough once the trades start happening.
Oh, yeah.
One guy changes everything. But just about every mock, everybody knew what the Steelers were doing.
Yes.
So we'll see what that means for the long term.
Austin Sharp says, feels like there's lots of value in the second round of both Washington D linemen, a couple top corners, and a few O linemen there. You like a trade down? Yeah, possibly. I could see this team coming away with multiple picks in the second round. Yeah, why not? I mean, right now there's a lot of players that I would be happy. And also, too, I mean, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, could be a hell of a Bucs fit.
He continues to slide, and I know that teams love the person. And just to remind people, the only first-round grades I have left, I only have 17 first-round grades, but Elijah Moore, Tevin Jenkins, and Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah all still on the board.
Yeah.
So there's still plenty of talent. There's still good play. I mean, I don't think the Bucs would take Elijah Moore. I know for a fact that this wide receiver room is completely loaded. I don't even know where he'd even play. But he's, again, value. Jenkins represents value. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah represents value. You get into my early second-round grades, Landon Dickerson, Greg Newsome, both still on the board, Travis Etienne. Those are 3 of my top 4 second-round grades. So they're all still available.
Right.
Rashad Bateman's still available. And Javonte Williams, who we would love to see become a Buck, even if we don't necessarily want to take a running back or do or don't.
There's a lot of people left that really would be welcome picks in Tampa Bay. And there's another welcome pick in Tampa Bay, and that's our friends over at Edmonson Electric, AC and Security. Feel secure with your top pick. Why? Well, if you haven't noticed, Edmonson Electric, AC and Security, they've been the proud sponsor of the Pewter Report draft previews and our mock drafts. And this PewterReport.com draft show is also powered by Edmonson Electric, AC and Security. They're the official smart home and security company of PewterReport.com. For the past 40 years, Edmonson Electric has proudly served Central Florida with electric services, and they're now proud to add the state-of-the-art smart home technology and security systems to the roster. Whether it's surveillance systems, home theaters, or smart lighting, Edmonson Electric and Security is automating your dream home. Click their website, edmonsonelectric.com, to find out more about controlling, monitoring, and securing your home. Tomorrow starts now. From home automation controls to structured wiring and surveillance systems, Edmonson Electric and Security has the team to keep your home current. Call 813-910-3403. That's 813-910-3403 for more information, or visit edmonsonelectric.com. Control, monitor, secure.
Great stuff, and great to have Edmonton sponsoring the show once again this year. Now we move into the last 7 picks of the first round, right? Jacksonville pick is in. Cleveland is already on the clock. We probably have the Jacksonville pick if we can find it.
Don't see it yet.
I don't see it coming up just yet.
Trevon Moehrig.
Okay.
Well, no. Actually, hold on.
Oh, that's just
that's the speculation.
Speculation.
Yeah.
Could be a knowledgeable speculation.
I could see them take Travis Etienne. And if you're Trevor Lawrence, aren't you lobbying for him?
I don't know if you're in position to lobby just yet.
Oh, you
Maybe
are. You are.
That's true. They've known that Trevor Lawrence is
Yeah.
going to be the pick. I'm thinking of him like just realizing he's the pick, but they've known he's going to be the pick forever. So he's already probably had the whole playbook. They've already probably talked about it, to be honest.
And there you go. Travis
did they really
Etienne.
take him?
Travis Etienne. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Crazy call by you.
Well,
because I didn't think they were going to go running back there.
Yeah.
That's wild.
That wasn't a sneak pick. I was talking about this 5 minutes ago. Before,
you did not know that was going to happen when you said that.
No, but it makes sense. And, James Robinson, good player, but Etienne is a stud. And
and Jacksonville didn't have a ton. I know this is going to sound ridiculous to people, but Jacksonville, if you look at their roster, yes, they should have taken offensive linemen,
right?
But they have the guys they want to start there.
Yeah,
are they good? You have to give Jawan Taylor another year. I think he's just so talented. He just didn't play well this past year, and they tagged Cam Robinson, so he's coming back. And I would have taken a tackle for sure, but whatever. Etienne definitely gives them another weapon. He gets to play with Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
That is going to be a big deal for Etienne. He is not Najee Harris's personality.
And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised now if you're Buffalo to take Javonte Williams at 31.
Right. Wouldn't surprise me either.
Or 30, right?
Yeah.
Is that where they're picking 30?
30, yeah. 30. Wouldn't surprise me either,
yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Baltimore, they could use offensive line help, right? You get rid of Orlando Brown.
Yeah, one of these is going to be a center. My guess is Dickerson. If he's healthy, this is the only spot he'd go in the first round other than Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
One of these two spots. That's a guess. Ravens and Bama people, they need a center.
I believe all of our Bucs best bets are still alive.
I think they are, yeah.
Yeah, I think all of
and obviously Joe Tryon's still alive. We should mention that probably at some point since
sure.
we had him in all of our final mocks.
Yeah.
And if we nail that pick at 32,
we'll be happy.
It'll look pretty good.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. Etienne reuniting with Trevor Lawrence just destroys James Robinson's fantasy value. So a lot of people are going to be I don't care about fantasy, but a lot of people do.
Yeah.
Ojulari away, Joe Tryon, Barmore.
Yeah. It would be
Greg
interesting
Newsome.
if the Bucs took Azeez Ojulari. It would be interesting because of the knee concern, and also because I think of the speed to power. There's a little bit of a concern there for me. It just reminds me a little bit of a shorter Leonard Floyd coming out of Georgia, who I liked. I liked Leonard Floyd. I watch a lot of Georgia football. My wife actually is from Georgia. She, and they're a fun football team to watch, man.
Oh,
The
yeah.
running backs they churn out. Some of the defenders. So they got a pair of stud corners this year in Campbell and Stokes.
Mm-hmm.
And Tyson Campbell is a player that we've talked about as a possible first round option for the Buccaneers.
Yep.
He's a Bucs best bet at the cornerback spot. So a lot of Bucs best bets still on the board. We'll see if that continues and if they select one of those guys at number 32. We're inching along, John. It's 11:20, and the Browns are on the clock. So we're looking at less than an hour for the Bucs pick.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that it's going to be before midnight, right?
We're going to be tight.
Yeah. What's the time limit? Is it 10 minutes between picks? 7?
It's 10, I think.
Yeah, 10.
It is.
So
yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's an hour. So yeah,
Browns could be taking Greg Newsome here, and if they do, they just killed the offseason. I mean, what an offseason. Could get another wide receiver, take Elijah Moore here. I love that pick. They were really just a good team. But the linebackers are off the board for them. So that's, to me, I would be surprised at a linebacker. Unless it's Owusu Koramoah.
like father, like son.
Which another one would, yeah. Belichick and Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Browns picking? No, still on the clock. This is a hometown pick right now. So,
and I think the thing too with Travis Etienne is this is an offensive league. I mean, yes, defense still wins championships, asterisk, right?
Yeah.
Because we saw that in Super Bowl 55. We saw the Bucs defense really get after Patrick Mahomes and win that game, holding the Chiefs out of the end zone. But offense gets you there.
Yeah.
Like, you got to score 30-plus points per game. And Travis Etienne puts up touchdowns, 70 rushing touchdowns.
Right.
And I think he had 8 receiving touchdowns, over 100 career receptions. And, he's a difference maker. And you've already got a guy in your corner, Trevor Lawrence, that you're used to playing with, catching passes, taking the handoffs.
It's just cut tough because you did what you needed to do. You got an undrafted free agent running back who caught the ball at a high level, ran the ball at a high level. That's what you got to do. If you do that at running back, man, you're so set. You don't have to pay that position. You got 4 years of it.
Right.
And they did it. And then they still take one in the first round. It feels like
you have ATN now who has a 5th-year option, so you can have him for 5 years. And I'm not saying I'm not saying that you don't have the 1-2 punch, but what you could do is you can take an undrafted free agent, trade him, and get something for him.
Yeah, I mean, Etienne will make plays there, no question. It's about value. And, like I said, it wasn't as bad as if it were a team like the Steelers with literally just absences in your starting lineup. Now we've got day 2, and so I'm not going to bury a team's whole draft. I'm just burying an individual pick. There's a difference there. Not a fan necessarily, but it does mean the Bucs are less likely to take a running back. I mean, we'll see with Javonte Williams, and I don't want them to take a running back necessarily right now. So, you were asking about picks. I don't want to see them take. I'm just really uncomfortable with the edge defenders. I just am. Now, this short term, they'll all be fine. I don't think, except for Russo, I don't think you'll have anybody complain short term if they take one of these edges. Just long term. I like the corners. I don't know if they'll take a corner in the first round. We've heard barely anything about that. Brown's pick is in. We'll see if that pick's been reported yet. I'm sure it has been. Corner. Is it Newsom? Tyson Campbell? Greg Newsom. Great pick.
There you go.
Browns have been unbelievable. I mean, Browns have just been – I mean, that team is so much better. That's your sleeper Super Bowl team right there, to be honest. It depends how Baker plays, obviously. But
the 1-2 punch in the backfield, Chubb and Hunt.
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
They've got the weapons on offense. Their defense now is just rock solid.
They were so much better, and they were already really good.
Yeah. I think if you're Jason Light and Bruce Arians right now, what you're doing is, John, you're looking at this right now, and I'm not necessarily a proponent this year in trading back, but the thing is you can do that. You can trade back this year. Because there's so many players, I think that could be really good fits. I mean, you have Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Tevin Jenkins, Joe Tryon, Javonte Williams is still there, Landon Dickerson. There's so many players that we've talked about that we think are good Bucs fits that are still there at number 32. And now keep in mind, we're at 27, the Ravens, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks away, and I rattled off, I think, 6 players, right there. That, and it's not going to be like everyone is ahead of the Bucs is going to take people that the Bucs might be interested in,
right?
So
and now the Ravens are on the clock, and a lot of people have said, "Oh, the Ravens aren't going to stay at both these picks, 27 and 31. They're not going to stay there. They're going to move down from one of them and get some more picks later and whatever." I don't know. We'll see. This isn't a normal draft. I would just say and take really good players in the first round, but we'll see what happens. So if the Bucs want to get up to 27 and they really love somebody, this is the time to get on the phones and maybe see what happens. I think
we saw Jason Light last year, John, trade up just one spot. So if he feels the need to get his guy, and sometimes, John, it's like to put a play on words here, I'm a hunter and I haven't been deer hunting in a while, but sometimes when you hear the deer and you see it and you're waiting for it to get in range, you get what's called buck fever. Mm-hmm. Start getting the shakes and oh my gosh, there it comes, and you can't fault Jason Light when Tristan Wirfs was one spot away for going up and getting. He got a little bit of buck fever there, I think. Yeah. Right. Oh, yeah. And so I wouldn't be surprised if he does it again because it served him well last year. Oh yeah, it's possible. We don't know who the Ravens pick yet is, but I will say Tevin Jenkins to the Ravens makes a ton of sense. I mean, that's a pick that on paper is, just spot on with what they want to do. They want to have an attitude, run the football, and be nasty and maul people. And they've got away from that really last year. They just weren't quite the same offensive line consistently throughout the season. So yeah, I think this is going to be. I think this could be an offensive lineman, one of these picks. Again, we mentioned the centers. Creed Humphrey has been rumored he could sneak into the first round. Could be a Bucs guy, there.
Still offensive line looking good. I mean, Tevin Jenkins, Landon Dickerson, Creed Humphrey. Those are all options.
Liam Eichenberg.
Is that who they took?
No, I'm just saying.
Liam Eichenberg.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, looking at the Ravens. We'll see who they end up taking. But yeah, a lot of O-line options definitely still on the board for the Bucs. AFC definitely feels like a 3-team race. I mean,
yeah,
right. I'm Buffalo, Kansas City, and Baltimore, and Cleveland. Baltimore could get back into that. I'm not quite ready to say that that's the case yet, but
this is fun. I mean, this has been a pretty fun draft.
Oh yeah,
to see. I think to see a lot of teams draft the right players.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's fun just to like have that. As we like to say, Leonard, what are you doing, Leonard? For Leonard Fournette, some of those missed holes. Sometimes like, what are you doing with that pick?
And sometimes it's fun to see a team on brand like the Raiders just stay on brand. Just do something wacky that you just, that makes it fun. I love that part of it too, to be honest. I don't think the Ravens pick is. Oh, now it's in. I'm surprised I haven't seen it reported.
I know.
Tevin Jenkins makes a ton of sense here. I think he's going to be one. I don't think he's going to quite make it. Much as they've got 2 picks here if they keep them both.
That's true. Yeah, because they get this one and also 31.
Right. So see what happens here with this pick, but. Baltimore, a wide receiver, corner, they're getting a little bit old there. They still have 2 good ones. Jimmy Smith's getting old.
They need an edge rusher, John,
yes,
but maybe Azeez Ojulari is a player because they lost both Matt Judon and Yannick Ngakoue, a player they traded for last year. So they're really starting over, at the edge position. Mm-hmm. And they're going to have to come away with a rookie starter this year, whether it's in the first round or the second round or whatever. Whether it's a Joseph Asai, Joe Tryon, and Azeez Ojulari, they're going to need an edge rusher, I think, with one of these 2 picks, and then probably offensive line with the other.
Yep, you're probably right about that. I mean, that's an important position, and they just are not good enough right there. John Anderson said, I need a Celsius. I hope I don't look that tired. I mean, I have been up till 1:30 or 2 every night this week, so and up at 6, so. But no,
I'm still going strong. I had a Celsius Wildberry. So
the Wildberry, that'll give you the kick you need, man. But this is a range of I'm starting to think about Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah still being on this board, Scott. I mean, I would just be ecstatic. I just haven't thought it was not that I didn't think there was any way it could be here, but I also didn't think they would take him, and I still don't think that they will. But just the fact that he's still here, and I'm trying to think. Is there a strong possibility he comes off the board even at this point?
He's kind of a Ravens type player.
Yeah.
But do they need him? Do they have that need for?
Right. I mean, definitely very physical, aggressive. Where do they play him? They haven't necessarily been the type of team to take guys that are kind of this hybrid type.
Right. Certainly would be interesting for Tampa Bay.
Right.
Because he can play linebacker in nickel situations. He can play strong safety.
Yeah.
I mean, he's so versatile.
Right.
You talk about a guy that is fast, instinctive, packs a punch when he gets there.
Yeah.
I mean, he's an exciting player.
He is. He's aggressive. He's explosive to the football. He will absolutely lay you out. People are like, oh, he's the smallest, too small linebacker. He plays way bigger than Zaven Collins. I mean, there's not even a comparison. I'm not saying I do have him ranked higher, so I am saying he's better, but they're also different positions.
Right.
That's the hard part about Owusu-Koramoah. Everybody wants to say, oh, he's a linebacker and he's this ranked linebacker. Well, he doesn't even play linebacker. So how do you evaluate him? That's a cerebral position. You line up, you read the gaps, you read the blocks, you read the polars when you flow. That's what you do at linebacker. He doesn't do that because he doesn't play that position. He plays over the slot. He plays overhang. He blitzes off the edge. He rarely plays in the box. So it's a projection to put him there. Maybe he's done it in practice and he's smart there. And it looks like Bateman's going to the Ravens. So it's a wide receiver going to the Ravens, and Elijah Moore's still available. So there was some smoke there with Elijah Moore. People thought he'd go high. My gosh, I just lose. I just want the Bucs to get the best player.
Yeah, is that a thing where Bateman is just bigger and And
I can find him.
and the Ravens. Well, I'm just saying the
Yeah.
Ravens wanting to get a little bit bigger receiver.
Probably, yes. Probably, yeah, you're right.
But it's not like he's a monster or anything. I mean,
no, right. I mean, he's 190 pounds.
Yeah.
He's.
But with Hollywood Brown, I just wonder if they don't want like a little bit more size there. And Elijah Moore is another small.
Did I get the pick right?
Hollywood Brown.
I think I got that pick right. Did I?
What's that?
Did I have Bateman? Do you have my mock pulled up?
I don't have it pulled up.
I don't even remember now, man. Somebody said, "Hey, got the pick right." I don't know if he's talking about me or himself, but I can't even remember who I picked for the Ravens now. Well, they had 2 picks too, so I have even less idea. One of them was an offensive lineman. I think I picked out. One of them was Creed Humphrey. Saints pick I would think corner. I think this is Tyson Campbell. It's just a complete guess. I'd say Tyson Campbell with the Saints here. Other things, I mean, you could go edge defender. They could get another pass rusher because they lost Hendrickson. Davenport's been hurt. They always have a bunch of those guys. Wide receiver. So Rondale Moore, Elijah Moore. This could be Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Bro, I'm logging off. It's Elijah Moore. I'll be salty.
Well, it kind of feels like it could be Elijah Moore, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna look at my final mock. See if I got that Bateman pick right because I can't remember. I know that's funny to people, probably, but I can't remember.
Well, Wusu Koromora could also be a fit in Buffalo too. The way that Sean McDermott.
They've tried to find a third safety type. I don't know if they see him as that or. I mean, they obviously have 2 really good linebackers in Milano and Edmonds. They hope will be good, but Can you imagine if this team takes Christian Barmore? The Bucs take Christian Barmore just because I won't be happy.
He's like, it's a position of need for the future.
Right. And
he's got upside and I don't know. I
don't know. They re-signed 3D tackles. It felt like they were really kind of down on the class at the top.
I agree. But it might have been a thing where they didn't think Barmore would make it and they wanted to hedge their bets.
Maybe.
So
maybe, Scott. But I am still going to think I don't think they're picking Barmore.
Yeah.
That's been a popular mock draft pick is them taking Barmore. So
I agree.
So there is that possibility. Now let me see if I No, I had the Ravens taking Jalen Phillips and I had them taking Creed Humphrey. So
okay.
Yeah, Terrace Marshall on the board here for the Packers. I had the Saints taking Eric Stokes, so we'll see what they end up doing if that ends up. Sounds like Tyson Campbell.
Yeah.
Straight up saying he doesn't believe in Casey Rogers. I actually like Casey Rogers, but you got to also be coachable.
The pick is in for the Saints.
You also got to be coachable. That matters.
Have yet to see the Saints pick yet.
I have not seen it either. Yeah, PFF loves Barmore. They're probably the highest right now on Barmore. Some people really like him. A lot of people are more in line with me. I don't know where he falls in consensus. I forget. But, I think PFF can be off in the rankings for sure.
Yeah.
I love the information you get from him.
Mm-hmm.
I love the way that they write about prospects. It shows me they just really have watched them.
Really appreciate that.
The rankings.
Really want to commend Scott and John. I'm exhausted just watching the draft. Yeah. We're not exhausted yet, but man, you catch us Saturday morning at 11 a.m. You'll see exhaustion, my friend. And you also see a can of Celsius in both of our hands.
Oh, Saints took Peyton Turner, somebody said.
Really?
That's true.
Wow. That makes sense, right? Trey Hendrickson gone. You won't need another pass rusher.
They just got the Marcus Davenport improvement.
Yeah, right.
They realized they could stay.
And Cam Jordan is not getting any younger. Stay strong, boys, says Jack Barrett. It's currently 4:40 a.m. in the UK. We appreciate
Jack Barrett, baby. He was in the locker room when I did a session earlier. He has not slept a wink. We
appreciate not just our domestic Buck fans who watch us on the Pewter Report podcast and the PewterReport.com draft show, which will be taking place all over the next 3 days, thanks to our friends at Edmonson Electric, AC, and Security. But we also appreciate the ones across the pond and around the world who tune in via the internet. So thank you so much, our international Bucs fans. Appreciate that. Kenneth? Yeah. I think everyone's getting excited. We're getting more and more people in the chat. This is great to see.
It's a really good pick by the Saints. It's a little high for Peyton Turner, maybe, but
is anyone watching Warren Sapp? Didn't he say he'd ban himself from social media
if Barmore goes in the first round? But he hasn't gone in the first round.
He has not gone in the first round.
Are you texting Warren or are you asking him if he's
I have not.
I don't think he's going to go in the first round.
I'll tell you what, if the Bucs pick Barmore, Sapp is going to lose his mind.
He's going to be furious.
Yeah, because he wasn't a huge fan of the Vita Vea pick, because Sapp's an old school defensive tackle.
But this will be another level.
This will be another level.
He might go off
he's
on Twitter.
He's come around to Vita Vea. He's come around to him, right? But this would be different.
Yeah.
What do the Bucs think of Ojulari? We don't know. We'll find out. We haven't heard a lot about Ojulari, but that's not necessarily a good or bad thing, because they could be keeping it close to the vest.
Wow. So Peyton Turner going off the board before Ojulari, before Tryon, before Away, before Russo.
Yep. So, John, we've talked about him before. Peyton Turner to the Saints. He is a big, long-armed pass rusher. Arrow pointing up for this guy. I think it's a good pick. I think all three of the Bucs picks, I should say the Bucs enemies picks, have been good. I don't think that's
true, and not a lot of the players we wanted to see come off the board before the Bucs pick have gone off the board. That's another thing. There's a lot of mistakes left to be made.
That's true.
if you get what I'm saying.
Yep. There. And I think that the thing with Tampa Bay is, you might see a little bit of a run here on edge rushers, because Peyton Turner's gone. I still think Baltimore is going to take one at 31, whether it's Tryon, whether it's Azeez Ojulari, Joseph Sai. They need an edge rusher. They lost Matt Judon and Yannick Ngakoue. They got to take one.
I think you're spot on to it. And Tevin Jenkins is still here. Here we are, a couple picks away, and he's still here. You can definitely start to get a little excited about that possibility now. Now Baltimore could definitely take him with their next pick. Who did they Bateman? Yeah, so they could definitely still take him. They wanted to get a receiver ahead of the Saints and Packers. That makes complete sense. This could definitely now be interesting to see what the Packers do if they take Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
Because could they be trying to get Aaron Rodgers, that guy, to appease him a little bit, maybe. But yeah, Peyton Turner, 34 overall on my board.
I'll tell you, I mean, there's a lot of players that somebody asked earlier, is the draft falling the Bucs' way? It is right now. It's really falling their way.
Gives them a lot of options, yeah.
It does. And trading back is one of them, because there's so many players, I think, they can trade back to the early part of the first round. I don't think they'd want to go back too far, but, maybe a couple spots. If there's a team at the top of the second round, let me take a look and see who. Let's see here.
There's been so much pressure on the Packers to take a wide receiver, Scott. Like, I just wonder if at some point they just say, all right, like, we're gonna take one. We're gonna do it. We're gonna pull the trigger.
Elijah Moore makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Right.
They could take Rondale, or they could take Elijah Moore.
But you get Jacksonville at 33. You got the Jets at 34. Atlanta 35. I don't think the Bucs would trade with Atlanta necessarily, but Miami at 36, Philly at 37. There's a couple of teams at the top of the second round that the Buccaneers could trade back a couple spots, maybe help themselves next year with the pick, maybe get an extra second round pick. Or
there's a report out there that the Packers are taking Eric Stokes, the Georgia corner.
Okay.
Which would leave a lot of the corners I wanted. Tyson Campbell on the board. I wasn't necessarily his biggest fan of Stokes. I like Stokes, but man, they just continue to just not care at all what Rodgers wants.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. They just don't. Man.
Maybe they're saying, screw you, Aaron Rodgers. We have Jordan Love now.
Maybe. We're looking at a scenario here, Scott, where what do we have? How many picks are we out? We out a couple. It's Green Bay. We've got
Buffalo, and Baltimore, and then Tampa
Buffalo,
Bay.
running back, cornerback.
Or safety, Jeremiah.
Safety. They have two really good ones, but they are always looking for a third one. Could take Chalk.
Yeah.
Could take Jenkins, but it would be a little bit of a surprise. Baltimore, again, definitely could take Jenkins.
Eric Stokes, the fast corner. And you know what? They need a cornerback that can keep up with Scotty Miller. That's what this is all about.
Hey,
Scotty Miller scarred the Packers.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You don't put Kevin King I almost said Chris King. He's the Bucs PR ace. You don't put Kevin King on Scotty Miller. You just don't do it. This is what happens. Touchdowns happen.
Yep.
That's what happens.
Yeah. Now Eric Stokes struggles with transitions. You can run him vertical and break him off, and you will break him off.
But I kind of think he's got some recovery speed, though.
Right? He's vertically down the field. He's excellent. He can find the football. He'll play through the hands.
Yeah.
He doesn't lose a step down the field.
Right.
When you run him vertical and break him off, outside, inside, come back to the quarterback.
Yep.
He doesn't start very well. He's very fast, too fast, maybe even. You're not going to beat him down the field very often unless you get him out of position. Physical and press, doesn't necessarily love to play the run. Not the most physical dude, not the most physical tackler. Very light tackler. That's a nice way to say it. But vertically, you're not going to get many deep balls on him.
Yeah,
no, that's just the reality.
Well, that's why they're drafting Eric Stokes right there, John. Scotty Miller with Kevin King steps away.
Yep,
that's why.
So we're now here. We are two. We got a couple picks. Ravens, 30-31. Definitely Kevin Jenkins could go somewhere. Really, Bucs have not had many guys go off the board that they might be targeting here. What else is potentially going to happen here probably going to – unless the Bills, it's Javonte Williams here, and then he might be an option for them.
Right.
The Ravens aren't going to take another running back. This is kind of where you wanted to be if you're. Joe Tryon's still there. Obviously, that's our Bucs' best bet overall, and certainly just.
Or Tyson Campbell was another one that could be in the mix there.
Yes.
And we had Liam Eichenberg as our offensive tackle, but
are any of our Bucs' best bets gone?
No, not yet.
Wow.
Yeah, we're still alive.
Like we're ballers. Got a couple picks to go to get there, though.
Yeah.
Joe Tryon could be definitely an option for the Bucs. 32. We've talked about that a lot. We've talked about Tevin Jenkins potentially being an option for them. Tyson Campbell.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of people outside the box that we haven't really touched on. Just don't think it's going to be a wide out. Just don't think it's going to be a safety, linebacker, defensive tackle. I don't think. Barmore's still around, though. So.
Yeah.
I try not to read too much into this, Scott, but I did the mock draft. I had Tryon in there, and Jake Arians told me it was a good mock.
Okay.
So I don't know what that means.
Maybe,
maybe nothing. And he said it right on Twitter. Everybody saw it, and I saw Bucs fans going, He probably doesn't know, but I'm sure they keep it very close to the vest. But we'll see what ends up happening. Obviously, if he's there, that's going to be the question because, like you said, Baltimore, they need a guy, right?
Yeah.
So that edge rusher, and there's certainly a couple available at this point in time. Guys that might be up their alley a little bit. So now you've got the Bills, 3 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock still per NFL Network. Pick is not in yet. But a ripple effect of the Eric Stokes pick to me, Scott, is that it continues to be just snubbing Rodgers. They are not prioritizing weapons for this team. And, Alan Lazard, Marquez Valdes-Scantling, maybe they feel like these guys are good enough. And they're okay, but look at all the teams that are surrounding their guys. I mean, even Jacksonville, man, they just got, they're surrounding their guys with talent and protection. Packers needed offensive linemen. They passed on some of those guys, and they need a corner too. I'm not, they brought Kevin King back, but they definitely could use a corner. There's no question there. It just feels like it would have been a prime opportunity to do something to convince Aaron Rodgers to stick around long term, and it didn't happen.
Well, here's the thing: they're not on good terms right now. That's been reported. Why would you want to poke the bear?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean it's a bold strategy for sure. Dan Orlovsky said the Packers' last 10 first-rounders have been defensive players, or 9 defensive guys, and the quarterback selected to replace Rodgers. That is incredible.
That is.
It is crazy. Not seeing many things like that, to be honest. All right, so the Bills on the clock here. Bills definitely could go defensive tackle too. By the way, we haven't even talked about Barmore and the Bills. They have a shortage of talent there for sure.
Yeah.
Really, they just need Ed Oliver to play better. They need some of the guys they drafted. Harrison Phillips. They need him to play better. They need to develop these guys. That'd be scary for me in the Bills because they have not developed a lot of their guys that arrived there. So they need. If I'm them evaluating, I'm saying I don't know if we have the people to bring Barmore to where he needs to be, based on what their track record's been there at defensive tackle. Bills taking up this full allotment of time, man. They don't know what they want to do. All day to think about it, Buffalo. They're going to take Javonte Williams. Watch. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. I mean, Bills could even go – remember, they run 4 wide more than anybody in the league. They could take Elijah Moore here.
Yeah.
And that's a possibility too.
Yeah.
So, lots of options.
I will say this. You're going to see this guy get really excited if the Bucs take Elijah Moore.
Oh, yes.
It's not going to make a lot of sense.
I know. I have no idea where he's going to play.
Right.
But I really am just – I truly –
he's not much of a return guy, right? He doesn't do kick and punt returns.
I don't even know. But I really just want best players available. I mean, that's – no, they're not going to take Elijah Moore. I would be stunned. Yeah. I would be stunned if they took Elijah Moore.
Right.
I just want best players available, though. I mean,
right.
Yeah. I mean, if you told me they were re-signing Godwin and Evans, and then Elijah Moore was going to be their other guy long term, and Scotty was going to be the change of pace guy with Tyler Johnson, I mean that receiving core is not going to lose many games for sure.
That's true. No doubt about it.
But yeah, no, I love Elijah Moore. He did some punts. Yeah, he did some punts. Not as many last year. Well, I guess that was because he was their best. But he did some kickoff returns too. Their touchdowns. I'm just looking at numbers. I don't know what the blocking was like for him, but he has some experience doing it. He's great with the ball in his hands. There's really nothing Elijah Moore does poorly.
Right.
It's just small.
That's true.
But he plays big. I mean, combat catches as he's getting rocked.
Yeah.
Never drops the ball. I think he had one drop like all last year. It's crazy. I mean, he did reliable as it gets.
The pick is in and the Ravens are on the clock. So it's going to be interesting to see.
He's in the barn for the Bills. Oh, my. Buffalo took Greg Russo.
Whoa.
Foolish.
Oh, my gosh.
Brandon Beane continues to be overrated at drafting.
Yeah, I agree.
Just yikes.
Yep. Wow.
Wow. Not the pick I would have made. Greg Russo.
And you know what? There's going to be some Buck fans out there that are pissed that Russo didn't make it to the Bucs. I don't think that he's that good of a player. I really don't. He got so many of his sacks inside, and you can get away with that when you're going up against 280-pound guards. Right, John?
92nd player on my board, Scott.
Yeah.
4th round grade.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? It's like you can dominate some interior linemen at the collegiate level, but you're going up against men in the NFL, and so he doesn't have the ability, I think, to really round the corner and get off the edge. You know,
right?
And so. He's almost best used as an inside pass rusher like Jason Pierre-Paul, but you got to be able to rush from the outside.
Yeah. You do.
Yeah.
And you need explosiveness. That's important for when you rush outside, and he just doesn't have that to me. Like that's the biggest thing. When you are rushing from the outside, you got to be quick off the ball, and you got to be physical. And he's not really either of those things. So then, does he bend really well? What does he do really well? Almost all of his sacks. I know people are going to look at the 15 and a half sacks, or whatever it was. Like 11 of them came from inside over guards. You know, guys that could just cross their face or off stunts in games. He just doesn't beat guys around the edge. He can't, and he's not a dominant run defender or anything like that. He's not super physical. I don't know what you hang your hat on with Greg Russo if you like him, other than the fact that he looks great on the hoof. Big frame, long guy. I mean, everybody talks about, he's tough. And they took A.J. Epinesa in the 2nd round last year. I criticized the pick. I'm way lower in consensus on A.J. Epinesa that year.
Yep.
Most people thought it was a great pick. I got some wrong. That was one that didn't look wrong first year. We'll see how it ends up, obviously, but I continue to not quite understand what Buffalo's doing on their defensive line. They just take a bunch of raw guys and haven't really developed any of them. It just seems like they're kind of stuck in that cycle right now where they can't get better at those positions. So one more pick. The Ravens are on the clock. I don't think their pick is quite in yet, but then the Bucs will be on the clock. What are we doing? Are we waiting for them to actually announce the Bucs pick, Scott? Are we looking at, I don't know if we're going to tip the pick, but we're looking online. We're just looking. When looking. We see it, we're going. We haven't seen people saying, wow, you're way ahead of the picks. That's what we're seeing. So Tevin Jenkins, Joe Tryon, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Javonte Williams, Tyson Campbell, Landon Dickerson, Creed Humphrey, all possibilities right now. We said Tryon. We're sticking with Tryon. Obviously, the Ravens got a pick here. If they don't take Tryon, that's possible. Then I think we're sticking with our pick for the Bucs. We'll see what happens. He could be the guy. Tevin Jenkins is an offensive tackle. He won't be a starter for 3 years. Garrett, I think Tevin Jenkins would play inside. I think a lot of NFL teams like Tevin Jenkins inside. So that would be what I would say to that. 2 spots here. I still got 3 first-round grades. I only got 17 first-round grades. I thought all my first-round grades were for sure going.
I think Trevor, Mooring, the safety from TCU, I wouldn't rule it out either.
This seems like a spot where Tevin Jenkins might come off the board, though, right in front of the Bucs. Break my heart.
Yeah, Trevon Mooring is a player that might be in play as well.
Yeah, he could be. I mean, that would be really unusual.
And I hate to say it because I know Jordan Whitehead gets disrespected, but they're not going to be able to keep everybody. And he's in the final year of his contract, and you might be looking for a player that.
The biggest thing with Morrig, though, he's not really a strong safety to me. That's where I struggle with Morrig. He's a slot man defender. Maybe he can play deep for a little bit when you go too high, but he's not really a great run defender or banger in the box. He's not really built like that. It's not really his game. He's a very different player than Whitehead. So would it be a change in role for Winfield? I mean, I know the pick's been bandied about. There's been some people that have mocked it.
Right.
It would be a head scratcher for me, but I'm not saying he's a terrible player. I just
watch the Bucs trade out of the 32nd pick.
Yeah, if we do all this.
After all this,
I'm just gonna go.
I know.
No, I would care. I mean, hey, you're gonna, but I don't think they're going to. I think we're gonna see
Ravens on the clock.
Everybody stay. I think it's gonna be Tevin Jenkins for the Ravens.
I think so.
If it's not, then I think it's one of the centers.
I think it's gonna be an edge rusher. They need
Joe
Tryon or Azeez Ojulari. I believe it or not, I think Gregory Rousseau would have been a good fit for Baltimore and what they like to do.
They could have taken him maybe. Now, if it's well, we'll see. I don't know. If Tryon comes off the board here, where's your focus for? Where do you think? Not what you think they should do, but where do you think they would get?
I think Tevin Jenkins.
Okay.
I think
that's vice versa. If Jenkins, then it's.
Okay. Yeah, with Owusu-Koramoah being a wild card.
Yeah, Owusu-Koramoah is the wild card right now. There's no question.
He's just a Todd Bowles type player.
Fast, physical, loves the game.
Yes,
I mean all 3 things. Yeah. There's no question. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'll lose my mind with that.
Yeah,
so it'll be great. It's almost like the Bucs can't. They have to do. I always think a law of averages. Eventually, everybody makes a move that isn't quite what I want.
And I would even say Javonte Williams as a wild card pick. I mean, again, because there's so many players that are
it becomes very hard.
Yeah,
we haven't even mentioned need because there isn't one.
No.
We typically would be at this point. Okay, here's their needs,
right?
And here's the players that can fit the needs. Right now, we're just like saying the best players that are available.
Yep.
I mean, obviously, an edge 3 would be nice to have.
Right.
Third outside linebacker over, but I mean, there's still plenty of draft. Plenty of draft to find.
Baltimore taking their time. This is the pick is in.
Very much taking their time.
All right, the pick is in. So, folks, that means only one thing.
What? Okay, so the Ravens pick is in, and we'll probably see it here on social very soon.
The Bucs are on the clock.
Let's go, baby. Chance for the Super Bowl champs to get even better with this pick. Elijah Moore is still on the board. Just like to say it, even though I know it's not going to happen. Pick is in for Baltimore. We'll see. Let's see if we can find it here. Usually we get it up before they.
Yep. And John, we're not going to make it to midnight.
11:58.
Yeah, I think the Bucs are going to be after midnight.
That's right.
The Bucs are going to be having 3 picks on Friday.
Midnight. On the Here we go. Ravens pick. Bucs are on the clock. You seen that Ravens pick yet?
I have not seen it yet.
Chance for the Super Bowl champs to get even better. We've gone through all the options, it feels like, Scott. Once we get this Ravens pick, we'll kind of revisit and reset the table a little bit. We'll see if it's
Jason Oweh.
That's who they took. Okay,
to the Ravens. Yep.
So it takes a guy actually out that I didn't want the Bucs to consider.
Right. Exactly.
That's actually I love that.
So Christian Barmore, Joe Tryon.
Yeah. Possibilities. Christian Barmore, Joe Tryon still on the board.
Tevin Jenkins.
Javonte Williams, Tevin Jenkins. Don't think it's going to be Elijah Moore. Do they trade back? I don't think we don't think that's going to happen. If we're quiet, it's because we're looking here.
Yep.
Ravens took the ultra athlete and Jason Oweh. So now the Bucs on the clock. What do you want? Tell us in the chat.
What do you want, Bucs fans? Let us know.
Here we go. Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah. Is Ojulari still available? He's still out here too. Man, really. Tevin Jenkins, Javonte Williams, people want.
Unless Christian Barmore or Levi Onwuzurike is here.
A lot of people want Jenkins. A lot of people want Jock.
Yeah, but I'm just saying Warren Sapp will be correct. Unless
That's
Barmore
true.
is the pick or Levi Onwuzurike is here.
And at one point, there were reports from reputable people that Christian Barmore is probably going to go in the top 15 and be higher picked than people thought.
Yeah.
So.
And we were not one of them.
No, we were not. In fact, but if Barmore gets mocked, if Barmore goes to the Bucs here, then we weren't really leaning that direction for sure. Barmore is Dane Brugler's number one interior defensive lineman, mine as well. Ojulari is my number 2 edge rusher, but I have concerns. I really kind of don't want them to take an edge rusher here, and I know Joe Tryon fits a little bit more, I think, of what the Bucs are looking for than Ojulari. But both those guys to me are probably in consideration here. I wonder if they thought Ojulari would be here. But
it is 12:01. We are officially on Friday now.
That's right.
The Buccaneers have never picked this late. If you remember back in 2003, after the Bucs won the Super Bowl, they traded away that first-round pick to Oakland for John Gruden in 2002. So they didn't have the opportunity to pick 32nd.
Yep. Wow, lots of different opinions. I mean, not that many different opinions, to be honest. Most people want Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah or Tevin Jenkins.
Yep.
I agree with them.
The pick is in.
I do not think it's going to be those guys. I think it's going to be Joe Tryon.
I think it might be Joe Tryon.
And it is Joe Tryon.
Called
Bucs
it.
took him. Albert Breer just reported it.
Joe Tryon.
Bucs best bet, baby.
Bucs best bet.
In every single one of our mock drafts, Bucs best bet, Joe Tryon. They didn't waste any time. They got up there. They made the pick. Joe Tryon's a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. What can you expect?
Bucs select outside linebacker Joe Tryon.
We're ready, baby.
Yes.
What can you expect from Joe Tryon? I think you're going to expect a guy who goes 110% all the time. He is like a bull in a china shop right now. You got to polish him up.
Yep.
You got to refine him. He's not necessarily where he needs to be right now in terms of technicalities and pass rush moves and being able to hit counters and things like that. But the last time we saw him was in 2019. So we could very easily be seeing a different player when he takes the field. We don't know how he's grown. We don't know what he's worked on. So the Bucs do take an opt-out. That didn't scare them away, and probably because he showed up at his pro day and he killed it, Scott. So it's great news for us. We know the Bucs best bet. Obviously, that's huge. Not easy to do at 32. Scott put a lot of work into that.
And also the first-round pick.
And also the first-round pick. Yeah, exactly.
And if you read the SR's Fab 5, you knew that the Bucs like this guy. They like Washington defensive players. Again, Jimmy Lake, the Washington head coach, runs a very similar scheme to what Todd Bowles does. It's a scheme fit.
Yep. And
they like this guy. 6'5", 260, runs a 4.65. The Bucs war room is happy right now.
and there was no deliberation. They were on the clock, and right away, he was the pick. I mean, so there was no deliberation. I would guess they had their eye on him the whole way. I bet I will see if they made calls about moving up or not. It's going to be fascinating to see kind of how that process worked for them. Joe Tryon is one of those guys that, again, they wanted fast, physical, loves the game. Everybody, Jimmy Lake saying his praises, and maybe you can pull up those quotes even and see what some of what Jimmy Lake was saying about Joe Tryon. But when you talk about the type of player, physically, athletically, and mentally that the Bucs wanted, it's him. Now he's got a long way to go before he becomes a full-time player. He is a project. Again, last time we saw him was 2019. He's below the threshold for production to hit big as a player in the NFL. But he did have the opt-out. That's different than other players. So that throws a wrinkle in that part of the evaluation, I think. There were times where you thought his process wasn't quite as good as the results he was getting, even when he got sacks. He's got to think on his feet more, and I'll have all this stuff up at pewterreport.com here in the coming days. But he's got to think on his feet a little bit more, make moves to beat people on his feet a little bit more. I think that's going to be critical for him, in my opinion, moving forward, to be able to respond to what tackles are giving him. But yeah, he's very physical. He's very aggressive. You're going to see him go to the long arm. There are flashes. There's like 5 plays in 2019 that made you think, oh, okay. Like you had to watch a ton of tape to catch him.
All right, so John, we're not picking for the Bucs. We're not Jason Light. We're not Bruce Arians here. But when I made this graphic, when did I make this graphic? About 20 minutes ago.
Yep.
Did I make any other round 1 Bucs select players?
No.
I just made one. I made one for Joe Tryon. We felt really good about this. And Bucs fans, that's why you turn to pewterreport.com. We do the homework. We don't always get the pick right. We don't always hit, but we knew it this year. This year was different from last year. Last year with COVID, it threw everything.
I don't think anybody expected Tristan Wirfs to be there last
year.
True,
Bucs exactly.
Have been honest about that. He's their top tackle, and they never thought he was.
But listen, I talked to Jimmy Lake, the Washington head coach. I'm friends with him, known him for a long time, back when he was the defensive assistant to Raheem Morris as the secondaries coach. And then when Raheem became the head coach, Jimmy was promoted to the full-on secondary coach. So I know Jimmy. And the thing is, Jimmy gives me quotes for the stories, but he also shoots me straight. And I can talk to Jimmy on and off the record. And everything I talked about with Joe Tryon on the record matched everything that Jimmy said off the record. That's a good indicator. This is what Jimmy Lake had to say. Joe loves football. This is from my SR's Fab 5 on Friday. You can see it with the way he plays. He wears his emotions on his sleeve. He plays with such a high motor. He loves hitting people. We've been able to do a lot with him. You see him cover running backs out of the backfield on swing routes, drop into the flat, drop into a hook. He'll pass rush. He'll set the edge. Someone is going to get a diamond in the rough. He's still a player that is on the come up. I think if he had stayed another year, there would have been talk about this guy going in the top 15. Someone is going to get a player with unbelievable traits, and that, I think, is going to be a fantastic player at the next level. And as I went on to note in the Fab 5, Tryon recorded 6 sacks in his last 5 college games back in 2019, including a pair of sacks against Utah, Oregon State, and Washington State. That's the type of ending to his college career that scouts were excited about the potential. The arrow was pointing up for him in his last 6 games, and you saw him become more of a dominant player in that stretch. Yes, it's a small sample size, but it's a sample size nonetheless. And when you look at that, John, compared to the measurables that he threw up at his pro day, running a 4.65 at 6'5", 260 pounds. And John, we talked about it. I mean, he didn't take any time off.
That guy's on the Bucs. That guy just joined the Avengers.
Yes.
What's going on, Scott? This guy just joined the Avengers.
Yeah.
This is like when they made Vision.
Right, exactly. Yes.
This is
well
crazy.
Said. Yes.
But I mean, yes, it's what you want in again, there was a lot of teams where I would have been more critical to pick with Tryon because that fit matters. But with the Bucs, he has the ability to just develop over time. And if you know the mentality's there, and I think it is, otherwise the Bucs wouldn't have taken him. You know the physical part of it's there, the athletic part of it's there. The testing was good. It showed that he was focused during his year off. I hate that the year off makes his evaluation hard for me as a football guy, because you're right. Arrow's pointing up late in the season, but where was that going to go this year? Is Jimmy Lake right? Was he not going to? I wish we had more football.
Sure.
But everything else tells us that this is a pick that has the upside to be really good down the road. It's not necessarily the pick I would have made, but the fit for Tryon, it's like the best spot he could have been.
He's a violent football player, right? And he checks the boxes. He loves football. He's passionate about it. He's fast and he's physical, right? That's what they wanted on defense. And he's a Bucs best bet. He's Pewter Report's first-round mock draft. And the last time we did this was 2 years ago. And it was a little bit easier back then, John, because it was Devin White as a Bucs best bet and as a first-round pick. This one is probably our hardest ever. Why? Because they're picking 32. You're not sure who's going to be there. So
it is. And it was kind of the guy. And the fact they turned it in so quick was the other thing, Scott. It's not like, a bunch of guys went off the board. I think they wanted Joe Tryon. I really do. And so, PR. Tony says PR strikes again. We're trying, man. We're trying for sure. Especially Scott, just working and trying to figure out and get all the information we can. And obviously, the interview with Jimmy Lake was big indicators. The week before that we were thinking that this is where they were going. And I know Tryon's not the player that a lot of people wanted. And Hans says, awful pick. I'm disgusted. Ojulari should have been the pick. Here's the part, Hans, that makes me push back a little bit on that, even as a person who had Ojulari ranked much higher. Ojulari has the medical, the knee and the ankle. It was flagged by a lot of teams. I don't know the extent. I'm not trying to slander or hurt his stock or anything like that. I just know that is part of the evaluation for these teams we don't have insight into. I believe it's a reason why he wasn't a first-round pick. So hard to go there for me. I really think Osai had those traits in the ceiling too, but I think Tryon may have been closer as a pass rusher to where the Bucs are trying to go. So
here's the thing. Barnes says could have got Tryon a pick 64, huge reach. No, and I'll tell you why. In our second or third mock, sorry, they're all running together, and it's after midnight. We had Levi Onwuzurike at 32 and Joe Tryon at 64. The feedback I got from, I'll just say, NFL sources was flip him. Was flip him. And multiple NFL sources said, you got Tryon way too low. Might be a little high for Onwuzurike, but you definitely have Tryon too low, way low. So, no, this is not a huge reach by any means. Because I'll tell you what, Joe Tryon would have been taken within the next 10 picks. Easy.
Oh, yeah, no question. I mean, he might have been, he would have been one of the top guys off the board. Now, the other thing about Tryon that you like short term, right? We are in a Super Bowl window. I don't know whether this pick will look good in 4 years. I think over the next 2 years, it's completely fine. I mean, because his body is ready for the NFL.
Right.
Like, there's no question. Like, he is not going to go out and get physically dominated or anything like that. Like, he's going to go out and be able to set a tone, that kind of stuff. I'm not worried about him being able to hang in that way. So I'm a big fan. Yeah, I definitely think Joe Tryon, in terms of what he can be over the next 2 years in this window, let's say they keep JPP another year, or, if maybe he's ready. Maybe Tryon's ready after a year. I don't know. He's at a year off of football. It's a hard evaluation for a football guy like myself. But I think that him as an extra rusher, he's a guy you could put inside.
That's right.
He's a guy you could put on the edge. He can do from a 2-point stance. He can go from a 3-point stance. So there's versatility with him that makes him dangerous. The thing that I love about it is that it makes Jason Pierre-Paul a better player, because Jason Pierre-Paul gets opportunities to rush over the guard, inside, over interior offensive lineman, where he's been dominant in his couple years as a Buck. I mean, think about the Super Bowl pressures that he had coming as an inside rusher. I love that part of it, that getting Tryon on the field, he's better than Anthony Nelson, even if you don't love the pick. Better than Anthony Nelson. I love the upside. Is it the pick I would have made? No, it's not the pick I would have.
Right. And you would have picked Tevin Jenkins, right?
Yes, I would have picked Tevin Jenkins, absolutely. But at the same time, that draft is still going. There's still needed center. All the centers are still on the board. There's definitely some good interior offensive line left in this draft that could be the targets in the second round. Bucs could trade up in the second round.
That's right.
They definitely could trade up in the second round. Cost isn't even going to be what it was in the first round to trade up. So, yes, you can trade up in the second round.
I'm sticking to my guns, John. I think that the Tampa Bay ends up with fewer than 8 picks. And I would say probably 6 or fewer picks this year. I think they might end up with 5 or 6 picks when it's all said and done. They don't need 8 picks. They don't need 7 picks. I think Jason Light is going to ditch a pick. Maybe it's the 4th round pick. You know why? Because he always trades a 4th round pick. He's only had 4 4th round picks in 7 years. So I could see that happening.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, for sure. It's, I'm thinking now, trying to think of costs. My mind is spinning on the 2nd round pick now. And I wonder if they could really be, the Bucs we've said they're not going to take all these picks. I think tomorrow we could reconvene and say, we think we're going to move up. They're going to move up in the 2nd round. I mean, that could be, and with an offensive lineman as a target. Again, you might be talking about giving up your 4th to move up. And like you mentioned, that's something they're not hesitated to do. They really believe that it drops off at a certain point, and they're probably right. Who's going to trade with them? That's the thing. Who wants to give the super team more? Man, Bucs fans, I hope you're enjoying it, man. I really hope you are. It's fun to be in a position like this where you can afford to. Like other teams took trying, I would not be this kind. And you guys have known me long enough. I've been on this podcast long enough. You know that I would tell you the truth if I thought this was like the worst pick ever, or that he had no shot, or I would be honest with you. But I really think that this is the landing spot for him. Sometimes it's about the player and the fit matchup. And Tryon is not that high on my big board overall. Mm-hmm. I forget even how high he is. He might be in the 50s or early 60s or something like that on my board. But it is about that player team fit that really matters. The spot that you can go to get developed. With Ojulari's medicals being a concern, there weren't a lot of options to me that were preferable to Tryon at that position where you had a chance. And I was honest about him like I am all the opt-outs. It's very hard. If I'm low on an opt-out, it's hard because I didn't see them play the last year of football that they should have played, and that's the most important.
Well, here's the thing, John. This is what I'm going to do, right? And I understand this is a pick that's not registering with everybody. Everyone's not in total agreement about it.
That's fine, too.
Obviously, we're excited about it because we've known that they like Tryon and that they are, that they certainly were very high on him to consider him at this spot. That's why we put him in the mock, had him in the Bucs best bet. But I'll say this. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to trust Jason Light. Okay? Trust Jason Light. Why?
Yeah.
Because the dude's killed it in the draft since 2017. Right? He took his licks in 2016. That was a bomb draft class. I get it. But 17, 18, 19, 20, he built a Super Bowl roster, right? This guy, his first round picks, I did a whole SR's Fab 5 section on it. He's hit on more than half of his first round picks. Yeah. That's the average, John.
Right.
Hit on 50% of your first round picks. Half of them are hits, the other half are misses. He hit an absolute ace out of the gate in 2014. Number 7 overall, Mike Evans.
Yep.
He's at a clunker, in Vernon Hargraves. But Vita Vea, Devin White, Tristan Wirfs. I'm going to trust Jason Light.
He's the best drafter in the NFL last 5 years.
Yeah.
It's not in question, in my opinion. So, yeah, you do trust him. It doesn't mean you can't watch your own play and give your own evaluation. Absolutely. I do.
He's not
perfect. Think there's a risk to this pick. I do. And I've said that. I think he's not a developed player. I also know I didn't see him play football this past year.
I think there's a risk with him starting this year, and the fact that he doesn't have to start, and he's going to learn from Jason Pierre-Paul and Shaq Barrett, 2 different guys that can teach him different things, plus the coaching he'll receive from Todd Bowles. And, I have a hard time finding fault in this.
It's the fit. The fit is the most important thing about the NFL draft. It really is. I mean, that I've seen guys that I've been like, oh, I'm not, and they go somewhere, and I'm like,
and Larry Foote. I mean, look what he did with Shaq Barrett, right? He took Shaq Barrett from a wave pass rusher, a rotational guy, and 19 and a half sacks his first year in Tampa, a Pro Bowl season.
And if you wanted a guy that was going to contribute, going to play, going to be on the field,
we talked about the positions: offensive line, running back, outside linebacker. Those were really the positions where you were most likely to see the field.
Yeah. Mike Renner doesn't like him. I know PFF was not a big fan of the pick. Mike Renner says he's a project. He is a project.
Yeah,
I've been honest. I literally use the exact same words. But he's a rotational player right now, and might be a rotational player for 2 years. And he has a 5th-year option.
This is Joe Tryon's birthday too.
Oh yeah, that's right. He got picked. His birthday's today.
Yeah.
Friday.
Yeah.
Not Thursday.
Correct.
He got picked into his birthday.
That's pretty cool.
That is pretty wild. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Joe Tryon. Welcome to the Bucs, and well done, Scott and John. Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate it. And thank you all for the super chats tonight. Very generous of you. We greatly appreciate your support. And, gosh, Buck fans, I mean, the cool thing is this. We made it this far, right? We're over 5 hours into this. And, John, you know what? I mean, it already is Friday. I'd say, come back on Friday, but I mean, here we are. But tomorrow, today, whatever you want to call it, day 2, Friday, April 30th.
In a couple hours.
In a couple hours, 6 p.m. Eastern time. We will be back talking about the Bucs picks in round 2 and round 3. As you know, the PewterReport.com draft show powered by Edmonson Electric, AC, and Security. So far, John, we're off to a good start. Pewter Report nailed a Bucs best bet right out of the gate and our first round mock draft. We appreciate everybody tuning in to the first night of our Pewter Report's draft show. And John, any final words before we say goodnight?
Well, are the Bucs going to talk tonight, or what? I'm trying to remember what's the deal is with that tonight with the team. It's pretty late, but I didn't know they were going to say.
Actually, they are. Let's see if we can get Mark.
Yeah, I was going to say I'd love to bring Mark on to hear the kind of the process with them, and if he was their guy, I hope there's some good questions in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's I'll be anxious to hear from them and see what the thought process was. But I mean, I guess my biggest thing is I saw somebody say this was an Aguayo level pick by that is absurd. First of all, there were so many things with the process of drafting Aguayo.
Yeah.
I would have Andrew asked who I would have drafted there. I would have drafted Tevin Jenkins.
Yeah.
I would have drafted Tevin Jenkins.
I wouldn't have a problem with that. I'd be fine with that.
Right. I would have drafted Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah for sure. I'm not, even though Ojulari was my number 2 edge, I can't touch the medicals. That definitely is why he's fallen, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. That was a bunch of reporters said that going up, and then he fell. So
yeah,
I don't want to.
They know something we don't.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
So I'm not critical of that at all. I don't care about Osai or Tryon. That doesn't matter to me. I mean, I'm not big enough Osai fan to know that to know whether he should have been the pick. But I love taking an edge defender because I think he can help you in this Super Bowl window.
Right. Because
he can see the field as a number 3 edge, and physically Tryon can play even if he needs a lot of work to become a good pass rusher. He can play a little bit. If he needed to in case of an injury. He's not going to get physically. Azeez Ojulari needs to get stronger. Joseph Osai is not technically ready to play starting reps in the NFL.
Right.
Physically, Tryon can hold up. The question with Tryon is what is the ceiling and can he get there? He tested like a good athlete. When you watch him play, you don't always think he's a great athlete.
Right.
But then there are flashes. You see him bend the corner. You see him stab a guy, long arm a guy and get inside him across his face where you think, okay, maybe it's there. It's just not necessarily all come together for him yet. Is that going to happen? In some ways, there's I think of Bud Dupree. They played so hard, they played so physical,
right.
They loved the game, they had great bodies. It took 3 years for Bud Dupree to become that guy. Steelers needed him to become that guy right away.
That's why they drafted him.
Yeah, and so there was a little bit of a frustrating start. Bucs don't necessarily need that. Also, Bud Dupree played his last season, so I saw him and I saw how raw he was. I haven't seen that with Tryon. I don't know where his game, he was arrow pointing up, then he doesn't play that year.
Yeah.
It makes it very hard for me to be super critical of opt-out picks. I think the last year of college before you get to the NFL, your body's changing, you're getting into the flow of college routine, all of it matters a lot. So I have a hard time saying one way or the other about that. But yeah, I would have taken Tevin Jenkins. Maybe they know something we don't. I don't know. I'm shocked Tevin Jenkins made out of the first round. I really am. But I had Tevin Jenkins, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, and I had Elijah Moore as first round grades, and they're all still available. I can't believe Elijah Moore is available going into day 2. Somebody's going to get an unbelievable pick. My recommendation to the Bucs: be aggressive and go get the offensive lineman you want on day 2, and it's a win. I mean, if you have to give up your third to
get Landon Dickerson, make us look good again.
Right? Yeah. Hey, if he falls, I mean, there's some concern of the medicals, I'm sure, but at center, not going to the first round, I'm not too worried about that.
Yeah.
If he gets to 64, maybe we'll see. But Creed Humphrey's going to be an early pick, I think, on day 2 tomorrow. So, man, that's okay. Dickerson's much better, in my opinion. So if falls because of the medicals, see how it goes. Quinn Miners, day 3, round 3. I think that's where the Bucs would consider him if he's there. I'd love to see it. So. We'll see where they go. Day 2. I don't know if Jason's talking tonight or
he is. He's talking
he is.
right
Okay,
now.
all right. He's talking right now.
You might want to text Mark real quick and just say, hey, when you get out of there, can you pop in and we'll have reaction from Jason Light.
Us to get his thoughts.
And hopefully we'll have Jimmy Lake, Washington head coach, on next week to talk about the selection. Maybe even try to get him on tomorrow night, but if not tomorrow night, maybe next week.
Oh yeah, I mean it'd be great to be able to get him on. Yeah, as soon as
he said he would come on. He says if another Husky gets selected, then yeah, he would come on and talk about him. And don't rule out Levi Onwuzurike in the second round either, John.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, you can't rule him out. He might not make it there. We haven't had any defensive tackles get drafted in the first round.
Warren Sapp.
Warren Sapp's off the hook.
Yeah,
he can stay on social media. Yeah, let him know. He's probably asleep, but
not on a Friday. Or I was going to say Friday. Well, technically it's Friday morning.
That's right.
Let me text Warren.
Yeah, so I think, Tevin Jenkins not being a first-round pick is one of the big surprises. It's one of the big surprises for sure, I think, of the first round. Not any other surprises, really, though, to me, right? I mean, Ojulari, I don't think did I mock him? I can't remember if I mocked him in the first or not, but I thought there was definitely a chance that he was going to fall because of the medicals. So, yeah, I mean, I think, Dylan Raduns didn't make it into the first round. So there's some offensive linemen still go. Liam Eichenberg is still going down the board. Tevin Jenkins, we mentioned the centers. Round 3, I like Trey Smith, Wyatt Davis, Quinn Minor, especially with the Bucs pick. Would love those guys as the pick. So, we're trying to outlast, see some of you. I know some of y'all are heading to bed, and we appreciate y'all sticking with us. Remember, 6 p.m. tomorrow, pewterreport.com. Jump back up in here. We're going to be going strong. Day 2 is where it's at, baby. Great day for the draft. Somebody asked if Nate Costello got drafted last year. I don't even remember a Nate Costello, so somebody refresh me on that. Raiders and Bills reached hard. I agree. I mean, Raiders definitely reached. I knew that was going to be the case probably, but I knew that was probably going to be the case. But, I mean, I think, honestly, if you're the Bucs right now and you're looking at the board, you're thinking, okay, there's still a decent amount of offensive linemen that are going to be here for us. Obviously, you got the number one guy, I think, that you really wanted to target in Joe Tryon. And I think that's a really good thing, Scott. Yeah,
we're starting to get some comments here, and I'm going to just talk, kind of relay some of these quotes from Twitter. From Jason Light, he's a great teammate. This is about Joe Tryon, obviously. He's a great teammate, wants to give 100% effort at all times, dedicated himself to football and to be the best he can be. And again, we'll put that picture up again of Joe Tryon working out. And again, it's not about winning a bodybuilder contest. That's not what it's all about. It's about playing football. But again, there have been some players that have underwhelmed. They took a year off. And really, Gregory Rousseau, who went to the Bills before Tryon went to the Bucs, is one of those players that really kind of bombed at his pro day, did not max out, really did not look like he showed well as an athlete. Vertical jump was awful, and I think it was, it behooves players, if you're not going to play in 2020. And you're going to take that year off, you better prepare and train for, not for the combine, but for the pro day, and show these NFL teams that you're serious about your craft. And we've talked about it before, John, on the Pewter Report podcast. Your body is your office when you become a professional, and it's all about working out, taking care of your body, resting, eating the proper foods, having a good diet, rest and recovery. That's a big thing, obviously, with TB12, with Alex Guerrero and Tom Brady, and how they brought that to Tampa. And Joe Tryon, certainly, and I'll show it again, this is a player that is not kidding when it comes to taking care of his body and being serious about football. And that's if you're not showing teams like the Buccaneers your pass rush, if you're not showing them your ability to get to the quarterback, if you're not showing them that you've got a second move, if you're not showing them your hustle on tape because the last time you played was 2019, then you better show them that you're serious about being a professional football player, because that's all you can show them. And if you take a look at Joe Tryon, that's exactly what he showed them. Bucs general manager Jason Light says they were elated with picking Tryon. They thought that he was the best pick at edge for them, finding a guy with his size and production. They still think he could be even better. They couldn't pass that up. Jason Pierre-Paul and Shaq have been awesome. Again, I'm reading from Jason Light's quotes here. JPP and Shaq are awesome to do whatever they can to make this team better. If that means taking Tryon under their wing, showing them the ropes, they will. They're not in danger of losing their jobs. That's exactly right. And you're getting a far from finished product in Joe Tryon coming to a team as a project, needing to be worked on, needing to be helped, not threatening Shaq Barrett or Jason Pierre-Paul for playing time this year. If anything, both those guys will be on the field with Tryon. Tryon will come on as probably a third down pass rusher. Jason Pierre-Paul kicks inside, maybe next to Vita Vea, maybe next to Ndamukong Suh, and then rushes opposite Shaq Barrett. So with Tryon, you're getting a player that is going to learn from two of the best. Jason Light also said about Tryon that he never gives up. His workouts really jumped off the tape, the way he can move his feet laterally along with his balance. And he's got the luxury of not having to be a starter or a contributor right away, and that he'll play a role when he's out there.
Well, I think that's exactly what you want to hear, right? If you're the Bucs, I mean, if you're a Bucs fan, you want to hear that assessment. Basically, I think is what you're going for. I mean, you want to know that it's a role. They're going to develop them. They have a plan in place. Clearly, they've thought about it. So I think it's always good to have a plan in place for a player's development and growth when that's somebody you could target. So I think they have that. I think again, I think you're right. They definitely. You do trust to a degree, in a situation like this.
And here's the thing too. It's like we've talked about it. I wrote about it in the Fab Five. Why did I dedicate a Fab Five to Joe Tryon and Levi Onwuzurike? For this reason, Bucs general manager Jason Light says they've had some luck drafting players from Washington, or I should say picking players from Washington. That didn't have anything to do with the pick, but it just happened to be a crossover. Tryon spoke very highly of Vita Vea. It's a great program there. They understand the grind and the process. And Chris Peterson, Jimmy Lake, those two guys have steered the Washington Huskies ship. And gosh, you look at the defensive backs that Washington has put into the NFL. These are NFL ready, NFL caliber players. Jimmy Lake was the defensive backs coach before he became the defensive coordinator. Now he's the head coach, and went 3-1 in his 4 games at the Pac-12 this year. And I got to think that when you look at Vita Vea, Benning Potoahi, there's been several guys that have that have had success here in Tampa.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Mark Cook just got off the phone with Jason Light, just got off the Zoom call. So let's see if we can bring in.
We're close up with y'all now.
Yeah.
To close it out.
Yeah.
Let's bring Mark into the conversation here. Mark, what's going on, man? Can you hear us okay?
Yeah. Can you hear me? We got good sound.
Here, hang on. We're going to get some. Turn your sound off.
There we go. Yeah.
Hang on 1 second,
we got
Mark.
some
We got
echoes.
some feedback.
Okay.
We might have to get headphones if we want to get them on here.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Let me grab mine. Hang on for a second.
Give us 1 second, Mark. We're set up for no headphones, and then you come on and we need headphones. So
I should have just drove over like halfway through the draft.
The interesting thing is we did hear from Jason Light. I read a couple of the quotes off. Perhaps you can tell us little bit more about what Jason had to say.
Wait, were we in the wrong? Hang on.
Wrong one. Okay, there we go.
There we go.
All right. All right, Mark.
How you doing, Mark?
What do you got for us?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
You guys look like a couple in 8th grade on the school bus, and with the Walkman.
Listen, why don't you just
sharing
tell
a
us what's going
Walkman
on right now? 'Cause
yeah.
it's 12:33, man.
Well, I'm
You
going to
tell us
make
what
this.
Jason
I'm going to
Ledyard
make
said.
this really, really long, John, because I know you don't need to sleep. I thought it was, everything that you expected Jason to say, and Scott and I have listened to Jason since 2014. He said it. The one thing that really stood out to me is he kept talking about stockpiling, and you can't stockpile enough edge rushers. He was a guy that they had targeted for a while. Obviously, that relationship with Jimmy Lake and things like that was a big part of it. But he also said he wouldn't have cared if he played it, if Tryon played at UT Chattanooga. It didn't matter to him.
Right.
It wasn't the school; it was the football player.
Right.
And he said the same things that we've been talking about and listening to you guys after the pick. Was that he's not going to have to step in and be that guy right away. He thinks JPP and Shaq are perfect guys for him to learn behind, and he thinks both of those guys will take him under his wing because they are a team first. They want to make this football team better, and knowing they have a guy to be potentially in relief, or if one of them gets injured, knowing having him ready would be something that's important to those guys as well. He mentioned how versatile that he feels that he is. His lateral movement was a big thing that really stood out to him. Also, the 4.63 speed. But he mentioned a couple times, how well he moves, not just up the field, but from side to side. So those were a couple of the highlights from Jason on the thing. He certainly was, as Scott and I know, Jason, he doesn't have a great poker face. So he had the big smile on his face the entire time. But it was, it was everything that you guys were talking about. Really, Jason kind of confirmed everything. One thing, I don't know if you guys saw this or mentioned this. Jason said there was some opportunities to move back into the second round. And he said they would have entertained that if Joe wouldn't have been on the board. So they really felt that they got, and Jason said this as well, they felt that he was better than, a number of guys that were drafted ahead of him. But they really had him targeted and really felt early on that, he potentially could be there. He said we may move up in the second round, but he's content where he is right now. But it was interesting to hear him say that there were some offers, no offers really to move up or no opportunities to move up. It wasn't anything they were really interested in, but they would have considered moving back out of the first round if Tryon. And he actually said it came down to that number 31 pick. If Baltimore goes Tryon there, then potentially he says then they start entertaining offers at that point.
Yeah.
So there was opportunity. So he did talk about how there may have been opportunities to move down in the draft, but not necessarily up. That wasn't something the Bucs tried to do, was move up.
No, moving up, he didn't indicate that at all, but he said definitely moving back was an option. And again, he said, had Tryon been drafted right ahead of them at pick 31, then he would have started taking some phone calls at that point.
Right.
But they really wanted Tryon from what Jason was saying, and I think he was really their number one target. Obviously, there were guys that they liked better than him, but they also knew they had really no shot at getting some of those guys for what they need and what they felt that they need. And he mentioned stockpiling twice. I keep going back to that, saying you just can't have enough good edge rushers on a football team.
Well, and also, too, I think it speaks volumes about maybe the lack of confidence they have in Anthony Nelson. And Nelson, to his credit, is, obviously to his credit, but I mean, just calling it what it is he was a 4th-round pick, right? You can't expect a guy like Nelson to just step in and be a frontline starter. And there's a reason why he's drafted in the 4th round rather than the first or second, right? He's not the pass rusher. And of course, the Bucs were hoping maybe he would come on a little bit more, but this is a guy that has 2 career sacks, and they both came late in his second season. He had one against the Vikings, and then one against Washington in the playoffs. And it just doesn't bring much from a pass rushing perspective. So this is a little bit of a knock or an indictment on Nelson and his potential to develop into a starter. I just don't see them thinking that he's going to be a starter. But Tryon, obviously with the 1st-round pick, you draft that guy to be an eventual starter.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And he actually mentioned Anthony Nelson and Cam Gill as two guys that they're still pleased with. And he's going to say that until they get rid of him, right? I mean,
right.
Coach or GM's never going to be like, we don't like this guy. So, I expect him to say that. But I mean, the writing is on the wall for Anthony Nelson. And it's not just the writing on the wall, guys. It's the film. I mean, the film just isn't there. He's had 2 seasons to really show something. And there hasn't been any burst or any things that just jumped out at you in those 2 years to make you think he's going to develop into anything more than he is right now.
I think to defend Anthony Nelson just for like an instant, he has yet to play in a preseason game, right? His rookie season, he missed the preseason with the knee injury, and then he didn't have the preseason last year. And so what I mean by that is when you look at guys like Anthony Nelson, you're going to play exclusively in the 4th preseason game, right? I mean, that's your game to shine as a backup. You're going to start that game because they're not going to put Jason Pierre-Paul and Shaq Barrett out there. So you're going to start that game. So instead of getting 6 snaps, 12 snaps a game, and probably not many consecutive snaps, right? Because you're a situational guy, getting in the rotation. Those types of games where you're going to get 50, 60 snaps. And that's your opportunity to develop and get better. And Anthony Nelson hasn't had that yet. And maybe he gets it this year, but he really needs something like that to show he can be a player in this league. Yeah.
But Scott, my thing with him is, I think they saw him as a little bit more athletic Carl Nassib. Remember, Nassib was still on the team when they drafted him. Yeah. And Nassib is not a terrific tactician with his hands and, isn't extremely fast tenacious off the edge. He's just an effort guy. And I think that they thought maybe that he could be a little bit better fit there because he just doesn't, there hasn't been anything that I've seen. Again, there's a reason I sit behind a computer writing about it instead of coaching or as a scout or a GM. But, there just hasn't been anything to indicate that, he's ever going to get a whole lot better as far as that goes. I mean, again, he played college football. He played high school football. He's in his 3rd year in the NFL. I don't think those things just magically appear with preseason or not. Again, if he turns into a Carl Nassib, they would be ecstatic, but I don't even really see him having the production that Nassib had. But Nassib was terrible as with his first team in Cleveland as well, really, or disappointing. I wouldn't say terrible, but was disappointing as well too.
Joe Tryon talking right now. He says that his game is kind of like Chandler Jones if he had to compare it, but really he's just ready to soak up all the information from the edge rushers they have there. It's interesting he mentions Chandler Jones because Chandler Jones is another guy, very limited college production, became a much better player in the NFL, kicked inside a little bit for Syracuse, but really just barely hit that threshold, 10 sacks in his 3 years on the field at Syracuse. So was not a highly productive guy, just like Tryon. Tryon, again, he only, he didn't have this past year to produce in. So there's a little bit of an asterisk there when you talk about his college production.
And Jason did mention that too. He said, we really felt that had he been able, or had he played this year and he tried to opt back in. I don't know if you guys talked about that. He opted out, but he tried to opt back in, but missed whatever the deadline was. There was some sort of deadline or something like that. So he said he just missed that opportunity to opt back in, but they felt that he would have been as good or better than that 2019 season. So they think, they certainly see a lot of upside and potential. They like what they've seen so far. And another thing, Scott probably mentioned this, but we know how much Jason likes football players, and Joe Tryon, from what Jason is saying, is a football player. He loves the game of football, and he thinks he'll fit in really good with this locker room. Again, he's not a guy that plays football because he's good at it. He plays football because he loves the game of football, and so I think that was a big part of things as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. He definitely, the mentality, I think, just looking at his answers and some of the things he's saying now, his strength getting to the quarterback and fit in any scheme, took a lot of time to work on his body during his time away from the game. Says that it's a possibility he's going to wear number 9 with the Bucs. Nobody has number 9, right?
Yeah.
So he could wear number 9 with the Bucs. That would actually be pretty cool.
That would be pretty cool.
He would be the first single digit, unless JPP or Shaq change it up. He'd be the first single digit D lineman. I don't know. Was that a thing back in the day? I don't think it was.
Well, and the thing is when you look at his athletic training, you go to mockdraftable.com and you put in Joe Tryon on, 82 percentile for the 40-yard dash, 87% for the 20-yard split, 74% for the vertical jump. This guy can can really move athletically. And if you look at some of the comps, some of these guys, are nothing to write home about. Some of them are some pretty good players. Robert Quinn from North Carolina, Gaines Adams. That's not a favorable comp that Buccaneer fans would like.
Right.
John Engelberger from Virginia Tech. Was a great college player, but not a very good player in the pro. Sean Merriman certainly had
that's the
player. Right that's
physically that's what he looks like. Sean Merriman, they play that same out of control again.
Yep.
But Merriman became the tactician,
right?
And that's where he's going to have to grow.
Yeah.
But there's that edge to their game, that bull in a china shop.
Yep.
That makes
relentlessness, the violent play, the physicality.
Well, one of the commentators, as I was coming in here to do this, watching the television broadcast, also had the phone going, watching you guys as well, listening to both. But I think it was Louis Riddick who said, obviously there wasn't game tape last year, productive 2019, but went and participated in the pro day and really blew up in that pro day. Had a really showed out in his, in his workout. So again, as you were saying, Scott, when you look at the athletics and the comps and things like that, the measurables are there for what you want. It's just a situation of how quick he can develop and if he can put it all together. I mean, athletic talent wise, I don't think there's any question there. And Jason said this as well. We don't worry about what mock drafts say. We worry about what we see on tape and the interviews and the things that we see.
And we know that's not true, Mark. We know that they rely on PewterReport.com's mock draft and Bucs best bets to make a lot of their selections. So
I was actually going to ask Jason that, but I didn't get to that question. I was going to say, so,
do not say that on the Zoom call.
No, I won't do that. I won't do that.
We can grandstand on our own podcast, but we're not going to do it with other media members present.
Yeah. No? Okay. I won't do that. No. All right. Well.
But no, that's great insight. We definitely appreciate it. It's good stuff. I'm sure there'll be more stuff coming tomorrow as well. Obviously, Bucs pick. It was twice tomorrow. Right now, they pick twice tomorrow, and so we'll be obviously.
We're calling it tomorrow because we haven't been to bed yet.
Oh, that's true. That's right. Today. I mean,
later today,
tomorrow. Yeah.
But it's good insight, Mark. We definitely appreciate you coming on the show, giving us that insight. We're going to wrap it up here and get people prepped for tomorrow. But get yourself some sleep, sir, and we will. We'll
back at it tomorrow.
You guys, honey and lemon juice, okay? That's what you want to do because the throats, John. I'm telling you, by Saturday, you're not going to be able to talk.
There's no doubt.
I remember from last year. It's gonna be,
Yeah. Okay, that's right. It is for sure. So anyway, you guys are doing a great job. I listened to about 75-80% of the show, and you guys did an excellent job. Love the set behind you too, Scott. Great job decorating.
Thank you.
Ashley, she did a nice job because I know you didn't do that.
No, actually, I did. She helped me. She helped me. She gave me some pointers. I did it today.
Underestimating your boy here, Mark.
Wow, he's an interior decorator plus a publisher.
True.
Pretty
added to that in the Bucs best bet.
And a mock draft guru.
Anyway.
Well, and I'll say this: the lovely Ashley Reynolds got me something that's out of camera view right now, but it's an autographed Hedman jersey. It's framed on my wall. So lightning won tonight. Great. So it's been a great night for me.
That's right.
Oh yeah, the lightning. All right, Mark. Win. All right, guys. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Yep.
Okay. Thanks.
John, if I heard you correctly, my friend, I think you mentioned something about. Tomorrow.
I did. Day 2 tomorrow, 6 p.m. PewterReport.com is where you want to go. We'll be, again, above the fold, just like we are on the site right now. You go there to watch us on the draft show. We'll break everything down for you, just like we did tonight. Remember, as you get into round 2 and round 3, and especially as you get into day 3, these network shows, they start talking less about the picks, less about the players, more about all kinds of crazy storylines and stuff. You're saying you want to roll with us, we're going to be breaking down the picks. We're going to be talking football on this show, and we'll have a fun time as well as we do. So have us pulled up tomorrow, day 2, 6 p.m. Eastern. We are very much looking forward to bringing you more Bucs coverage tomorrow. And then obviously day 3 on Saturday, we'll be back as well. 11 a.m. We'll start an hour before round 4 begins at noon. We'll start at 11 a.m., break down everything that's happened, break down what we're thinking going into day 3. And I'm not trying to blow too much smoke our way, Scott, here, but I will just say going into day 3 last year, we nailed 2 of the Bucs' 4 picks in day 3.
That's right.
Tyler Johnson and Khalil Davis.
Yep.
And they didn't even have a 4th round pick. So again, the harder it gets, the better Pewter Report steps up to the plate. That's all I'm saying. So let's close it out for tonight, obviously, and tell everybody we appreciate them for jumping in here, and we'll definitely catch you again next time on another edition of the PewterReport.com Draft Show. Out.